My name is Scott Miles. I am one of the co-chairs of today's Congress. Dr. Rob Waring will be speaking soon as another one of the co-chairs, Dr. Reed also. Welcome to the So this is the second World Congress for Extensive Reading. The World Congress for Extensive Reading was initiated by the Extensive Reading Foundation. It's held every 2 years. The first conference was held in Kyoto, Japan. Many of you who are here today also were there, I know. It was a very successful event. Here in Korea, we're very excited to be the host of the second World Congress. A lot of organizations here, CAFL, Korean Association of Foreign Language Education, KIRA, the Korea English Extensive Reading Association. We've come together to co-host the event, and we hope it's going to work out great. I know some of you are a little bit new to extensive reading. Today is a great chance to find out what it is, why we're so excited about it. We have a lot of other presentations too. It's truly an international conference with many different kinds of topics today. Well, I think we will, since we were running a little short on time, I'm going to directly introduce Rob Waring here. Rob Waring is, as I just mentioned, is the co-chair of the conference today. He's a professor at Notre Dame Taishin University. Rob is a member of the Extensive Reading Foundation, maybe the most, or one of the most active promoters of extensive reading. So please join me in welcoming Rob Waring.
Thank you very much, Scott. My honor today is to introduce the plenary keynotes and featured speakers. I'm just going to list them. So when I call your name, if you wouldn't mind standing up. The keynote speaker is Paul Nation. I've known Paul for pretty close to 20 years now, and he is the world's leading expert for vocabulary. He introduced me to vocabulary. I've been working with vocabulary, and the more that I learn about vocabulary, the more hair I lose. I hope one day I'm going to be just like Paul. The second is our keynote speaker, is Keiko Koda, who is from Carnegie Mellon University in the US. He's a very well-known researcher in reading in particular. The other plenary speaker we have is Chung-Yae Cha, who cannot be with us today at the moment. She's apparently working on, right now, she's working on a speech for later. The featured speakers, we have Dr. Richard Day. From the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him and his work. Avril Coxhead. University in Wellington in New Zealand. Jong-Yae Lee, Professor Lee is not here, I don't think. He's from Cheongnam National University. He's another one of our featured speakers. Mark Helgeson, who's our current chair of the Extensive Reading Foundation. Melanie Gobert, who's from the United Arab Emirates. Of technology. Jun-Sung Chung, who I don't think is here, is from Korea Institute for Curriculum Evaluation from KAIS. We're very glad to have as a partner. And Do-Sung who I don't think is here either, is from Korea University. So we have quite a wonderful selection of keynote, plenary, and featured speakers for you to enjoy at the conference. So.
Thank you, Rob. For our next welcoming address, I'd like to call up Dr. Ri Satche. Dr. Ri is the director of the Korean Language Institute, which is this building. He's done so much work throughout the
Thank you, and welcome to the university. Okay, I'd like to express a heartfelt welcome to all of you here at the second Extensive Reading World Congress in Yonsei University. It is well known that language learners need to read as much as possible to become good readers. But the question is how. This Congress will focus on answering this question. inviting many world-renowned researchers and scholars and the leaders of good readers from all over the world. All participants, please make this Congress your good chance of becoming a good reader, a good language teacher, and a good researcher on language learning. As you know, this Congress is organized by Extensive Reading Foundation, Korea English Extensive Reading Association, and co-hosted by Korea Association of Foreign Language Education, and Korea Institute for Curriculum and Evaluation, and Korea Ministry of Education, and also by many world-renowned publishers. My deepest appreciation and gratitude goes to all personnel from these foundations and academic associations and sponsors and all attendees. Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone.
Our next speaker, I'd like to call up, is Dr. Kim Jung-ryul. Dr. Kim is professor at the Korea National University of Education. He is the president of CAPL. He is also the president of KIRA. And most recently, he's been added to the board of the Extensive Reading Foundation. He's a very busy man. He is responsible for so much development here in Korea for foreign language education. So we're really, really happy to have him here. Yeah, please join me in welcoming him.
Welcome everybody to our wonderful conference. We prepared this lots of different menus for you on extensive reading. Before I begin my little talk, let me introduce this VIPs. Korea Association of Foreign Language Education today wouldn't be possible without these figures. To start, Professor Du Bong-bae, the founding president of to a brief introduction on him. Can go on days after days. Basically, we have a communicative curriculum since 1992, what we call Sixth National Curriculum. He was the member, the team leader of this whole curriculum changes in Korea. And also the following president, Byung-man Jeon, Professor Jeon Byung-man, who basically framed the Korea Scholastic Ability Test the way it is today. And also the following, the previous president of KFUL, Professor Hyung-wook Shin with the Korea University of Foreign Studies. And also, if you, as you can see this placard, please look around. We have so many sisters associations. Without their presence today, this room wouldn't be shining as it is. First of all, Professor Min Chang-gyu with the Korea National University of Education is the president of KISS, not KISS. And also president of GETA, Young-tae Kim. National University of Education, and also Professor Ki-ryung Lee with the Korea Association of Applied Linguistics. He's also with the Korea University of Foreign Studies, and also Professor Ki-wan Sung Ki-wan, K-Wall. You can see over there, the Korea Association of Multimedia Assisted Language Learning. And also Professor Song Hae-sung, ETAC, President of ETAC, International Universities of Education. And right over there, that's the ETAC flag and logo. And also Lady President, Ms. Lee, President of Compilation. And because of their busy schedules, they might not physically present here, but their spirit is here with the placard. And if I missed anybody, please yell at me. And also, I cannot really miss out this group of people. We call them people at the dawn to prepare this wonderful conference. They spent hours and hours of late night work and this frantic exchanges of emails, and they often had to call each other up after midnight. So we call them people at dawn, starting with the co-chairs and Rob, Scott, and Professor Lee. Professor Dr. Jang Kyung-suk, Professor John, with the whole team. They are uniquely distinctive the way they wear t-shirts. Their red and pink t-shirts will tell we are people at the dawn. Okay, the conference theme this year is lighting new ways of language learning. This logo, you see this Korean lantern. That's the symbol right here. And we are so proud to be able to host this second World Congress with KAIS here, very center of Korean language and the Korean Language Institute at Yonsei. As I mentioned earlier, since the communicative curriculum has been implemented in Korea, often a reading is the reading as it was before the communicative curriculum is not quite regarded as important, not exactly as not important, but because we moved our focus on oral language, it often disregarded. But I think the whole extensive reading movement will revamp the idea that reading is important, but not the way it was, in different ways. Meaningful form instead of meaningful form, reading for meaning. That's the new way of extensive reading will propose and purport and get the words out. We have this EBS been filming this whole thing, and Ministry of Education promises that they will disseminate the ideas that we've been trying to propagate. And also the rapid spread of English education often creates clashes with some local cultural values, in a sense where lots of places like Korea, for example, education is not regarded as a trading commodity or not an investment, as rather the cost we, as a human being, has to face with to carry on the kind of accumulative knowledges we successfully have done as a human race. That succession of our tradition can be done in rather cheap way by spreading out this extensive reading. And I hope that everybody here enjoyed something that you can choose from the menus, not only what's and how's of extensive reading, but also the future directions, and take something for your classrooms and for your schools so that you can carry on the spirit of extensive reading. I sincerely welcome your presence here again, and I hope that we can continue on our association and our passion. My name is Jung Ryul in Korea. So carry on that passion on extensive reading. Thank you very much. speech, I forgot this very important event that I was destined to perform here. The CAFO, as I mentioned, is the biggest foreign languages education, and the previous president, Professor Shin, has done great deal to promotion of foreign language education here in Korea, and his major is German language education. And despite the consumptive power of English education, he will manage to survive through this high tide of incoming English education. And so to celebrate that, we prepared a little plaque to give Professor. Let me invite Professor Shin up to the stage. Let me read it to Scott. Are you going to do the simultaneous translation?
In German, yes.
Okay. 공동패 한국
Don't know that word.
외교장 신형욱 한국외국어대학교 귀하는 한국 외국어교육학회의 발전을 위하여 2011년부터 2012년까지 2년간 남다른 애정과 노력으로 헌신하신 바를 높이 기리기 위하여 이 공로패를 드립니다. 2013년 9월 15일 한국외국어교육학회 회장 김정렬. 감사합니다.
My translation of that is, for his years of service, he is absolutely an amazing person. Moving on to our next speaker, Mark Helgeson. He is the president of the Extensive Reading Foundation. Mark is going to give us a few words and also introduce the language literature, or learner language literature. So, take it away, Mark.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all. And I'm actually chair of the Extensive Reading Foundation, and because we're running a few minutes behind, I'm going to pretend I'm a graded reader and make it really brief. I want to thank Ilse University for hosting us. I want to thank our partners, Kefil and Kira and Kais, and thank the Ministry of Education for supporting this. And I want to thank all of you for being here. And we're all here to share ideas and research and not to listen to speeches by me. So I'm going to finish. So thank you on behalf of the Extensive Reading Foundation for being here. Mostly what I want to do in the next few minutes is announce the 2013 Language Learner Literature Awards. And some of you, many of you are familiar with the awards. For those of you who are not, the purpose of the awards are to recognize excellence in books for language learners and to help increase the awareness of language learner literature as a literature, in the same way that kidlit, children's literature, is a special literature for children. Young adults' books are special literature for them. Well, language learners benefit from having their own literature, and that's what we're here to focus on and to celebrate. Now, how the process works is publishers from all over the world submit titles at the end of each year. And those are juried by an international team of both first language readers and bilingual people reading in their second language, second or third, whatever. The jurors come up with up to three finalists per category. And there's internet voting which includes reader comments. Okay? And the final decisions are made by the jurors, informed by the internet voting. Not decided by, because it'd be very easy to fix an internet thing, but they look at the comments, at the voting, and especially the comments. And I'm really excited now, and that's Richard Day, who's the founding chair emeritus of the Extensive Reading Foundation, to help me with this. And we'll give you the 5 categories, the 3 finalists in each, and we're starting over here. And can I ask the people representing the publishers to come up, just so we can do this quickly. The Young Learners category, the finalists were The Canterville Ghost from ELI, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow from Compass Publishing, and White Fang from ELI. And the winner is, why don't you go ahead, and the winner is Legend of Sleepy Hollow from Compass Publishing. Obviously, we have to be fair. You know, every publisher gets treated equally, but I love it when the independent publishers are there, and I love the fact that a Korea-based publisher has won this prize. So, congratulations. And the adolescents and adults beginners category, there were 2 finalists. The Girl with Green Eyes from Oxford University Press, and The Little Match Girl, also from Oxford University Press. And congratulations, give me Oxford University. The Girl with Green Eyes from Oxford University Press. And I should mention, Oxford has a booth. Many of the publishers have a booth in the other building. And you can see copies of these, so please stop by. Also, come to the banquet tonight, because we're going to have a little contest where you can win a whole bunch of readers, a whole bunch of these particular books. Next category, elementary level. Gulliver's Travels from ELI, Les Miserables from Oxford University Press, and Marley and Me from Pearson Penguin. And the winner is Les Miserables. And this is a beautiful retelling.
Yeah. That writer, Jennifer Bassett, is very clever. Very good.
Don't go too far away.
Okay, no, I think they're covered.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Case of the next intermediate category, Case of the Dead Batsman from Garnett, The Green Room from Helbling, and Owl Hall from Macmillan. And the winner is The Green Room from Helbling.
Okay, congratulations. This is the finalist award. Okay.
Oh yeah. There's so many pictures of you already.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay, and finally the upper intermediate and advanced category, Manhunt from Cambridge University Press, One Day from Macmillan, and Sherlock, A Study in Pink from Scholastic, and the winner is Manhunt. Okay, and please do, and yeah, we're cool, but you can wait a minute, Richard. Please do stop by the booth and have a look at the books and have a look at all the books.
Unfortunately.
One other thing. I should mention, you've seen an array of publishers, but many publishers have won the awards in the past, including people not here today, but Easy Readers, Worldwide Readers, eBooks, Ames, Alina, Stone Arch Books. It really runs the range. There are lots and lots of good books out there. One other thing that the The Extensive Reading Foundation does the Language Learner and Literature Awards every year, and then occasionally we do a John A. Milne Innovation Award. John A. Milne was an editor at Heinemann in the 60s and 70s who rethought how to do graded readers. Before that it was count the vocabulary and look at the grammar. But Milne said, no, you gotta look at the story. You gotta look at the quality of the story. And he was an innovator. And we'll give an occasional award for lifetime achievement in the service of extensive reading. And we don't do this every year, it's just occasionally. But can I ask you a couple of this?
Sure. If you could be careful with that. Could you open it up?
And what I'd like to announce, the winner is, can you read it? The winner is here today. Who is the founding chairman of the Extensive Reading Foundation. And has been a mentor and a teacher for many of us and remains a friend of many of us personally as well as extensive reading. So thank you so much for all you've done.
Shake hands. And 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Thank you.
It's just really, really exciting and rewarding to see everyone here with extensive reading on their minds. When we started writing, Julian and I, my colleague, a number of years ago, we had no idea what was going to happen. You know, and all of a sudden to see all the excitement and the energy and the results of what extensive reading can do, it's just truly, truly remarkable. Great things happen when we read. Thank you.
This will conclude our opening ceremony, and we will move right into our plenary address. To introduce our plenary speaker, I have one of Paul Nation's former students who is here. From KAIS, Korean Institute of Curriculum and
Yes and no.
Please welcome to the stage Shin Dong-kwon.
I'm so glad to be here to introduce my former supervisor. The first plenary speaker of this conference. Actually, simply he's good man, a very kind teacher, and very diligent and creative researcher. Actually, he devotes more than 40 years of his life to vocabulary-related research, including excessive reading. Today, I'm sure he shared light on excessive reading in a detailed and practical way. So please welcome Professor Compilation.
Okay. So split them into 3 and then give out each row. Yeah.
Don't forget us.
Do you need me?
I don't need have. Do I need a microphone, or am I already microphoned?
Is that turned on?
I've got 2. They might both be. Okay.
It doesn't seem on yet.
Well, I don't think it's a microphone.
Here's a handout for you. No charge.
I think is that clear? Yep, good. I've got a microphone here, something in my pocket here, something in my back pocket here. I have a feeling that if I cough, my heartbeat, temperature, and any current diseases will be revealed to the whole audience. So I'll avoid coughing. I'd like to thank and congratulate Compass Publishing today. They are sponsoring my trip to Japan and my attendance at this conference. Compass has done a lot for language teaching in East Asia. Most people don't realize how much Compass Publishing has done, but one example is that I wrote a couple of books last year which were published this year, and one is for sale, but Compass Publishing kindly agreed that the second book would be worked on and formatted by their very skilled design team and made available free on the web for anybody who wants it. And so that's part of the contribution that Compass make that people often don't realize. I'd like to thank the Extensive Reading Foundation as well. I'd also like to say a few words about Rob Waring, but I can't because I'm being recorded at the moment. But the Extensive Reading Foundation has done a tremendous job, and I'm so proud to see the progress of the association and also the amount of work. But the members of the board of the Extensive Reading Foundation, with the notable exception of me, and I'm not being modest, do enormous amounts of work, and that work is apparent at this conference. Today I want to talk about, I want to try and settle an argument. There's been an argument going on largely between Tom Cobb and Stephen Krashen about learning from input. And the argument basically says, Tom started it off, and Tom said, look, we should know whether it's possible to learn enough vocabulary simply by reading or not. Because we have the technology, we should be able to find this out. And then so Tom wrote an article looking at whether it would be possible to learn sufficient vocabulary for using the language simply through reading. And his conclusion was, it is not possible. And he was really attacking a statement and a position taken by Steve Krashen. So McQuillan and Krashen replied saying, no, we think you're wrong. It is possible to learn enough vocabulary for language use through reading. And so I decided to look closely at this argument, and then when I did look closely at the argument, I realized that they were arguing about completely different things. So Tom was looking at extensive reading and doing a kind of corpus-based study, and worked out that because second and foreign language learners didn't have very fast reading speeds, and because the texts were so difficult for them because of their low vocabulary levels, it's not possible to do enough reading. And so Tom's argument is based on the difficulty idea. It's just too difficult for learners to read enough material to get enough input. Steve Krashen, on the other hand, is simply looking at the quantity perspective and saying if the material is at the right level for the learners, then you can get enough input through extensive reading. So, having seen then that they're really arguing about two quite different things, then I decided to separate these two things and put the difficulty issue aside. I'll come back to it briefly at the end of this talk. So I put the difficulty issue aside and simply asked the question, if the material is available at the right level for the learners, how much reading would learners have to do to meet enough repetitions and enough words from the first 9,000 words of English in order to have a chance of learning those words? Oh, what a long research question. Okay, so if you want to learn the first 9,000 words of English, how much do you have to read, and is this feasible and possible? Okay. Now I understand the research question. Okay. So, can reading contribute to vocabulary learning? If we simply analyse it according to the psychological conditions which are likely to occur during reading and which we know affect vocabulary learning, it's clear that these conditions occur. If you analyse the reading process, taking an approach like Laufer and Hulstein take in an involvement load hypothesis, or like Stuart Webb and I take in technique feature analysis and simply say what psychological conditions are being set up by the reading process, then it's clear that the psychological conditions certainly could result in large amounts of vocabulary learning. The first of these conditions is repetition. That is, you have to meet the words several times in order to have a chance of learning them. And the number of repetitions that people need for learning is sort of like the holy grail of input theory, because there's really no answer to it, but people keep searching for the answer. But it's reasonably, well, one thing you can say for certain is that the more repetitions, the more likely something will be learned. And so that's not greatly revealing, but it's still important. And so just fairly arbitrarily, but with a little bit of research support, I decided that about 12 repetitions would be a reasonable number. Actually, one of Norbert Schmidt's PhD students is doing really interesting research at the moment. What she's doing is they're using eye tracking technology. And what they do is they put up a text and the student reads the text quietly and they track the eye movements while the student reads the text. And then when the student comes to a word that they know from pre-testing that the student doesn't know, they measure the fixation time on that word. And then the learner gets the meaning of that word, and then when they meet the word again, and so they're trying to find out how many times does the student meet the word before they process it at the same speed as the words that they know. And this is fantastic research, because you're one step, it seems, closer to what's actually happening in here by measuring these eye fixation times. The present results, because she hasn't finished the study, suggest about 7 times. So that by the time you've fixated on the word, met it 7 times during reading, then your fixation time is about the same as for words that you already knew before you started reading. So this is very exciting research, and I'm sure, knowing Norbert's thorough professionalism, we'll see an article published on this within a couple of years. Okay, the second condition which helps vocabulary learning is really adding quality to repetition, and that's called receptive retrieval. And receptive retrieval means you see the word and then you try to recall the meaning that you got for that word on the previous meeting. And so receptive retrieval is a fairly shallow learning condition, but it is a good learning condition. Retrieval is a good learning condition. A second condition is receptive varied use. I used to call it generative use, and I'm moving away from that because it's not very transparent. But it simply means that when you read graded readers, each time you meet a word that you hadn't met before, and then you meet it again, more often than not, the context of that word will be different. So some of my students at Temple University have done studies on graded readers to see when a word recurs in a graded reader, is it simply a repetition? I've got to be really careful because the Australian elections have just been on. And the now new Prime Minister made a terrible vocabulary mistake in one of his speeches. He said that he wasn't the suppository of all knowledge. Now, for the non-native speakers, a suppository is something that you stick up your medicine that you put up your backside. I'm sure the opposition said that he was the suppository of all knowledge, but so I've got to be careful not to say things like that. So ignore the previous statement. The repository of all knowledge, yeah. I think for the rest of my life I'll never be able to say repository and suppository without sure which one I'm getting correct or not. And then another condition which leads to good vocabulary learning from reading is deliberate attention. And deliberate attention occurs when a word is looked up in a glossary, or it's looked up in a dictionary, or the learner makes a deliberate attempt, say, to write it on a vocabulary card or something like that. And all of these conditions can occur very readily during extensive reading. Okay. Now, is it feasible to be able to read enough, to get enough input to learn vocabulary at the various 1,000 word levels? So the assumption I'm making is this. We have 1,000 word lists of decreasing frequency. The assumption is learners generally learn words from the most frequent words to the least frequent words. There are exceptions to this, and it's not a perfect relationship by any means, but it's still a reasonably well-supported assumption. So that's my assumption. If you wanted to learn the second 1,000 words of English, this is table 1, you would need to read 2,000 tokens of language. Now, 2,000 tokens is the equivalent of 2 not so long native speaker novels. Okay? So in 1 year, you would have to read the equivalent of about 2 native speaker novels. If you were reading at a reading speed of 150 words a minute, and that's just a moderate reading speed. It's by no means a fluent reading speed. A fluent reading speed is probably about 250 words per minute, and a reasonably fast one is about 300 words per minute. So I'm not making big assumptions for speed here. So reading at 150 words per minute, you would need to read for 33 minutes a week. Okay? So in order to get 12 repetitions of words at the second 1,000 word level, you would need to read for 33 minutes a week, 5 days a week, 40 weeks of the year. So it's not, I'm only using a school year and I'm only using a working or a school week. So this works out, in brackets in column 3 of table 1, 7 minutes per day. So this is easily feasible. If you wanted to meet almost all of the words in the second 1,000 words of English and meet them on an average of 12 times, you would need to read 7 minutes per day, 5 days a week for 40 weeks of the year. Easily done. Okay, it gets harder. Okay, my question to you. If you wanted to learn the fifth 1,000 words, yeah? So you already know 4,000 words of English, and you want to learn the fifth 1,000 words of English, how many words would you have to read? How many minutes would you have to read per day? Have a chat with your neighbour, see if you can see the answer in table 1. I haven't been a teacher for 45 years to do all the work. Okay, come on, have a look. I'm going to ask you for the answer. So how many minutes per day would you have to read in order to learn the fifth 1,000 words of English? Come on, folks, it's easy. What do you reckon? You come on in. You look confident. So you probably got it wrong. Yeah.
It's 5 novels. Well, I mean, I'm just saying 33 minutes per day, so it's
So
read 5 novels in a week, maybe.
Fifth 1,000.
Fifth 1,000.
Yeah. So that's 1 million tokens. And 1 million tokens is about 10 not so long novels. 10 novels about 150 pages or so long. Yeah. So how many minutes per day? 33.
About half an hour.
Yeah, about half an hour a day, 33 minutes a day. So that's pretty good. Yeah. It gets harder because if you want to learn the ninth 1,000, then you would need to read for 40 days, 40 weeks of the year, 5 days a week, you would need to read for 1 hour, 40 minutes a day. That's getting less feasible, but it's still possible. It's still possible. Now, this is simply assuming that this is the only input you get. It's simply reading input. It's forgetting about listening. It's forgetting about deliberate study. It's forgetting about fluency development, all of those sorts of other aspects of a course. But it's simply focusing on the amount of reading input that you would read. So I think Stephen Krashen is right. I think that it is feasible to meet the vocabulary at each of the high frequency and mid frequency levels. So the high frequency levels are 1,000 to 3,000, and the mid frequency levels are 4,000 to 9,000. And these words give you a total of 98% coverage of unsimplified text. So the reason we now distinguish mid-frequency words from other words is because this bunch of 6,000 or so words will bring most readers of most material up to the level where they can read unassisted and have over 98% coverage of the words in a novel. So Tom's wrong, Steve's right. Well, Tom's not completely wrong because he was talking about difficulty. And so I think he is wrong because there is a lot of graded readers, thousands of graded readers, which go up to about the 3,000 word level. But you can see that there's clearly a big gap from the 4th to the 9th. But we're going to come to that. Okay. Now, just to show that I'm not being too optimistic here, Table 2 looks at further opportunities for learning and for strengthening, so that if you learnt the words at the 3,000 level through reading, and you met an average of 12 repetitions, and then the next year you're saying, well, I'm assuming 1,000 words a year. I'm being really ambitious here, but there's no reason to stick to that. And then you say, now I'm going to learn the next 1,000. What about the ones that you already know? Will they come back often or not? And the answer is they will come back very often. Because in the next year you have to do a bit more reading, then of course you get many more repetitions of the words you've already met before. And so if you look down columns 3 and 4 in Table 2, you can see that the average, out of 1,000, if you were reading at the 9,000 level, so this is the 3 million word corpus, that corresponds with the bottom of Table 1, you could see that you would meet almost all of the second 1,000, almost all of the third 1,000, all but 55 of the 4,000, and so on. And the number of repetitions of these would be 171, 79, 58, 37. So you see that the later reading, of course, is really strengthening and giving many, many more repetitions. So certainly very feasible indeed. Okay, Table 1, I've played with the figures a little bit. These are not precise figures, and they shouldn't be precise figures anyway, but they're easy to remember. And the reason they're easy to remember is it's 2,000 for second 1,000, so 2 for 2, 200,000, sorry. Third 1,000 is 300,000, and then it goes up in half or 500,000 word jumps. So if you have to teach this stuff, folks, this is going to make it easier to teach, because then you don't have to look at your paper and you say, well, each year it's another 500,000 words more than you read last year. Okay. Is that okay? Any comments, questions, suggestions, criticism, praise? Go ahead.
Just the one thing about the more you read, the more you learn, the words get richer. So after reading a few million words, the number of times you need to meet a word to learn it could decrease. Right, so it's based on 12 times per word, right?
Yeah.
But you could theoretically say that number would go down after reading a lot more. So
it's a good comment. There's sort of research on this, but does it become easier to learn words when you know more words? And it seems that it does, but there's only little bits of research on that which really haven't been pulled together and properly looked at. But I think it is true that the more you learn, the easier it becomes. And so, once again, this is probably an I'm being pessimistic rather than optimistic. Yeah, good.
So Paul,
Yeah.
The 12 times hit, does that include the same sense or different senses? The form is?
It'll probably be different senses because, as I said, when words recur, they tend to occur in slightly different, at least slightly different contexts, and sometimes bigger contexts. So it's more likely to be different senses than the same sense. Mark?
The assumption, one of the assumptions here is that the 12, for example, of the first, the
Yeah.
words, is that the 12 meetings will occur over a 40-week period, right?
Yeah.
Can you research about whether or not that
Yeah.
pace is sufficient or not, or whether
Yeah.
the speed at which those 12 meetings must occur?
Yeah, no. I mean, ideally, the spacing would be it would be a bit spaced. And ideally, the spacing would probably it'd be better if it increased. But I think you're never going to be able to deal with that as a teacher or a reader. You just, here's the book, this is what I'm going to read, and, it's manipulation you can't do. But that could be a weakness of this. You could argue that the 12 repetitions occurred in one book. And therefore, that's not as good as if they were spread across a pile of books.
Or that once a month is not
Yeah.
frequent enough
Yeah.
to cause retention.
Yeah. The positive thing on my side is that I'm looking at doing daily reading and not saying, well, you do a bunch of reading in one day of the week, another one. So it's spread, and so the chances of the repetitions being spread then are probably greater as well. Okay, moving right along, folks. Okay. How hard is it to read an unsimplified text? So what I've been talking about then is texts which are written at the right level for the learners. Now this is really preaching to the converted. It's really saying, look, you really need to have texts which are at the right level for the learners and adapted for the learners. But if you look at an unsimplified text, is it a good idea, if you're a learner of English, to pick up a book written for a native speaker and read it from the beginning to the end and learn all the words that you meet? It's a terrible idea. And one of the reasons why it's a terrible idea is because of Zipf's law. And Zipf's law says around about half of the different words in any text will occur only once. And so if that text uses a vocabulary of, say, 3,000 or 4,000 different words, then about 1,500 of those different words will only occur once in the text. And Zipf's law is reasonably true. It is like that. So that's one reason. But another reason is the density of unknown words. If you knew only 2,000 words of English, this is table 3 on the other side, then there will be one unknown word in every 8 words for you. So if you have a 2,000 word vocabulary and you pick up an unsimplified text and read it, there'll be more than one unknown word per line on average. And then in a book, now I put here a typical unsimplified novel, Captain Blood. Okay, I am the greatest swordsman in all of France. Captain Blood, Raphael Sabatini, one of the great classics. That's around just over 100,000 words long. So I picked that text because it was the sort of average length of a novel. There would be 3,441 unknown words in that book for you. So as you, with a learner with a vocab of 2,000 words, struggled your way through that book, you would either have to look up, guess, or give up on 3,441 words. And if you were a learner with a vocabulary of 5,000 words, and you picked up the book, there would be one unknown word in every 22 words, one unknown word in every 2 lines, and there would be almost 2,000 unknown words in the book for you. So reading unsimplified text is a cruel and unusual punishment. So the Americans in the audience, you're immediately prohibited from using unsimplified text with learners who have a vocab size below about 8,000 or 9,000 words. So table 3 simply shows you how tough it is to read unsimplified text and how lucky learners of English are that we have graded readers and books which are adapted to the learner's level. Okay. The best opportunities, when I looked at the amount of input needed, I thought, well, it'd be interesting to see. Tom and Steve were talking about written text. But what would provide the best input in terms of meeting words and repetitions of words? Would it be a mixture of spoken and written text? Would it be a mixture of formal or informal text? Which ones would allow learners to meet the most words and to meet them most often? And so table 7, which I won't spend a lot on, the magazines, I've forgotten the name of it. There's some kind of website where they put current affairs and summarize things. E-zines or? E-zines. E-zines. Yeah, e-zines. I'll see one day. Okay. They provided the best number of meetings with words. With out of 9,000, if you read 2 million or met 2 million tokens, you would meet almost all, 8,631 of them. The worst one is at the bottom, where if you only had spoken input, then you would only meet just over 6,000 words of the first 9,000. And in general, the sort of conclusion is that it's best to have a mixture of spoken and written input because this will provide the best kind of opportunity to meet the words. Spoken language tends to use a not so large vocabulary as written language, but though the repetitions tend to be a bit higher. Novels only, about 2/3 of the way down, you'd meet about 8,000 of the first 9,000 words. Movies and novels, 8,276. Now, really, this is my justification for life. I love reading novels and I love watching movies. So I'm doing the right thing for my vocabulary. Okay, good. Now let me finish by looking at the gap between high-frequency words and reading unsimplified text. Graded readers go up to the 3,000 word level, roughly. But in order to get 98% coverage of the words in most texts, you need a vocabulary of around about 9,000 words, 8,000 or 9,000 words. For spoken language, children's movies, you can do it with about 6,000 words. So if you want to understand, if you want to understand most of the vocabulary in a children's movie like Shrek or Toy Story or The Lion King, then you need to have a vocab of about 6,000 words. If you want to be able to read a novel and only have 2 or about 6 unknown words on a page, 2%, you need to have a vocab of about 9,000 words. And these figures are reasonably stable. So there's a big gap then, but when someone finishes the graded reader series at the 3,000 level and then go to unsimplified text, which really requires a vocab size of around about 8,000 or 9,000 words. So to deal with that, we've created what we call mid-frequency readers. And mid-frequency readers are books which are adapted for learners who have a vocabulary of 4,000 words, 6,000 words, or 8,000 words. So what we've done is to take books which are out of copyright and then run them through a program which is called Ant Word Profiler, which Lawrence Anthony very ingeniously and kindly worked on, which makes the adaptation of such text really quite easy now. With the Ant Word Profiler program, I can adapt a text in about 1/3 of the time it used to take me before that program. The program's free and it's on the web, so if you want to look at it and adapt it, use it for adapting text for your classes, it's there for all to use. And so what we did was we took each text, adapted it to the 8,000 word level, so that means we left the words at the 9,000 and 10,000 word level in there, because they're the new words to learn for somebody who knows 8,000 words. And then all the words from the 11,000 onwards we took out. At first, when we did this, I thought we would aim for 2%, getting 98% coverage of the novels within the learner's knowledge. It turned out that this wasn't the way to do it. And the reason was that if someone read with 98% coverage, there would still be over 1,000 unknown words in the novel. So that 2% unknown would be over 1,000 different unknown words. So we actually adapted so there's only about 400 or 500 unknown words in each of the texts. So that's really closer to 99% coverage rather than to 98% coverage. But it was clear it would be too heavy a burden if you read a novel and there were 1,000 words that you might want to look up in the dictionary or gloss as you went along. So we adapt a text at the 8,000 level and then save it and then carry on and readapt the text to the 6,000 level, save it and then readapt it to the 4,000 level. So that for each of the texts we have 3 versions of the text for learners with a 4,000 or a 6,000 or an 8,000 word vocabulary. At present I think we have about 9 texts on my website. They're free, anybody can get them and use them for reading. And so these are for learners who are, too old for Mother Goose and too young for Lolita. That's what Peter Sellers used to say, I think. So people who've moved beyond the graded reader level, but still want to have some reading which is at the right level for them. The goal is to get 50. And once we get 50, then we'll probably stop. Another reason that we might stop is that it's a waste of time. And the reason why it might be a waste of time is that maybe learners don't need texts adapted at this kind of level. The thing which leads me to think that they do need them adapted is that if they're not adapted, then table 3 says, if you know 4,000 words and then you pick up an unsimplified novel to read, there will be 2,383, in Captain Blood anyway, unknown words. That makes me think it probably is worthwhile. But there still remains to be research done on this. The interesting thing with the adaptations is that the adaptations don't change the novel very much, because you're only changing a few words on each page, but it's different words on each page that you're changing. And if the adaptation is done carefully, then there's no grammatical change or anything like that. So the adaptations are not too far away from the original texts. We have a policy of trying to have a mixture of factual texts and fiction texts. So the factual texts include things like The Art of War by Lao Tzu, Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan by Lafcadio Hearn, and I can't remember the other ones. But the idea is to try and get about 50-50 factual and so on text. I've got an ambition to put up Origin of Species by Darwin. I've just been reading that. And I think that can be reasonably adapted too within that level. I had an idea once, it'd be a great idea to have a set of graded readers which took some of the classic books of the world, like The Prince by Machiavelli. That's on my website. I adapted The Prince to about the 2,000 plus academic word list level once, and then decided it was actually a boring book. But it's actually a very important book, because Machiavelli's Prince is really important in political science, in literature, because it influenced the themes of Shakespearean drama and things like that. And it's interested in it, and also there's about 3 or 4 subject areas where The Prince is an important text for people to read. And so maybe I'll pick up that idea again, and then we'll try and get books which are really important that we can then adapt so that they become reasonably easy to read. The interesting thing with books like The Prince and The Art of War is that these are not really simplifications, because they are translations anyway. And so now the translation is done, at a level which is suitable for learners with different vocabulary sizes. So in a way, I don't think they will suffer from the criticism. Those books suffer from the criticisms of being simplifications. Okay, so if you are interested in doing such adaptations, then what we do is we put the name of the adapter on the book and it goes up and they're all available free. So anybody interested in trying their hand at doing an adaptation, please send me an email. We've got about 4 or 5 people who are doing them at present. And the idea is that once we get to the 50, the reason for going for 50 is that 50 books would give us somewhere around about 4 million running words. And the 4 million running words would easily give people choice if they wanted to learn the 9th 1,000 words, because you need 3 million running words in order to learn the 9th 1,000 words and get enough repetitions. So that's the logic behind aiming for 50. Okay, I'm prepared to take questions for a few minutes and or comments.
Dr. Nish. I'll run this around for
Yeah.
So, anyone with a question?
My name is Greg Brooks English. I'm a professor here at Yonsei in the College of English, and I use extensive reading extensively here in our program. And one of the problems with my students that I find is that they come into the program and they only have about 24 hours of reading and writing before they're released into academia as a freshman. And one of the tragedies of English education in Korea is that the students have about 10 years of English education, and when they come, probably, I'm talking more average students, not so much elite students, but the average students, you know, you say, hello, how are you? And they say, I am fine, thank you, and you. And then it's finished. Or, you know, it kind of stumbles onward. And so one of the things, and I'm so happy that Korean professors are here that represent Korean education as a whole, is that, you know, you're applying this as a 40-week. Can you do this? How many minutes can you do over 40 weeks? And I'm really curious about how you can introduce this in the elementary school level, starting in grade 1, and moving through elementary school to middle school, even maybe first year of high school, so that those 40 weeks could easily be accomplished. Your comments?
There are people more qualified than me here to comment on that, I think. But let me give you an example of a school in New Zealand. This is not a primary school, but a secondary school. So we've been running around New Zealand doing vocab testing of secondary school students, native speakers, to see their vocab size. One of the schools we went to spends the whole school, after lunch, sits down for 20 minutes and reads. They read quietly. And they do that every day of the week, every week of the year, every week of the school year. Now, the headmaster the principal, isn't it, is sold on the idea. The rector, yeah, this is a pretty fancy school. But in a way, that's really what needs to happen. Now, the material is there. I mean, the compass graded readers, you know, now the reading oceans for very young kids, and are suited to young kids, the topics that they're interested in, everything like that. The material is all there. All it does is to take the will for teachers to say, let's spend a few minutes each day in class. Now, Atsuko Takasi, who is here, one of the really exciting findings from research she's done is that you really need to do extensive reading in class time initially, because learners often don't do it outside class time, and so they have to be forced to do it. But the feelings of success which come from having been forced to do it and then find, gee, I read a book from the beginning to the end, I actually enjoyed it, that's really important. Now, another thing which is getting away from it a little bit, but I don't know if Akio Furukawa is here, but I'm advertising his language school in Japan, but he's got a very unusual language school. The students come for 3 hours per week, and they pay a lot of money for the year. And half For 80 minutes of those 3 hours, they sit down and do extensive reading. The teacher, who is being paid, and the parents of the students are paying for this, sits there quietly and gets on with a bit of record keeping and things like that. And the students read for 80 minutes. Now, this school is making a lot of money. It really is. You know, he took me to his school, and I didn't. When I first met him, I thought he was one of the teachers. And then I was walking along, and someone who was with us said, "Oh, that's Mr. Furukawa's building there, and that's Mr. Furukawa's building there." I thought, "Holy smoke! This is the middle of Tokyo, and he owns buildings, and these are paid for by the language school." So he's managed to convince the parents through the examination results, that simply getting these kids to sit down quietly. And you say, well, why don't they do it at home? Too many other distractions. When I was there, he asked them, how many of you do reading at home? And so on, put up your hand. How much reading do you do at home? Some of them did quite a lot at home, but many of them just did a few minutes at home. And so in a way, it's coming to this school. Is that the other 80 minutes are sort of conversation type activities and so on. But some students can choose to do 2 80-minute sessions of extensive reading for their 3 hours. And some choose that. So I think it's simply the will and the opportunity by providing the books. Another good example of this is the book flood study by Elian Mangabai in Fiji. In the book flood study was done in rural Fiji with the children of very poor children, families. These are the cane cutters in Fiji. And they studied English for 4 classes a week, a bit under an hour for each class. And so all they did was have a book flood in some schools where they provided each class with 200 really nice books. And then they said, you've got to spend 3 of the 4 classes, the equivalent of 3 of the 4 classes of English, reading, and the other class the teacher can teach. In 9 months, the experimental group had made 15 months progress compared to the control group who just went with a normal teacher-fronted program. They went back a year later, and the gains were still maintained a year later. So it's easily possible to do, and it just requires the materials and the will to do it. Okay, good.
Hi, could I just ask, my name's Kat.
Where are we? Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah, my students, university students, they read 3 hours a week. They're doing extensive reading.
Wow.
And so your information here, it's all based on 150 words per minute.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's the average student? Because my students just don't believe they can read 150 words a minute. And I don't know how much to push them. Is that like some magic?
No, you should.
So if they're only reading 50 words a minute, but they're reading, is it important to keep pushing them to get that speed?
No. What I would do in your circumstance is I would give them a targeted speed reading course. Now, there are free speed reading courses available. Yeah, free. And so on my website there's one free one, and then on Sonia Millett, Millett, Sonia with an I, on her website there are 3 or 4 free speed reading courses. Compass Publishing has reading for speed and fluency at the 500, 1000, 1500 and 2000 word level. And I would give a targeted speed reading course, because the speed gains which are made from a targeted speed reading course, which takes about between 5 and 10 minutes each session for 20 sessions. And the normal increase you would expect would be at least a 50% increase in speed, and some learners will double their speed. There's an article that Teresa Chung and I published in a journal in Korea, of a study in Korea with doing this with Korean learners, and they made this 50% increase on average, and some of them doubled their reading speed. You should expect at the end of a speed reading course that learners should be reading around about 250 words per minute. Now you can increase reading speed through extensive reading, and as some of the papers at this conference will show, I think David Begler and Alan Hunt's paper shows that you get fluency increases through doing extensive reading, but you get bigger fluency increases faster by doing a targeted speed reading course. The speed reading course is simply passages, questions on the back. Learners read the passage, note down the time, answer the questions, mark them themselves, put the speed on the graph and their score on the graph, and then next day do it again, and so on. So that's what I'd be doing there. Yeah. Interesting, in the study in Korea, we found that about 4 or 5 learners, this is typical, didn't make any increase in speed. At the beginning, they started at under 100 words per minute, and 20 passages later, they were under 100 words per minute. You had to admire their persistence, you know. It's this resistance to learning, which, you know, is really admirable. And so we thought it'd be interesting to do another study where we targeted those learners and say, well, why aren't these learners making an increase? Because you always find 1 or 2 who just same speed all the way across. It was a perfect example of what's called the experimenter effect or the Hawthorne effect. Because each one of these students who were identified in the first 4 reading speed of the first 4 texts, we interviewed them one by one and said, oh, no, you know, you're reading, are you translating what you're reading, something like that. Everybody increased their reading speed. The attention given to these students made them take the course more seriously, and so we spoilt the experiment because everybody increased their reading speed. Okay.
Right here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go on, there's one. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to ask about deliberate, you mentioned as a condition for learning,
Yep.
deliberate attention.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of different ideas of what an L2 learner should do when they encounter an unknown word. You mentioned looking it up or glossing it. Like where do you come out on that?
Deliberate learning is extremely important. I'm in favour of rote learning. I'm in favour of bilingual word cards, where the word is on one side and the translation on the other. One of the most important pieces of research in my field of vocabulary in the last 20 years has been done by one of our PhD students, and she showed that Steve was wrong this time, Steve Krashen. She showed that deliberate learning results in both implicit and explicit knowledge. The study has been published in Language Learning in 2011, I think it is, and Irina Elgort. You can read that study. So Steve's wrong because he said deliberate learning doesn't give you the kind of knowledge you need for normal language use. You need implicit knowledge. Well, her study showed in 3 separate experiments that deliberate learning results in both implicit knowledge and explicit knowledge at the same time. Implicit knowledge is subconscious, well integrated with the language system, and to some degree fluent. So I'm very strongly in favour of it. But it's only one of the options, not the options, it's one of the ways which should be in a course, but not the only way in a course. You need to have both kinds of learning.
Hi, my name is Sang Buksa, and I'm teaching Russian language and literature at Hamburg University. I have actually 2 questions regarding with your table 1. You said our goal is 50,000 words, right? But your table 1 shows a 1-year period of learning 9,000 new words.
No. The goal is to learn 1,000 words a year.
Yes. So the ultimate goal is 50,000.
No.
After that, you are going to waste the time, right? Because
9,000. The goal is 9,000.
9,000?
Yes.
But what was the number of 50,000 that not waste the time?
No.
50 books.
Or 50 books, was it?
Maybe I mean.
Yeah, 50 books would be 500,000 tokens.
Yeah.
Okay, so the goal is 9,000 words.
In the university education, we are usually teach for 4 years, right? So if the goal is 9,000, then after 1 year it's just full reading, or is there any other guide to enlarge our vocabulary? That is my question.
I'm not saying that you should only learn through reading. Mm-hmm. I'm just exploring the idea whether reading will give you the opportunity to do this.
My question is as far as the reading is concerned.
Yeah. Well, there should be other kinds of learning through listening and speaking and reading. listening and speaking and writing, and there should also be deliberate learning going on, and there should also be fluency development going on. But I'm only looking at the reading aspect. Okay.
Second question is quite different. Since I'm teaching Russian language and literature, do you have any research or the outcome of research concerning with the not English language but the other foreign languages?
No.
Is there any whole research project going on?
I wish there
or
was.
Any suggestion to?
Yeah, I wish there was. I wish there were graded readers in other languages. You know, people tell me that there is, and then you see about 3 or 4 little books. You know, there are some in Japanese, but, you know, the whole pile of them is about that thick. And there's some in French that I've seen, but once again, about 5 or 6 books. The other languages have to get moving.
Some kind of modification.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you very much.
Good, thank you. Good. And I...
We have time for just one more question.
One more, okay.
My name is Atsuko Takase.
Oh.
I'm teaching in university right now, but there's a problem about extensive. We've been talking about the JERA, Japan Extensive Reading Association. But some students start reading fast, but without comprehension.
Yeah.
So even this morning session, I've heard that the comprehension and the speed does not correlate. You know? So sometimes there's problems that they just skip for us.
Yeah.
They don't know. Is there any good suggestion for them to increase the speed as well as comprehension?
Well, all good speed reading courses measure both speed and comprehension. And so, I think it'd be foolish to do a speed reading course which only measured speed. But you know, because the reading texts are accompanied by questions. The questions are deliberately easy so that learners are not encouraged to slow up and read in a painstaking way. This is a concern. It's a concern that people have with graded reading. That, you know, how do I know if the learners really understand the book that that they're reading? All I can say is, when I went along to the language school to look at these kids reading, who are not being tested on the books they read at all, if you want to sit for 80 minutes going like that and not understanding a word, get a life. You know. So my response is that you have to make sure that as teachers you're not encouraging speed without comprehension. But my feeling is that once learners read with comprehension, and then they can increase their speed with that, anyone who goes to reading without comprehension needs a psychiatrist, not a teacher. So, well, I mean, yeah, okay, I don't know. But so all I'm saying is I think speed reading courses must have a comprehension element to them. There has been recent research which now measure what the effect of fluency is on comprehension, and there are small increases in comprehension shown as well. The reason the increases are small is because the comprehension tests are easy, and so there's a ceiling effect. And I have a feeling when we get into more focused research on the effect of fluency on comprehension, we will find that there are probably reasonably substantial comprehension increases as fluency increases. Yeah. Thanks for that, Atsuko.
Before you run away too far.
A little gift. Thank you, gift. Before we go to lunch, I have just a few quick announcements to make. I promise they will be quick. I don't stand between an audience and their lunch.
Oops. Thanks, Richard.
The first one is there's been one important change to the schedule that we're forced to make kind of the last minute. Paul Nation is giving a presentation at 1 o'clock today, and we need to change his room from the FLI building, which is this other building over here, over to the KLI building, which is this building, 102. So that presentation title is Developing Reading Fluency, which is quite related to what we just heard today. I think that would be very informative, a nice follow-up to this one, but we need to change that to the KLI 102. It's a little bit bigger room. Kevin Maurer, I'm afraid we had to, telling Kevin to change his room, because his room was going to be chaotic. Kevin, if you're here, come and hit me afterwards or something. I'll apologize profusely, but we're kind of in a desperate situation. Kevin Maurer is presenting on literature circles, and so his presentation will go to FLI 206. And literature circles is a very interesting aspect of how to do extensive reading, so I hope a lot of people will check that out as well. So again, Kevin Maurer will go to FLI 206 at 1 o'clock today. So we have to make that change. A few other things. The schedule, the full-out schedule that you have, the Saturday page ends at about 3 o'clock or so. It continues on the other side. Don't think that we're done. It continues on the Sunday side. So we still have up until 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, many more presentations. For the buildings here, we have Wi-Fi access. You do not need a password or anything. If you have trouble getting Wi-Fi access, one of the volunteers can probably help you with that. It's really good facilities for that. Poster sessions start at 12:30. Might still be on your lunch, I don't know. They go from 12:30 to 2 o'clock. They're right outside this door. You'll notice them right outside there. So please drop by, see what the presenters there have. And finally, the food. Now you should have a ticket for the lunch for today and for tomorrow and a banquet ticket. Now if you registered yesterday and you don't have that yet, go upstairs and get it. If you already registered yesterday but you don't have your lunch ticket, go upstairs and get it. There's a little number on your lunch tickets. Ignore that. That's just for us to kind of know how many have been ordered. So there's 3 choices, and these restaurants are all just out this door in that hall that connects to the other building, the display area and everything. Some of you have a ticket for Crazy Brown. If you go to Crazy Brown, their menu is chicken steak. That's the only thing you can get at Crazy Brown, because they had to prepare a lot for this. So don't go there and ask for spaghetti or pizza. With your ticket, they're expecting the menu today to be chicken steak. It's got wedge potatoes, rice. It's going to be lovely. For tomorrow, for Crazy Brown, it will change to shrimp fried rice, salad, and sausage, just so you know. It's a good combination that's finally together. And the other choice is Burger and Shake, which is also down there, is a hamburger. If you have your ticket, they just prepared a lot of hamburgers, but please don't ask for something else. They just can't, they're not prepared for that. Actually, there are some options for vegetarian that mentioned in the book, but yeah, please talk to us. We do have some options for that. And finally, there's the Korean-style lunchbox, the place right next to the Burger and Shake. That's a Doshirak place. And that's always a safe choice. Rice, a little meat, some vegetables, and so on. But again, there's no other order that you can do for that. And then tonight, we have the banquet. The banquet will be at Crazy Brown. That same restaurant's kind of a wider area. If there's too many people, it might not be able to sit. Just have a plate, get your food, just mill about. If there's not too many people, then maybe you'll have a seat for that. Got some other great events for that too for tonight. That is it. It is lunchtime now. Go, go, go. Have a great conference.
어디다 끼워야지 방송 잘 돼요?
그냥 여기다 껴주시면 돼요. 주머니 놓고. 주머니 놓고 그냥 여기다. 예. 예, 다시 한 번만.
이건 어디다나요?
그냥 주머니 놓으시면 돼요.
Okay, so this is the website itself was yes. I'm sorry.
Because of the broadcasting, please
Oh, okay.
keep this one.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Probably not necessary to do swapping all the time.
What's it?
That's not at all. You can just use it like a headphone.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So just hold on to this little thing.
Just pinch it, yeah.
That's all right. That's. We're gonna switch. Oh, that's.
You can use.
Use both. Now it's Charlie Brown in stereo.
Can you hear me? It sounds like a little bit different to me up here. Is it working?
I hear your voice.
So the mic, maybe, is this like a microphone for the camera rather than a mic for the loudspeaker system?
It's not on, Charlie.
No, I'm talking about this one.
This wasn't on.
But this one...
That's for the recording, and this is so
all right.
people in here can hear you.
You can tell that I'm a high-tech guy. So, okay, so I think we went forward a slide here. So what we're doing is basically we're trying to create a place that will collect and promote free extensive reading content, free extensive reading tools for the creation of reading materials, and resources, okay? And basically everything on the site is free. It's a labor of love, and we've been working on it for about 2 years. And we hope that as all of the tools come online, that you as a community of people involved with ER will help by donating more text and donating more links and more videos and more resources that we can use. The site itself is still in, I think it's actually generous to call it a beta release. It's more like a pre-beta release. Most of the tools you can either see online right now, or a few of them will be coming up very shortly. The full release of our site is actually about 1 month away, which is co-TESOL. So we'll both be back about a month from now to release and all of the tools that we're talking about today will be fully operational. But for now, you'll get to see what they look like. You'll get to play with some of them, and we'll just try and explain them a little bit better. What you'll see is literally already hundreds of links. We hope it'll be much more than that soon. Blogs, graded reader tracking and review area, a very interesting tool called the OGTE, the Online Graded Text Editor, which helps you to be able to grade materials to a specific level. One of the problems we've had, anybody who's run a graded reading program knows that all of the publishers sort of use different scales. And yes, what's that? Is it going forward?
You're pushing the thing, yeah.
I'm not actually pushing anything. Oh, is it like on a timer?
It might be from before.
So this OGTE is basically using the ERF scale, which puts all of the graded readers on the same scale. So whether you're using something from Oxford or Longman or your own materials, they're all on the same scale, which makes it easier for you to create your own library. There's information for researchers, videos about extensive reading and extensive listening, and a bunch of other things. The site as it is today, if you go to ercentral.com, it'll look like this. What you'll see up in the top is a link which takes you to other pages, which has a lot of information for the needs of teachers, authors, and publishers. If you look down towards the bottom of the page, what you'll see is a whole bunch of links and tools that are more centered on the needs of students who are doing extensive reading or extensive listening. So some of the things that you'll see, these are just little tiny screenshots. We'll go into them a little bit more detail in a few minutes. But, whoops, this is a really fast clicker. On the top left-hand side, you can see that what we have is a large library of graded content, graded listening and graded reading content. I think we've got about 400 or 500 stories up there right now, and we're just shooting for getting into the thousands before the end of the year. So, but you can see how it works already. If you look in the middle, you can see there's an online reading environment. What we've done is we've designed the site in HTML5 so that it should be usable by both on a PC browser, but also in tablets and iPhones and Android devices. It should scale okay. So they can read, there's an online reading environment, there's an online listening environment, so if they want to do graded listening. There's a tool, because sort of my background is not only in extensive reading, but also in vocabulary acquisition. And what we've tried to do in this website is to try to pull together intensive study of high frequency words with extensive reading. We think that these are very complementary activities. And so what we've done is we've created a tool that allows you to pop any text into a little box here. And if you know your level, it will instantly pull up all of the words that are out of level that you can study using some of our flashcards, spaced repetition flashcards, and also learning games. So there's a way for you to study the vocabulary as well as to do extensive reading. And there's also, Paul was talking in his last session, he was talking a bit about speed reading, and we've created some tools that allow you to help your students work on improving their speed reading skills as well. Okay, and so you're going to talk a little bit about the teaching tools? Do you want
Yes, you're on the wrong mic. It doesn't matter, I use this.
But you got to use this too.
I'm going to use that, okay. All right, so we're now going to talk a little bit about the teaching tools so that you get some idea of what we're trying to do with the teaching, for the teachers. We've got some information here for learning about extensive reading. Lots of little things here to have a look at. We're not going to look at them too much together now, but we've got stuff on resources, different materials. There are many, many guides to extensive reading for you to download. We've got examples of ER programs throughout the world, ones in Japan and the UAE, various other places. See what they're doing, learn their systems, get some ideas if you're building a program. Connections, how you can meet other people, get some links to other people who are working in extensive reading. 101 ideas for extensive reading, how to do assessment or how to pre-teach various things. Lots of stuff that we can do. Extensive listening area, ER videos, we'll look at those in a second. A magazine called Read Magazine, which is the extensive reading magazine, published out of the United Arab Emirates. We're going to put, that's partly online, mostly going to be online pretty soon. Many of you may be familiar with the extensive reading project at Edinburgh University, EPA. We have all of their starter cards and reader cards are available for you to download and start using today. Some of you who use the EPA tests, those EPA tests will be put up for students to take the tests online if you want to use that. And we've also got some stuff coming for kids a bit later. In the middle here, we've got the Teacher's Corner. This is what the teacher would do for looking at the texts and designing speed reading courses and things. They can register your institution, bulk register students, so you can upload 1,000 students from a spreadsheet very easily. You can also track the student learning. We have a way for all the learning that the students do will be tracked by the type of words that they're learning, the type of reading that they're doing, and so on, their progress. And you can just stick in the teacher's email and it'll go to the teacher. That's the basic system. We're adding a more fully functional one in the future. And then things that you can do to help Extensive Reading Central. As Charlie said, this is a community site, so we want your help as well. We're trying to build it for us, not just for Charlie and myself, yeah? So you can donate some text, we'll talk about that later. We have an online graded text editor, we'll talk about that later. And some various other things, advice about how to become an author, and some advice for publishers as well. And we've got a blog, which we haven't got any messages in at the moment, but it's there. So let's have a look a little bit more about the teacher side. We've got how-to pages, example programs, downloadable guides, EPA material, searchable stuff, and things like that I've just mentioned. So quite a lot of stuff there for resources, probably around 200 pages of material that you can have a look at. Read Magazine, these are the run, as I said before, out of the UAE, and this is going to be put on online soon. This is all about people who are involved in reading, a lot of interviews with people and articles on extensive reading, about extensive reading. These are some videos. There's about 70 of them right now, and at the end of this session, at the end of the conference, we hope to put many, many of these sessions up on YouTube for you to have a look at, and you'll be able to display them through here, where you can look at lots and lots of videos, help videos, or advice videos, or academic lectures, that kind of thing. They'll all be put up here. So if you missed something in the session, then you can have a look.
Mark, can I just jump in for 1 second?
Yep.
And I think also these videos can be also very useful if you're trying to help your colleagues who don't know what extensive reading is, how to understand what it is. There's a lot of how-to videos and good introduction videos like you saw from Dr. Day and some other people, so that's really good. And then very, very quick announcement. We've run out of handouts here in the room, but we actually have more handouts back at our table, which is over in the other building. So if you didn't get a handout and you need one, just find us afterwards and we'll give you one later.
Okay, right. So what we're going to talk about now is a teacher's tool. This is not a tool for students. Now there's various versions of this tool. One of them is just for people who are writing materials or editing materials, maybe a publisher, or maybe you as a teacher. You've got some materials you want to look at and you say, okay, how difficult is this text? Are there any difficult words in this text I need to take out? And so this is a visual tool to help you identify the difficult words, and you can change them and it tells you what's going on. This is a tool for people writing text, maybe teachers or editors, that kind of thing. So it allows the user to analyze the vocabulary and write something to a specific level. So you choose a level, let's say level intermediate, and I want to write my text to this level. This is my students. So what you do is you write the text and it tells you all of the words that are more difficult than your level. And gives you a visual idea. So it looks like this. And you can see we have the body here and use various colors. We'll explain those. And it gives you some statistics here. This is all of the words that have been used. They have the statistics there for you to have a look at if you choose to. If you want to ignore them, you can ignore them. And various lists. So let's look a little bit more detail about how it works. Well, first what you do is you choose a list. We've got 3 lists up there at the moment. We have the general list, which is our list, the general service list with the academic word list, and the new general service list. You choose the level, and you then... Let me explain how this works. A full list of words in our database, there's 86,000 meaning sentences, 86,000 of them. Now, inside the general service list, for example, there's 2,000 different words. Okay? So this is the full set of words. This is a list. This might be the general service list, or it might be the academic word list, and so on. And so let's say you've chosen level 7. Inside this list, we'll have you the in-level words. These are the words that are out of level, but are in the list. And these are the words completely out of the list, okay? So there's different categories here. This is the statistics that comes up, words which are in list, words that are out of list, words you've ignored, statistics, and various other things. So I won't dwell on those. Here's a few more of them for you to have a look at. And you can export them and download them to any spreadsheet that you would ever wish to have a look at. There we go, download it and just save to your file, open it and manipulate it in any way that you want. And it just comes up like that, and you can see how your stats are going. These are the statistics down here, the total length, the number in list, percentage in list, just basic statistics there that you can have a look at. If you want to ignore them, ignore them. If you want to use them, fine. So this is a tool that we use for editors. This is a tool for you to have a look at for your text. Now we have a student version of the same tool that we call Text Helper. And Charlie's going to talk a little bit about Text Helper.
And now we have to do the double microphone change.
Okay.
It's so technical.
This is for the audiences back home. Okay. All right, so basically there's 2 versions of the tool, as Rob has said. The OGTE, the online graded text editor, that's the tool that is really made for the needs of teachers and authors. Now, how many of you are familiar with a vocab profile? I think a lot of us in the room are using that tool, and I've used it for many, many years, and I thought it was great. But one of the things that I felt, and I think other people who have felt with that tool, is that tool was designed more with the needs of researchers in mind. And what we wanted to do was to create a different version of the same idea, but more with the needs of a teacher who's trying to grade materials, or or an author who's trying to grade materials. And that's what the OGTE is. The OGTE is kind of like vocab profile for writers. And so what we've done is taken that a step further now, and again, we're trying to move that kind of a tool into the, basically into the realm of the needs of teachers and the needs of students. And so what the Text Helper is basically the OGTE, and pulling it over more to what we feel that might be some of the student needs. And why do we need something like this? And why do we need to be working on this? We have to go back and talk just for a few minutes about the size of the English language. And if you were to look at the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the largest dictionary of English, you'd see that there are about 600,000 word families in the English language. And that's an overwhelming, daunting number, but as Paul Nation and many others have shown us, that we really only need a very small portion of those words. The average native speaker of English upon graduating from college might know somewhere between 20, 22, 23,000 words. So it's a very, very small subset of the larger 600,000 words. But what we're seeing is that we don't even need to go as far as 20,000. What Paul was talking about in his plenary, and I think the number that has been bandied around the past few years, and by few years I mean the past 4 or 5 years, would be sort of trying to get readers up to the 98, 99% level. But before that, I mean, I think there were lower numbers that were talked about a lot. Batya Laufer often talked about 90% and 95% as being important, where 90% was where there were more readers than non-readers, and 95% is sort of the minimum where people can start to guess from context without the help of a dictionary. So if we go to the very lower end, if we say, okay, we're not going to 9,000, 5,000 is actually a very good threshold to strive for as well, because 5,000 is starting to get our learners to be more towards where they can be independent. And but the problem is that there's most of the students in EFL contexts, like especially Japan where I work, and probably in Korea as well, most of our students don't know even 5,000 words. There are huge gaps in their knowledge of not only here but even down here. And so we really, one of the problems is, especially in Asian countries where there's the influence of college entrance exams, what you have is sort of a backwash effect. And you see that down in high school and junior high school, students are studying really, really difficult low-frequency vocabulary before and at the expense of studying high-frequency vocabulary. And so we really, what we really need to do is to be working on thinking about ways to fill in these gaps. And this is part of why part of what the General Service List does. Michael West's original work was to try and identify these really important high-frequency core words. And for academic settings, I think this is one of the great contributions that Avril has made, is and Avril, yes, over there, is identifying the very, very useful and important words for high-frequency words if you're going into an academic setting. And so here's my shameless plug, is that actually what my colleagues and I, what we have been doing is we've been working on updating the core general list. The General Service List was made by Michael West in the 30s and published in 1953. And so it was done in a generation before there were computers for corpus linguistics. And so it was based on a very small corpus by today's standards, only about 2.5 million words. And we were able to get access to the Cambridge International Corpus, which is about 2 billion words. And we took a subsection of that we thought was representative of General English and made a new General Service List, which, if you go over to this website, newgeneralservicelist.org, it's downloadable in a whole bunch of different formats, and there's just going to be stuff that you can do with it. So that's another General Service List that you can work with. But anyway, to get back to the idea, is the problem is that even just to get to 5,000 words, we need to more than double their vocabulary size. Most Japanese learners, Japanese college students, there are a couple of studies that show they know somewhere around 2,000 words. That's after 10 years of study. So how many more years is it going to take them to get up to there? That's a big problem. And this is a slide taken right from one of Paul Nation's books that shows what a text looks like. If you 85% coverage is said to be achieved at around 2,000 words. And if you only know the 2,000 most frequent words of English, it's very, very hard to be able to guess the meaning from context. But if you were to go up to 5,000 words, you can see that there are a lot less blanks, and it's a lot easier to guess from context. And so we need to be, pulling them upwards towards more knowledge of more of these high-frequency words. So the problem is how to get them from here to here, how to get them from knowledge of 2,000 words to knowledge of 5,000 or 8,000 or 9,000 words. And that's one of the ideas behind the text helper. So what we're trying to do, I think what Rob and I are thinking about is maybe, of course, pure extensive reading, where you're just reading and they're just learning vocabulary incidentally. It does happen, but it happens very slowly. And Paul Nation showed us some of the statistics for that today. If you read a couple of hours a day, over many years, you will learn a lot of words. But the nice thing about systematic study of vocabulary, using like things like flashcards is that it is very, very quick. You can learn the general service list. You can learn the academic word list very, very quickly, at least receptively, using flashcards very quickly. But what's the problem? It's not contextualized, right? And that's where I think extensive reading and flashcard learning is very complementary. The flashcard work raises your knowledge of many, many words very quickly. And over here, the extensive reading is sort of contextualizing the learning over time, and you're learning the collocations, you're learning many other senses of the meaning of the word slowly over time while reading. And so I think they're very complementary activities. So we do believe the comprehensible input is very important, and that's Krashen's argument, and that's why we do extensive reading, but that the pure comprehensible input alone is maybe a very slow way to get there, and can be, putting these two together can be very, very useful. So the site, our website, and the text helper for the student can be used in several different ways. You could go to the site and you could just use the free text and the free listening materials and just let your students have at it and do a pure ER approach. And they just do the reading, they just do the listening, and nothing else. But we've also put into all of the text and all of the listings, there's comprehension questions. So if you feel like you need to track your students and make sure they're doing their work, or doing sort of a hybrid approach, you can do that. But the text helper, what it's helping us to do is to look specifically at a given text and looking at what words are out of level in that text, and then giving the students learning tools to learn those words in that text. So it's trying to meld the two together. And so you can sort of do any one of these three, or possibly other ways to use our site. So, I think, Rob, am I supposed to hand it off to you? Okay. So the extensive reading text that we see by publishers, I mean, these are wonderful texts, and we've celebrated. I was actually a judge for one of the levels this year, and I was just stunned by the quality of the story in some of these books. So graded readers are really good, but one of the problems is that many of us don't have large school budgets. And buying thousands of extensive readers is a large investment of money that not all of us can afford. The other problem is that sometimes a lot of the graded readers are things that are not interesting to our students. Reading a simplified version of Frankenstein might not be everybody's cup of tea. So we need to think about how we can take texts that are more relevant to our students, more interesting to our students. That's one of the tenets, one of Dr. Day's tenets about extensive reading, is that it should be something that's interesting and relevant to the student. So the other thing that we see is that students in this digital age are actually more drawn to shorter texts and to reading them digitally. So most of the graded readers, these are like 30, 60, 100 pages in length. There's sort of a gap at the what do we have at the 1 to 2 page level? What do we have for 500 and 1,000 words? And so the text editor is sort of designed to help you to sort of fill in the gap. You've got an extensive reading library, but you have a couple of texts that are relevant to your topic this week that you want to pull from the net, but you want to simplify them. And that's sort of what the text editor helps you to do. Or text helper. So here's the text helper, and if we this is sort of what it looks like. So you select your base language, whether your native language is Japanese or English or Korean or something else. You select the language, and then you select your level, your level within the ERF scale. But how do you know what your level is? Does everybody know what the ERF scale is? Are there a few people who want it explained? I think I sort of actually referred to it. Basically the idea is that all of the graded readers, let me see if I have a slide for it. No, I don't. All of the graded readers are on slightly different scales. For one set of graded readers, it's level A, B, C, D. For another one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ERF scale is designed to sort of put all of them on the same scale, and it goes currently from one head word to about 4,500, I think, up to about here. And what we've done on our OGTE tool is we've put these 16 levels from the ERF scale onto the tool so you can analyze for that, and then we've added a few more to take it up to about 18,000 head words. So getting very close to native speaker level. And so That's all well and good, but how do you know your level? How do students know their level? Well, what we did is it's just in a prototype stage right now, but it's very simple. I mean, this will be ready in a couple of weeks. What we've done is we've taken, the 20 levels of the OGTE, and what we've done is we've written texts at each level. So if you're a level 7, which is, maybe, let's say, for example, 1,000 head words, this text, you should be able to understand all of that at that level. It's written with only 1,000 head words. So what we do is if you were to just hover over level 7, this text would pop up, and then students would just click on the words they don't know. They would read it, and if they click on the words they don't know and they find there's more than 2 or 3, it's too hard, so they hover down. Only 1 or 2, maybe too hard, down, they know almost all the words, it's a level 5. So basically, we're not even calling it a test, it's just a tool to help students to very, very quickly be able to find what level they are on our scale. And so they find, okay, I'm a level 6. So they choose level 6, find some text that they're interested in, dog years, how do you calculate a dog's true age? Copy and paste it, pop it into the tool. You've already selected level 6. Now what happens is every word that is outside of level 6 is highlighted and automatically goes over here, and all of the words that are out of level, you see the word and you see the definition in your native language. And so from there, it's just a matter of, okay, whoa, that's really nice. I forgot I did that. So you can see all of the words out of level in red. The system is already designed to ignore a large number of proper nouns. I think we have about 100,000 proper nouns that it will automatically ignore. I mean, proper nouns you want to ignore, right? Because, people's names, places' names, you don't really want to teach those, right? So the system automatically ignores, for example, you see Meg or New York or something like that would be ignored. All the other ones are over here. Right now, I think we have English and Japanese, and I think we're working on Korean.
Korean, Arabic, Chinese. I will have Korean by the end of the year. And the whole site will be available with Korean information by the end of the year.
But again, this is another area, because we've been doing all this work ourselves. This is another area we could use help. If there's anybody who knows of, who would be willing to help with translations and stuff, that would be great.
Check out definitions and stuff. Please.
Yeah, my Korean's kind of rusty.
We won't let you go without signing up to help us, please.
Okay, so once you've done that. So with the student text editor tool, once you've got the list, you can just do add to word list, and you've created a word list. And all of the words are added, and then you can go and you can use either flashcards or games to learn them, okay? And so this is what the flashcard system looks like. You can see at the bottom, there's a series of boxes. Anybody, if you're familiar with time interval learning, it's the concept of spaced repetition, that you're turning short-term memory of a word into long-term memory by slowly studying over longer and longer intervals. So you study the word once. If you get it correct, you study it about 24 hours later. If you get it correct, that means the memory is a little bit stronger, so you study it about 3 or 4 days later, then maybe 2 weeks later, then a month later. And the computer sort of handles this automatically. So whatever words the students are studying, the flashcard pops up, and if they get it right, it goes to the next box. Okay, so cafe, right or wrong, and then boom, it goes to the next box. Now, the flashcard system is just one way to learn words. I mean, I think students, flashcards are very effective. There's a lot of research to show that you can learn a large number of words with flashcards very quickly, but it's not always that much fun. So what we've tried to do is to slowly create a series of different vocabulary learning games, which are doing something, having students match together in one form or another something about the word, whether it's definitional knowledge or spelling knowledge or some other aspect of word knowledge. Having a game for them to play that works under the same spaced repetition system. So if the students get it right in the flashcards, it goes to the next box. If they get it right in the games, it goes to the next box. So basically, it's sort of a seamless system. So whatever words that they want to work with are being learned either flashcards or games. So this is sort of a, this is the definition is in the middle.
Yeah. And you have to choose the correct
the definition is in the middle, and as quickly as possible, you've got to choose from one of the 8 alternatives and try to click on the what's that? Before it times out. This one is sort of a shooting game where the definition is at the bottom and then the words sort of flow down and you have to shoot as quickly as possible the correct word. And this is sort of, these kind of games where there's a timer involved is sort of indirectly working on automaticity, which you probably also know is a very important aspect of word knowledge. And this is sort of where, sort of maybe why we're doing speed reading as well, is you need a certain amount of automaticity for your high frequency words so that you have more memory, to be able to deal with low frequency words. And so these kind of games are helping to increase that. This is a concentration style word game, so words and definitions are in the stack, and if you get them right, they flip over.
Matching pairs, yes?
Matching pairs, I'm sorry.
Match the English word with its definition. When you get it right, they stay over. If you get it wrong, they all turn back. It's a Hellenism game.
And this is sort of like a hangman style game. So you get the definition, then you have to guess the word by typing it in. And again, it's timed. And then basically what we're also trying to build is a very simple learner management system. And LMS means learner management system. And this is, I think for extensive reading to be done on a class-wide basis or a school-wide basis, we need a way to track what our students are doing. And that's basically the purpose of an LMS. So what we're trying to do here is to make an easy way for you as a teacher to see how many stories they've read, how many words they've learned, basically what they've been doing. So it's not, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, and you put your teacher's email in there and send, and the students will send it to you at any time that you want it.
So it's basically a way to, choose content, set goals, and then see how they've made progress towards reaching those goals. And I think this is about where I'm supposed to switch over to text share.
Thanks, I don't need this. Okay, so John has been talking about different kinds of things that we've got as a student tool, and Text Helper is to help you to simplify and identify words in texts which have been published, say, online. So you can take a web page and you can find out how to simplify that, identify the words which are out of level that you can study through some of these games. But these games are used in different ways. And one of the most exciting features about this, which is directly related to extensive reading, is our library, our text share area. And we call it text share because the idea is for the ER community, we share texts. So we have put some of our own texts up there, things we've done. We've had texts donated by publishers. Compass, for example, have been very generous to donate some text from their books. Paul Nation's donated some texts. We've commissioned and paid for people. We've written some of our own. And if you have any texts that you think would be useful to help put onto our system, we will be very, very happy for you to share them with us, so we can share them for everybody, not just for us. Sure.
Sorry to interrupt you again. Actually, I just remembered, Paul was referring to his mid-level graded readers, like Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and those kind of readers. All of those are already up. So it's really nice because you can read the same text at the 4,000, 6,000, 8,000 unsimplified level. So those are already.
And he also mentions Sonia Millett's text, and they're also up on here. Okay, so what do we have? It's a searchable library of hundreds, soon to be thousands of texts. We've actually got a whole folder full of texts we haven't had time to put up yet. Dr. Kim has said he will give us some texts on Korean folk tales. If you've got anything that you think would be very useful for us, please let us know. And if you don't have time to put them up, we'll put them up. Okay? Anyway, let's talk about it. So this is mostly crowdsourced under Creative Commons pro bono, which means for the community, for the good of people. This is not for us to make money. It's not for you to make money. This is just for everybody to share. And we very firmly believe, that if you keep it free, if you keep it open for people to use, people will come and use it, and it will benefit everybody. Okay? There's an expectation developing in language teaching in the online world that things should be free. Things should be available for everybody, and this is part of that idea that we can provide stuff for free for as many students as we possibly can. So every text should have, it doesn't currently have, but should have comprehension questions. They will have comprehension questions, 2 or 3 questions at the end of each one of them. Wide range of genres, we'll look at all of those. You can make a bookmark of the things that you want. You don't have to search the whole library to find text that you want and say, I want to have this in my bookmarks, this in my bookmarks, I'll come back to them later. You have time speed reading area, and you can right-click words to learn them. So I'll go through those in a bit of detail. This is our library. And you can see we got the texts here, and you can see the level. So this is now currently level 9, so these are some of the level 9 texts that we've got. And you can see the genres over here. We've got, this is the factual stuff, art, music, biographies, business, cars, transport, culture, da-da-da-da-da. And you can't quite see it, but actually down here, we've got ones for stories, the various categories of stories, adventure, mystery, and so on and so on. And you can also choose what are the most popular ones, the most read ones, and so on. And again, off the bottom, because this menu is open, there is, the recently added stories as well. So you can have a look at those. So when you click a particular text itself, this is what you see. And it says Sun Tzu, The Art of War, which Charlie mentioned before. And it gives you, we don't currently have a rating for it, but it will have a rating for that particular text. It tells you the level, how many words there are, and how much of that story that you have read. Because you may have only read 90% of it and given up and decided, okay, I'll come back and read it later. Some information about the text itself and so on. So again, you can bookmark it if you wish. This has already been bookmarked. So if you want to say, oh, this is great, I want to read it later, you can do that, and it goes to a separate library. And here you can just read the book. So when you read the book, this is the bookmarks. And you can take it out of bookmarks with a little trash icon for you there. This is the text as it would look. It's actually not correctly formatted, this one, but we will improve that. And so we've got a picture, the title, and so on, and it tells you the total number of hours that have been read. And you can right-click any word to learn them. Okay, so if you've got any word here, any word, you can right-click and it will say save, or it'll say learn, which means go to the word learning area that Charlie was referring to before. Okay, we will soon be able to put up the either option for Japanese definitions you can look at immediately, or an English definition, which we're also working on. And also it keeps a total track of the number of hours that you've read. So for this particular student, which is an example student, she's only read 12 seconds in her entire life on the site, but it can keep a track of how much you've read. Again, that's useful for teachers to find out how long you've been doing it. Now, if you just leave the web page on for longer than 3 minutes, the timer stops. Yes, because you don't want students saying, I read for 6 hours and they're just gone to sleep, right? So we're aware of that. We're teachers too. And so what you've got here is, at the end of every text, the students rate this. And this is really important as a part of the way that the website works. They rate the text, whether they like it or doesn't. That tells other people whether it was a good one to read. And very quickly, the important text, the good text, will all float to the top. They'll become viral, and the ones which are not such good quality will all float to the very bottom. But this is very important for us too. These ratings here tell us about the difficulty of the text, whether it's hard to understand or not. And these ratings affect the level of the text and the level of the student, and I'll come back to that in a minute. So initially, all texts are assigned an initial level. We've decided this is level 7, bang, there it goes. But depending on who reads those texts and how they read them, whether they think it's more difficult than 7 or they think it's easier than 7, the ratings will change the score of the text for people with that language background. So Koreans, for example, will rate a particular text in a different way from, say, what Spanish people will. And we can see that 13-year-old Koreans would rate it differently from, say, 16-year-old Koreans. So depending on the profile of the student, the other students that are working on the site from the same language background will help for you, tune for you, which text you think will be most useful sitting at your level. So currently what we do with graded readers is Oxford published something, and this is the 800 headword level, bang, it's that forever. Yes? But with this one, it has an adaptive leveling system, which allows us to change the way things work. We have a speed reading panel. Again, this is actually the bookmarks area. So when you add something to the bookmarks area, you can have that for the speed reading panel. Again, you click that. A bit of a different interface, this one. It gives you some instructions. Okay, you're ready to go, and you get primed ready. You don't just appear on the screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, and you start. And when you've started reading the text, there's a timer here, and it tells you how many words the text is, and when you've finished, I click finished. Yes? And I read this text 2 days ago or something like that, and I can read 1,508 words per minute. I'm a bit of a speed gun over here. All right, so that gives you some idea. And this is all recorded into the students' learning environment, and they can go back and improve their speed, go back and race themselves, go back and race themselves if they wish to. We do have comprehension questions that we can add into this as well. That's all part of the package. We have a listening room. Todd, are you here? Todd Buchans has been very generous to allow us to put up many of his texts, over 1,200 texts, with both listening and reading, which you can have a look at any time. So they're mostly dialogues. You can either read while listening, or you can just listen, or if you just want to read, you can read. So there's 3 different ways that you can deal with these texts. Just read them, listen and read, or just listen if you wish. They've all got quizzes. Each text is rated using our system, and we can track the total amount of time that the students have listened. So we can say they've listened to 100 texts, they've been listening for 1 hour and 35 minutes. So this is, again, a very similar library, listening library. This is the listening library. Works in exactly the same way, so it's very familiar. These are some texts. And it looks like the same idea as we had before, except you've got the audio bar up here. And that works. You just click there and off you go. And it keeps a record of how much you've been listening. We may get a chance later on to play some just to show you if we get some time. Now, one of the central things for ER Central is our core word list of vocabulary. This is the core technology which we're working with, and it's taken a massive amount of time to work with, and it's an ongoing project that will take many, many, many more years to improve and get right. One of the essential differences between the way that many people do online reading and work with vocabulary is that they would have a meaning. So let's say, for example, you're reading a text online on, say, eslreading.org, and you click the word, and it pops up with a definition in English. But the problem is it's often drawn from a native dictionary, an online native dictionary, and it's got 6 or 7 different meanings there. So you click and it says, what's this word bank? Choose one of these 7 meanings. How do I know which is which one? Right? And that's really, really hard. So if we then save that to the learning environment, the problem that we will have is that the prompt will come up with 7 different or 6 different definitions, which is the one word that means these 7 things. That doesn't work. So we've taken a different approach. All of the words that we deal with on our site, every single word we track by meaning sense. So in our database, we don't just have 1 word for bank, we have 6 of them, each with a different meaning sense. And in our texts, both the reading text and the listening text, every word is tagged for its correct meaning sense. So when you click the word and it says bank, learn, you're getting the correct meaning of bank, riverbank, or bank of computers, or a plane is banking around the corner. So, and that is the word and meaning sense that the student would then learn. So, we've got 38,000 definitions at the moment in English. We're working on improving that. It's taking a bit of time to work on that. Again, if anybody wants to help us with some of these definitions, put your hand up, let us know. This is a community site. Please help out. We've got translations in Japanese now. We're currently, we've got translations for about 60,000 Japanese words at the moment by meaning sense. We're currently getting 2 or 3 native speakers to go through and do native check on that, and that's costing money and time. Arabic, we've got in, basically it's downloaded from the internet, a free open source website, a web list, which we've just put into as a sort of a dummy trial for the moment. We haven't checked it out yet, so please don't use the Arabic one just yet. It's not good. Korean, again, we've not looked at very carefully. It's up there, but you'll find billions of mistakes in it, so please wait until the end of the year to start using this with your students. And again, we can have Spanish, French, German, Russian, and so on. And as I say, we track individual meaning senses, and you could right-click any word. The words that go into the students' learning area that Charlie talked about before, the games and that kind of thing, what we're doing is we have a word list manager, or a word area that you can manage these words and decide which words go into various lists, and we'll come to that in a minute or two. and the flashcards with spaced repetition we talked about before. So this is the word learning area, I beg your pardon, word management area. It's called My Words. So these are the list of all of the words that you've chosen. Now, we talked before about various tools. We talked about Text Helper. If you remember, Text Helper was the tool where you copy something from a web page, you paste it into the thing, and it shows you all the words that you don't know, right? If you say add words, all of the words go into here. If you have a reading text and there's a word that you don't know, then you say add word or learn it, it goes into here. So this is the main store of all the lists. So all of the activities, all of the features, all of the words are all tied together and all using the same common pool for words. But what you can do, if you've got a great big long list here, you may say, well, I don't actually want to have all of these words in one long list. It's hard to learn. You can create a new list and you can add new lists down here. You say, oh, I want to learn furniture words, or I want to learn words for my class, I want to learn words. And you can organize them in any way that you wish. You can do that. At some time pretty soon what we'll do is we'll have an upload feature that you can create your own word list and then just give it to us by Excel, and then it'll be just for you, or you can share it with your friends. We'll have a feature to put your own word list up there. As a teacher you can say, these are the words from Unit 2, bang, go and learn them. These are the words from our book from the semester, go and learn them. And you can set targets for when the words will be learned by the students. So that's coming soon. We haven't built it yet, but it's coming soon. So this is the full list of words. This, because main list is clicked, these are the words here which are in that list. And you can take them out at any time that you wish, or you can add more at any time. So that's the word list manager. And we talked before about the games that Charlie talked about. We have the flashcard, spaced repetition system. We talked about this before, about how the words move. And it's really quite sweet actually when you see this. What happens is the word comes here, the word actually starts here and flies up to this box. Right? And when you get it right, it flies back into this box. Well, the words are flying in and out, and it's kind of a cute thing to do. We have some music on the games at the moment. Please turn it off. The programmers put up some music which is the most awful evening jazz music that's just totally inappropriate for a time game. It's just deadly. So it's not our choice, okay? We're not responsible for the sound that's up on the games right now, but we'll get something better soon, yeah? It's a dummy idea to prove the technology, so please ignore the sound. There's actually a little button up here which you can switch it off. So we need some text from you. We want some help, please. In order for this to work and to share with the community, we need to get as many texts as we can. Now, the idea here is that anybody can add texts. If you want to do this yourself and put texts up, you can do it totally independent of Charlie and I. We've set it up in a certain way, which we'll show you in a minute, about how you can contribute some text to us. Now, if you have audio as well, with that, you can upload an audio with that at the same time, and we can put that into the listening library. If you don't have audio, that's fine. Maybe at some time we'll get some volunteers to help read these things aloud and add audio for everybody if they need it. So it's very, very simple. Just create an account, quite straightforward. The details that we take for you, all we need is a username, and you keep your password. You can keep your identity secret if you wish. We don't need anything more from you than that. We don't need to know your birthday. We don't need to know anything else. But maybe the location you're from. There's only very little information we require from you. And an email address we're going to need in case you lose your account. So you upload it to what we call a text creation editor, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Make an account, very easy, quick and text entering, add images if you wish. If you wish to add comprehension questions, you can do so. If you don't want to, you don't need to. We'll do it. And you can decide what level it is. Okay? So let's look at how it works. So before, if you remember, we had this online graded text editor. We talked about this before. Now this was a tool which you use, again, as I said before, you choose your list, choose your level, put your text into here, and it shows you all the words out of level. So for example, the red words are completely out of the list. Yes? Whereas the words which are underlined in red are in the list we're working with, but at the wrong level. So if you've set, for example, this at level 7, all these words here are level 8, level 9, level 12, something like that. So those ones which are underlined in red are good targets to say, actually, I probably need to think about doing something about these ones. Yes, it's a visual reminder. If you choose not to do anything about it, that's fine. It's your text. You can do what you like. It's your decision. It's just a visual reminder about what might be useful for you. Words in green here are words which are ignored.
So you can choose to ignore certain words. So that's the basis of the editor tool that we're going to use for writing texts for ER Central. So let me explain how this works. This is the text submission tool. It looks a little bit confusing when you first look at it. It actually is quite simple. There's different areas that do different things. So let's just explain how that works. The first thing to say is that we've got the metadata area, and this includes, what level you think it would be. You put in a blurb. This is a story about Jack and Jill. Attribution. This was written by superhero Avril, for example, and was donated by so-and-so. Or if you've got an image from somewhere, you can say, I got this image from so-and-so and so-and-so website. Down the bottom here is where you enter comprehension questions, minimum of 3. That's the way the stats work on the site. This area here is all the statistics about which words are in list, which words are out of list. And I particularly use the words which are out of list, out of level, should I say. The words which I think need editing. And I think, okay, take this one out, take this one in. And it helps to identify what level you want the text to be. And of course, this is the template area. We'll look at this in detail later. And we have the body text, which you have over there. So if it looks too confusing, or if your screen is too small, then what you can do is just click the blue bars and then whoop, they go away. And all you can see is just that, to make it nice and easy for you. If you don't want to be annoyed by all the clutter as you're doing your creative process, you can just put them to one side and get them out of the way. So this is the data I talked about before, where you put in the level, whether it's what kind of genre it is, it's a factual one, or whether it's maybe a story. And you can choose the various genres. And if you remember when we go back to the library, there were all genres up on the left side, lots of genres. And you choose which genre you want the text to be in. And therefore people can search by genre for that particular text. Attribution's in there. And this gives some stats to you and to us about how the text is going. And the text analysis we talked about before. Again, you can export any data that you wish. Comprehension questions, as I said, minimum of 3, all 3-point multiple choice questions. How many islands are there in the Pacific? There's the answer, and so on. And you can delete any question that you like. Now, if you forget to do something, the system will say, you've only got 2 questions, or you forgot to put the answer in, or you... So it's just some reminder for you to do that. If you get annoyed by all of those nags and think, I don't want to do this, just delete, and that's fine. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we have a minimum of 3, because, as I say, the statistics on the way that it works, you can't really check comprehension with 1 question, right? So we need 3. You can add up to 8. If you have a very long text, you might want to add those things in. And in multiple choice format at present, we may have different ones in the future, but that adds to all kinds of complications. So that's what you can do. You can choose different ways to display the image on the text. You can either have what we saw before, which was an image top left, or you can see it in portrait form, or you can have the image going across the page, or you can just have a background color. So you can have it, the whole background is in pink or blue or green or whatever. And this image itself will appear in the library. You saw the library before of all the texts. This image will appear for people to have a look at. And that's just by choosing this little tool here. The statistics are all, as you can see, up there. Now, if you find a word that you don't know, that you want to ignore, the system will ignore, then you just click the word and then just say, ignore this word. Okay? Now, let's go to this section. So if you've chosen a particular part, I'll go back a section just to show you where we are. So if you go here, you can't quite see it. You see this one with the text in here, with the image in here. When you open the program, it actually says select image. It doesn't say this. What we've done is I'm going to show you now how to put an image in there. If you choose to. If you don't want to, you don't want to spend time doing that, you can't be bothered, fine, Charlie and I will do it. So you've chosen that. So you've selected a particular image and you can bring it in. Now, any image is fine. It can be a JPEG, a GIF, it can be a PNG file, anything you want. It really doesn't matter. But what the system does is it builds it up and we take basically a screenshot of your image. And you can choose what size of that particular image you want to have in the thing itself. That makes it a lot easier for us because we only have to deal with one format, not many other formats. So you choose, you can crop and adjust and move it around as you feel. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, and when you're ready, off you go. when you've written your text and you've submitted it to us, you then have to say, sort of agree to various terms. Now, the terms are relatively straightforward. That is, I haven't stolen this text from anywhere. I accept that I can delete the text anytime. Now, you own the text. It's your text. It's not our text. It's your text. You hold the copyright, and you have the right to delete it anytime you wish. Okay? It's not our text. It's your text. Our text, the community text. Yeah. And you have the right to upload that story anywhere you wish. You can give it to us. You can give it to 1,000 other websites if you wish. It's your story. You can do what you want with it. But you agree that it's not going to offend anyone, right? You're not going to try and attack certain people or put up some horrible stuff that's not good for other people. And in terms of copyright, that you haven't infringed someone's copyright. Please don't just go to the BBC webpage and bonk, right? Please don't do that. Tomorrow I'm going to be talking a little bit more about how to use this tool and some of the guidelines that we have for submitting text to us. Basically, the guidelines are common sense, really. Come on. If you've nicked it, if you've stolen it from somewhere, please don't upload it. But if you've got a website article that you really like the one before we saw, and you want to rewrite it in your own language, that's fine, with your own words, or you can maybe quote something, BBC said, so and so and so and so and so. That's fine, that's okay, no problem. But please don't just verbatim copy, paste. Because we reserve the right, because of course we don't want people chasing us. We don't want people chasing us, so we really don't want that hassle. We don't want to have to employ an army of lawyers chasing people putting up text for us. So we reserve the right for, if we wish, we can then ask, there's a website called Copyscape, maybe you're familiar with it, that checks to see whether or not the text has been put online somewhere. Yes, yeah.
Hey, Rob, quick question. Let's say there's a story and you rewrite it in your own words, right? And you grade it from native level down to a pre-intermediate level. So is that okay?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a problem with that. I think that kind of comes under educational use. I mean, it's somebody else's story, but you have to remember there's lots of stories that have been written in many different like folk tales, for example. They're kind of what you might call public texts, if you will. Rather than actually say, take a famous movie and just write the movie as if you wrote it, you might want to put in the blurb. You can simply say, this is an adaptation of a movie that was published by so-and-so and so-and-so. You can put that in the blurb to allow us to see what's going on. So just, a bit of common sense there, yeah? Yep. Okay, right. So you just agree to the terms. If you disagree with the terms, cancel and get out. They're actually not that onerous, just to protect you and to protect us, yeah? So this is one text that we've got. Now, I talked before about tracking meaning senses. What you saw before was the editor that the authors would use. You would use that. And what happens is the text is submitted to our editorial area of the website. Now, we have to have people check the text to make sure that you haven't done anything wrong. We don't want people putting up text saying, go to my website, go and do this. I sell computers cheaply, da-da-da-da. We don't want all of that stuff, right? And also, we need some level of check. But there's a second level of check we want to do. We talked before about every single word in our corpus of text, whether listening, whether reading, is tagged by meaning sense. So at the editorial level, this is where we would do that. We're not asking you to do that. We're going to be doing that. So what we do is we would look at the text, and it comes out a little bit differently. So we've got, in the editor, we've got different colors for different things. So we pick up a word, say, like called. Now, there are multiple meanings of call, and these are all the multiple meanings of call. Either call someone by name, call one by telephone, call to yell for someone, and so on and so on. So what we would do is we'd highlight that, select this one. They are called, name, yes? Call that one, select it, and that's registered in the system with the correct meaning. Now, it's a lot of effort for us to go through and tag each one of these things individually. If you have anybody who would like to volunteer to help out, we'll be very appreciated. Please, if you want to help us, just do a few texts. That would be really, really helpful. We can give you editor status to help us with that. So that's how we tag the meaning senses. Now, we are working with a guy called Tom Cobb, who works in Canada, who is working on an automated system to try to identify meaning senses using computer algorithms. And he's working on that, and when he's worked on that, he said that he's going to allow us to do that, to use that, and hopefully we can take out a lot of the legwork of having to do this manually. It's quite a tiresome job. Any text types that will accept basically anything, but nothing offensive or libelous. When it's used by institutions, now we do have an issue with this site, with any site, that there are some populations who, how shall I say, shouldn't see some types of texts. There are cultural sensitivities in various parts of the world. So, for example, in some parts of the world, they say, we don't want anything other than the dictatorial government that you have now to be shown to other people. So things like democracy, no, our students cannot read texts about democracy. Or we cannot have texts that mention boyfriends and girlfriends, because in our culture, we don't have that concept of boyfriend-girlfriend. Or it may be texts that have a tag to say which types of texts you allow your students to see. So if, say, for example, you're in a country which has a lot of cultural sensitivity about the text that they can use, and say, switch off these texts, this is okay, this is not okay. So to allow you to choose what kind of text that your students see in your institution. So these are all kinds of things that we would have, but basically anything that you want to write will accept. Basically anything will accept. If you want to have stormy sex scenes, yeah, I guess it's okay. We'll put it in the XXX section. Yeah. But if you want to have those type of texts, we're not going to be here saying, no, you can't. Because not everybody reading on the system will be at an institution. I don't mean mental institution, I mean at a school. Yeah. So we want to have as broad a range as possible, a big tent of texts. And I'm sure lots of kids want to read racy stories and that kind of thing. So but feel free to not worry about that too much. But we will tag it if necessary. We'll have to use our judgment about that. We can bulk register the students. This is not actually working right now. We're trying to get it working. It was working, but we do something and it breaks it. So you can register individually and send your data to the teachers. There's different ways that you can use this as a teacher. So you can say to the students, here's the website, here's a help file, how you use it, go away, and when you've done it, email me through the system, right? And you can be totally teacher hands-off. All you do is you just get the email to verify what the student's been doing over a period of time. Or you can bulk upload your students yourself. You give them the password and the username that you've decided, and then say, here you are, log in, and the students log in with that password, give a little bit of extra information, maybe their name if they wish, and then through a more sophisticated learner management system, which actually looks like a spreadsheet online. Some of you who may be familiar with Moodle, yes, the kind of spreadsheet that records what students have done and by certain dates. We're going to be building that over the coming months, but the one we have at the moment is just, or you're going to just email the teacher and it gives you an email. I know it's not nice to have 20 emails, but it's better than nothing at this stage. It's the cheap solution because it's costing Charlie and I money out of our own pockets. We get no funding for this. So you can do that. Now, what we've done here is we're aware of that some institutions will not allow the student information to be put on websites off-site. So what you can do is you can put up a username, use anything you want. Mickey Mouse is fine, right? You can use Mickey Mouse and any password that you want and upload. But the problem is you have to know who that student is. So we're not asking you to put up the student's name. We're not asking you to put up the student's ID number. That's their choice what they do, and you can decide for yourself or your own institution what you do. All we need is some kind of username and some kind of password. However, all usernames in the entire system should be unique. So if you put up Mickey Mouse and there's already a Mickey Mouse, that student's going to have to find another one. So it might be best as an institution to put a little code in front. My university is called Notre Dame Seoul University, NDSU, so I might do NDSU Mickey Mouse, for example. So then it's going to be a unique one. If you're bulk uploading 1,000 students, you don't have to find 300 of them are not unique anymore, right? So you'd have to just be aware of that. It's all part of the instructions. And so there's lots of different things that we can do. Hopefully by the end of September, actually it's probably the end of October, we'll try to do something a bit more sophisticated. Now, I've said before that this website is completely free. Costs no money. We are not accepting a grant. We have no grants from any government. We don't have any money from any publishers. This is just Charlie and my money. That's all it is. It's just our money. We're spending on this for the community. And so the question is, why are we doing this? Well, there are several reasons we're doing this. One reason is that both Charlie and I have knowledge and information, and we have access to resources, and it would be criminal for us not to provide this for the community. We know about word lists. We have a lot of experience in this. We know about extensive reading. We have access to people. We can call in favors from people to try and get this doing. And we need to have this done. If we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it, but they may do it badly. So our responsibility is to go ahead and do this. So that's one of the major motivators, and we're not particularly interested in making any money at all out of this. It costs a lot of money to build this, and you would faint if I told you how much money it costs to build this. Some of you may know that Charlie and I like sports cars, yes? We could buy a much better car than either of us have now with the money that we've spent on this site. So it's an awful lot of investment for us. But there's another reason we're doing this. It's not just pro bono, not just for the community, but we're doing it, one of the reasons is for data. We want data. Charlie and I are researchers. And what we want to do is to allow you and allow us access to data, all kinds of data. If you look at the type of tools that we have here, we've got all kinds of data that we're collecting, all kinds of data. And every single piece of data is available to you. Every single piece of data that's not identifiable to a person is identifiable to you. And we don't yet have that available. It will be available. So researchers can come along, teachers can come along, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. So type of data we can have, generated data by age or by first language. So Korean 13-year-olds or middle-aged businessmen from Argentina. Okay? We can look at the number, the genre, the types of text that they write, that they read. What types of text do they read? What types of text do they not read? Is there a difference in reading speed between certain genres? Is there a different reading speed depending on the levels, for example? That's one thing we can look at. We can look at the popularity of these texts. What types of words are known and what types of words are not known. One of the most amazing things that we can do in our system is to revolutionize, and I mean completely, revolutionize the way that we look at making word lists. Traditionally, what we do when we're making a word list for a graded reader series, let's say like the Oxford stuff or the Cengage stuff, kind of what we do is we take a big corpus of text, maybe 1 million, maybe 1 billion words. We identify them, throw them into a computer, identify the most frequent words, the top 200 most frequent words, the second 200, the third 200, and so on. And we call them levels. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, da-da-da-da-da. And the assumption is that the words which have been used before are words that the students will be meeting again. So the word "the" is going to appear a lot. The assumption is because people have used it a lot, therefore it's a word you're going to meet a lot. But that's not always the case. Because there's an awful lot of words which students know that are not used very often. Take, for example, the word cat. The word cat, for example, is quite a low-frequency word. It's about 1,700th most frequent word in English. But nearly every kid in the world knows the word cat or dog or apple, right? But they're rare words in used language. What our system allows us to do is, because our system allows us to look at which words students have met by which populations, it allows us to track which are the most commonly known words. So we can have a very kind of a poor definition of what we call by known. We can look at any word in the text. If they haven't clicked the word to say, I don't know it, therefore I learn it, we can kind of assume that all those other words are known. The words that they don't know are the ones they click, what's this, what's this, what's this, right? So we can build a profile of millions, in fact billions of words, and finding out which words are the most commonly known words by users. And this changes things completely. Because what it allows us to do is you will be able to access this and be able to have a look at it and say, okay, I have this word access. And I'm writing this text for my students. Now, what's the possibility that my 13-year-old Korean students would know the word access? And you'll find out there's a 10% chance that they would know that. But by the time they get to 14, there's a 75% chance that they would know that. Okay, great. That's a word I'm going to include, right? So you can use our list to find out which words are well known or not well known by population, by school level, or by year, okay? So that's going to revolutionize the way we do this, because that's very important for materials writing. It's going to revolutionize the way that we look at materials in the future, because we'll be able to write text knowing which words students know. Currently, we have to guess which words they know, right? There's an awful lot of words, for example, like pizza or taxi, which students know. All Korean students know these words before they come to school. Loan words they know before they even start English. But actually, in terms of frequency, they're not that common. So they don't get into word lists. So we can change and put these words in the correct place where they need to be. So that's one thing that we can do. Another type of data we can do is we look at the uptake learning rates. So we can see how quickly is this word known? How quickly is this family of words known? How quickly is this meaning sense known compared to another meaning sense of the same form? We can look at how quickly certain derivatives are learnt. We can look at how quickly certain parts of speech are learnt, by language, by background, by age. And all of this data is going to be available for people to have a look at. So what we've got here is a whole set of data that my guess is there's probably somewhere between 40 or 50 PhDs here somewhere. That's a lot of data, a lot of very useful data available to everybody. But it can't be good data unless we have lots of students and we have lots of texts. And this is why it's crucial for us and crucial for the community that we have this resource for everybody to share, that we have these texts up there, we have the students up there, get them using this thing, we can get the data which will help us and indirectly help people writing materials and directly help the students long term in the future. So it's an ongoing process that we hope to generate and move forward. The system works on all browsers. Currently it's optimized for Firefox, Safari and Chrome. It's a little bit iffy in Windows, IE. I know in Korea, IE is basically the only browser that's kind of recommended by people. The reason for that is those browsers here are HTML5 compatible. Windows doesn't play the ball game very well. And so we are getting it optimized for Windows as quickly as we can do. It works, but it might, the screen might be slightly off a little bit, and some of the things don't quite work. But anyway, because it's HTML5 code, it works on Safari, on iPhone and iPad. Just start it up today, bang, off it goes. It doesn't work quite as well as it does on Page, because it doesn't, the text doesn't reflow properly. You have to scroll around quite a little bit. But it works. We're going to have Android devices in the browser, and in the future we're going to have standalone applications on your browser, on your iPhone, on your Android device. There'll be an app that you go to, a dedicated app on the machine which you can go through and do hopefully most of these things. I have to build that in the future, but that's going to cost us another arm and another leg, probably a neck. We'll work on it. We'll see how we go. And coming soon, some of the things that we're trying to do to build is the full learner management system. Currently all we have is the data can be exported to an email address. We're full learner management system, had the full spreadsheet, look at the data by student, look at the data by class, look at the data by school, the reading data, the listening data, the word learning data, what types of text they've read, how much time they've spent reading, how much time they've spent listening, did they meet their word targets, which words have they learned, which words have they not learnt, and so on and so on and so on. All that data will be tracked for you, totally free, and you have that in your in tray. Now, in extensive reading, one of the major problems with extensive reading is the fact that we want our students to read a lot, but we don't necessarily want them to spend too much time doing the admin. And you don't want to spend too much time doing the admin. And some of us have only enough time to do a little bit of extensive reading in class, but we spend too much time on the admin, and this takes care of the admin for you. If you need an assessment system, it's there for you. If you want to do just extensive reading, and just read the text, and you don't want to do the quizzes afterwards, that's fine. You don't have to. If you want to have the readings and the listenings with the quizzes, and you want to track all of their data, that's fine. You can do that. There's many different ways that you can use this. It's very flexible. If you don't want to have speed reading, that's fine. You don't have to. So you have many, many choices of how you do this. So in the future, what we're going to do is to allow teachers, institutions only, We're going to allow institutions to set up a course. So you can choose certain texts. I want this text, this text to be done in this week, this to be done in that week, and you can tell the students which ones to do. And it'll all be up there, ready for, be put straight into their bookmarks, so they know which text they have to deal with by certain dates. And there'll be a countdown on the student table that says, you've got 5 more days to read these texts, you've got 7 more days to read these texts, and so on. Or you can set up word lists. I want to learn these words by a certain date. Word target dates, you have to learn these words by this date. You are 70% towards your target, you are 30% towards your target. And we'll go through all of that. So you can set up courses from the materials. And as I said before, with culturally sensitive material, you can choose not to have certain types of material if you don't want the students to see it. Many of you are familiar with ERWC2, which has all the quizzes for graded readers. We have built a database of about 5,000 or 7,000 graded readers and level readers that are out there currently. Relational database. Some of you this morning may have seen Ken Schmidt's list, which is a flat file Excel type spreadsheet. We've got a relational database. We're going to be working with Ken Schmidt and the ERF to have a relational database of all of the graded readers. Now that allows us to do many different things. The database allows the students to call up a particular reader, Jekyll and Hyde, and they can write a review about that. The Oxford Jekyll and Hyde, they'll write a review about that and keep it for either their class, only for the teacher, or for the community. And they can rate the Jekyll and Hyde book to see whether they like it or don't like it. This allows everybody to be able to see which are the most highly rated and lowly rated graded readers. You can make a wish list, which are the 50 most popular romances, for example, which are the most exciting mystery stories. And all of this data is going to be free, where people can read the reviews and make wish lists. Teachers can then say, I like this book, click. I like this book, click. I like this book, click. And in the future, we're going to be adding an Amazon affiliate bookstore where you can go away and order. Now, I need to make something very clear about the Amazon affiliate bookstore. It's not to make money. You get like a penny a book, something like that, and that won't even cover 1 day, 2 days of bandwidth for the amount of data that we need to spend. It's costing thousands of dollars a year for the bandwidth, for the internet connection for this. So it's not even, this is not a profit-making organization. So it's there as a service for you. The idea is you choose which books you want, you go to the Amazon store, you log in and do your Amazon stuff. We don't keep any of your data. We don't want any of your data, Amazon data. But it's going to be available in the future. The other thing that allows us to do with graded reader reviews is this database allows us to have the mReader integration. So what we've got also is Tom Robb has allowed us to put the Moodle Reader quizzes on our site. So what you need to just log into our site using your Moodle Reader code, which will be embedded in your settings. You can then take the Moodle quizzes on our site, and it ports that information to Moodle. Teachers can then go to Moodle mReader and find all the information. So you can do the quizzes on our site. You can review books on our site, any graded readers you want on our site, make a wish list of reading that they want to have. And this is all going to be coming in the future. We've actually built this. We were hoping to launch it here, but we just didn't have time to sort out all the various codes and things, but it's been built. And as I say, we're going to have standalone apps for Android and iOS in the future. We hope to add thousands more texts with your help. Data analytics for the teachers we haven't yet built, but we'll have a web page where you can log in and you can look for certain information. I want to look for these words, or what text, or what my students doing, what are students doing globally, all be available to you at some point. We'll have English definitions. We've got 38,000. We're looking for 80-odd thousand pretty soon. Translations are coming. We're doing Japanese and Korean interface. By the end of this month, we'll have the whole student area interface will be an option for Japanese, an option by the end of the year in Korean. So those students who don't want to read a website in English, the instruction language in English, they want to read it in their own language, we'll have that available for you soon. Some of you are familiar with the EPA group, the Edinburgh Project on Extensive Reading. We have many of their texts up now. They're reading texts, they're starter cards, they're reading cards. They have EPA tests. There are 8 of them, I think. We haven't yet been able to put them up properly, but they will be available online for your students to take online. The answers won't be online, because of course students are going to find them, but they'll be embedded in the code and they'll get a score. And if you want to use the EPA test, they'll be available for you online pretty soon. But again, it's costing us money, costing us time to do that, and it's not honestly a high priority right now. We're working on other things. But we'll get to it soon. But, as Charlie said, we're in beta, actually alpha. Things don't work, there are bugs, links don't work properly, a few bits and pieces. We're kind of like 95% solid working at the moment. Game sounds, for example, are a dead embarrassment. Please ignore those. Particularly some of the Japanese definitions, some of the Korean definitions are not particularly good. We're aware of that. Please let us know if you use the site and find something that doesn't work. Please let us know. We want to find out. But we're aware of many of the bugs. There are a few bugs in there. We're trying to squash them. Some of them are very easy to squash. Some of them are really difficult to squash. And we want to improve this for everybody. It's very important. This is everybody's website, not ours, even though Charlie and I are funding this. We may in the future add a little bit of advertising, sort of discrete advertising. We may do that in the future because it's costing us a fair bit of money to do this. And so please bear with us. If we do have to put some advertising up there, please understand that, you know what I mean. But we don't expect to do that. We don't expect to make money out of this. Charlie and I have agreed that this is not a profit-making organization. We want to try and keep it as much as we can. The ER Central site will not be making a profit. We don't expect to do that at all. But we're going to get tremendous profit for the students, tremendous profit for the teachers, and profit for researchers as well. So that's one of the things that we want to have a look at. By the end of this year, we hope to be out of beta for all of the student tools. But please feel free, probably around Code TESOL, a little bit after, feel free to start your students using the system. Come and break it for us. Now, we do need beta testers. We do need people to help with us, help us do this. So please look at this. As I said, the price of this is totally free. At the moment, no advertising, certainly for 2-3 years. We have no government grants, no sponsorship from anybody. Donations, we might change the idea of donations. If you want to donate, thank you very much. Yeah, but we don't have we don't have it at the moment. But what we do want you to do, we accept beer, that's fine, yes. Pat on the head is okay. Give us some text. Really what we want is texts. We really want your text. Now, if you're not a very good writer, you don't want to write some stuff, please don't worry about that. Tell your friends. I guess all of us, for our classes, have written something for your class, yes? And you feel that somebody else in another class maybe could use this somewhere, please feel free to just put it up there. And if you're embarrassed by the quality of it, please put it up as anonymous. That's fine, no problem. We won't check your IP address to find out where you are and come and name and shame you. So please do that. Please spread the word and get your students using it as much as we can. We need beta testers in October, November. Upload of text to the system. We would like helpers if you could. We've got 1,200 listening texts to put up. Each one takes about 5 or 6 minutes to put up. It's a very simple process. It's not that difficult. But that's 200 hours of work for Charlie and I. And we've got other things to do. So if you want to help us, we'll log you in. If you want to help put up some things for us, please do. We'll show you how to do it. It's not that difficult. Please help us. If you don't do it, that's fine. Charlie and I have got to go somewhere like the Philippines or India and pay somebody $5 an hour to do it for us. So please help out. Links and videos, anything you think related to ER, suggestions for improvements. Currently we're working with definitions in Japanese. Now I know some of you may be unhappy about that. Say, why are we doing definitions in translation? Why aren't we doing English definitions? The reason is, it takes a very long time. If any of you have ever written a dictionary, it takes a very long time to do good English definitions. So we're working on that. It's a labor of love. It's taking time. Please bear with us. We're trying to get it to you as soon as we can. So translations are the easy solution at this stage, but we will have English definitions in the future. OGTE, the tool we mentioned before, not a particularly nice name, doesn't ring off the tongue very easily. Text Helper, we might want a different name. If you got library area, I think we call it Reading Room now. We've got Reading Room, Listening Room, and Vocabulary Room is the terms that we've come up with. Yeah. So these are some ideas. We might want to choose Text Share, Reader, Bookshelf. So if you have any ideas for some of these names, please let us know if you have some ideas. So thanks very much for your time. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yes?
Are the speed reading passages the same as the reading comprehension ones? Or
They're the same passages that you can read again. They're not the same. They are the same passages, yes. The assumption is that you've read it, you've done the comprehension questions, and therefore you'll be able to then read it again. But if you just want to speed read and you don't want to go through them with comprehension questions, that's fine. You just choose whatever you want to do, whatever route. It's an unsatisfactory solution because we really should have a separate library for speed reading with its own comprehension questions, but we don't have tens of thousands of texts to divide them just yet. We will maybe in the future. Yeah, Chris?
Are there any limitations on the length of articles that you can upload?
120,000 words.
Yeah, so the mid-level reading
Minimum is two. One word is the minimum text length. If it takes anything.
The readers that Paul donated are actually quite long.
Yes, 70,000 or so, yeah. Yeah, we can. One word. We have to have a minimum of one word in the text. We have some text donated by Compass which have, I think it's like 4 lines or something. Thank you very much, Compass, but we do need something at the low levels too. Yeah. So minimum is one word. Yeah.
For people who might want to use like something printed in their classroom.
Yes.
Is there an easy way to just get them to
No, we haven't got that actually.
To print the text themselves, or?
Well, like if you're going to do this in a classroom setting, maybe not all of you don't have a computer.
We haven't gone there yet. I mean, I think that's not too hard. That's not too hard. That's a good suggestion.
You make a printable version of it.
Where we could take, like for example, 500-word text and 3 comprehension questions, and create a worksheet format for
Yeah,
teachers. I mean,
we could do that.
Really thought of that. That's a good suggestion.
It's a good suggestion. I mean, as far as we're concerned, I mean, we would love the data, but it doesn't help us. But I mean, certainly if it helps you, no big problem. I mean, that's fine. We can certainly do that. Yeah, Mike.
There seems to be quite a bit of potential for the website to help people prepare for the reading parts of the main exams, like TOEFL and IELTS.
Exactly.
Do you have any plans?
Yes, we would love to have TOEIC type text. And one of the points I made yesterday was that there's a lot of emphasis now on shorter text, sort of TOEIC style, TOEIC length, TOEFL length texts, entrance exam length texts, and this is giving practice in that. So if you know of places or you have texts that you think would be useful that are sort of like TOEIC test type texts, and we can level them to a certain TOEIC level, would you like to practice TOEIC level 120 or 150 or 900 or whatever, then yes, absolutely, those texts are fine. And we can put them in a separate category if you wish. If you have like business texts, we can put them in the business category. Science texts, stick them in the science category and so on.
It's actually, I'm just thinking out loud, that is a really good suggestion. I mean, I actually do know of somebody who has the rights to a TOEIC book that he wrote a few years ago that's out of print. And you could foresee, for example, taking his TOEIC preparation book, putting it up online as TOEIC essays and TOEIC vocabulary, and make it into a little course. I mean, that's definitely a potential area we could move forward. But again, it just requires the text. If we have the texts donated, or and they're on a specific topic, we were talking about courses before. You could very easily, take one step forward to create a course for a specific purpose.
Yeah.
TOEIC would be a great example of putting vocabulary and reading together, using this online platform.
Yeah. Well, people have been very helpful for us. As I say, Compass has helped. Oasis, Joe, come on, stand up. He's been helpful. He's given us some text. Thanks, Joe. So there are, people who are helping us already. So if you know people who want to help out, please feel free to do so. Any other questions, comments, abuse?
We do have a. Okay, go ahead.
It sounds very exciting.
Good. Yeah, I think so. Charlie, I mean, you may have noticed we're pretty passionate about this. It's cost a lot of money for us, a lot of time and effort, but we absolutely believe that the change that we're seeing now is but seeing digital being added to paper. It democratizes the industry. It allows people to have access to stuff that they couldn't have access before. People in the back end of China or Afghanistan or Africa who have a little mobile device, they can access this and they can start reading. They don't have access to Oxford books. So where digital access is becoming global, it's much easier. If you don't have $5,000 and $8,000 and $7,000 to build an extensive reading library, this will do it for you. It allows anybody to have access to these texts as well. And I do just want to mention, Paul, if you don't want to stand up for a sec, Paul Goldberg, many of you may not know at the back there, he's just starting a new website called X Reading, which is very similar to what we're doing. The difference is that he's got pre-published materials which he's putting up there by some of the major publishers. And you'll be able to use his system for pre-published materials as well. And Paul and us, or X-Reading and us, are working closely together to try to share technologies and share ideas. You just say 1-2 seconds about what sort of materials you have? If you, Paul? Yeah.
Right now we have Macmillan graded readers and Cengage, and we're negotiating with some of the other publishers. Hopefully within a month we'll know about 2 more major publishers.
Yeah. So, yeah. xreading.com. Please write that down. It's another good site. We're working together. We have no financial commitment at all between us, but just we want to help Paul. He wants to help us. We want to help the community. So please have a look at his site. He has a much more full LMS than we do. We've got some tools that he may share. We're working together. Any other comments or questions? Yes? The good question, yes. The question is, do we only recognize single words? Well, yes and no. The technology allows us to actually have strings of words. So we can put up, say, idioms, for example. We can highlight a particular idiom. The problem that we have is, if you've got something like, let's say, to get up, for example, you've got get up, got up, getting up. And so there's lots of different forms of the same one that you have to do. The forms can be difficult. What's that? Put something down, put something on something. So you may have, give something to someone, and then you've got the problem. The problem there is the preposition is not next to the verb, and it makes it very, very difficult for us, very problematic for us to do that. But yes, strings of words which are together, some collocations, some colligations, yes, we could do it, like rely on, we do have the ability to be able to do strings. We haven't done it, but the technology is there for us. It's sort of later. Yes, Charlie?
No. Okay, no, I think we should, it's just we're about 1 minute past the deadline, and we have another presentation starting with Dr. Day in 4 minutes. So we'll close for now. Basically, the idea was just to really introduce you to a sort of a free way to do digital extensive reading online. And we have a table down in the other building. If you want to stop and talk to us, we can demonstrate online some of the materials, and we just hope that this will be beneficial to you and that maybe you can help us as well.
If anybody wants to come and help us, come and see us now. Thank you.
On and off?
No, I didn't know it. Okay, just a second. Whoop. Okay, I forgot I have a handout here. So could I recruit some people to do the handout? Thank you. Mm-mm. One, two, three, four. Okay. Handouts are going around. Okay, it's 2:40. Right? Okay. You want to come up here?
Come up.
Sure.
Today. He is currently professor at University of Hawaii. Professor Day is well known for his research on second language reading, curriculum design, and materials development. He has published numerous articles in prestigious academic journals and wrote several books such as Extensive Reading in the Second Language Classroom, Extensive Reading Activities for Teaching Language. I would like to add one more recent book. It's just published. The title of the book is Teaching Reading. Now, please welcome our speaker, Richard Day. The title of the talk is Extensive Reading.
Thank you. 감사합니다. Thank you. Okay. It's really a pleasure to be here. Not only is it extensive reading, but my career began here in Korea. I don't know if any of you know that, but a number of years ago, I was in the United States Army. I was stationed in Yongsan. And I began actually teaching English to my Katusa friends, and things led from there. So when I'm back here, I feel like this is where it all began. I'm coming back home again. It's really quite nice. Except Seoul has changed a lot since I was here. Okay, now I'm going to be talking about extensive reading. And if you don't have a handout, you could get with someone nearby and share a handout. Okay, are there any more handouts? I made about 65 to 70. So try to, if you don't have one, find someone, share, introduce yourself, because I'm actually going to have you do some work together. There's going to be some partner work.
How many are missing? And I'll see if I can get.
Okay, how many need a handout? Oh, come on, really? I would say about 30 to 40.
I'd say 50.
50 more, okay.
I'll try.
Okay, we'll give it a shot and see what happens. Okay, now, I've got 2 goals that I would like to accomplish. And the first one is to look at developments in the field of ER since 1998. Now, some of you may know why I chose 1998. Anyone remember? Yeah, exactly. This is when Day and Banford came out, and we started looking at what is extensive reading and tried to define the field and whatnot. So what I wanted to do was, it's been 15 years. It's hard to believe, but it's been 15 years. So I wanted to take a look at the practice of ER and the research that's been done into it, so we could then look in our crystal ball and gaze ahead another 15 years and see where are we going to be. Think we'll all be together in 15 more years? Okay, so then what I'm going to do is, based on this, I'm looking at this. Okay, now, so here's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to look first at these 15 years and look at both research and practice, and then I'm going to look at the next 15 years, and I'm going to talk about what I think is going to happen to the practice of ER. It's going to change drastically, in my mind. Okay? And then I'm going to offer some research directions based on what we've done the last 15 years. What are the holes? Or as we'd say in Hawaii, what are the pukas? Right, Mark? What are the pukas, right? What are the holes? What do we need to fill? Okay? Now, oh, there are always buts in life, aren't they? But before we begin, we need to define extensive reading. What in the world is extensive reading? And I think everybody's going to be in for a little bit of surprise. 2 things. Jot it down if you've got the handout. If not, write on the back of your hand. I'm just kidding. Just think then if you don't have anything to write on. What is ER? That's your assignment right now, about a minute. And then share with someone sitting next to you. What is extensive reading? This is not a test, don't worry. What is extensive reading? Share. That's right. If you don't know the person who's sitting next to you, get to know them. You might meet someone you know, or you'd like to know. Okay? What is extensive reading? Don't be alone. Meet with someone. Okay? Jump in with these people here, behind you. Okay? Okay, find someone. Okay, go with her. Get together. No, right there. There. Good. Okay. Good. Okay, all set, Charlie? Okay, cool. Good, you're talking, right? My lunch partner, talk, right? Okay, we've got some seats over here, or seats. We're just starting. Okay, now, expand one more time. Go to a larger group. A larger group. Try to get more people around you. The 4 of you. Try to turn around with the people around you. Try to even get more. Okay? Yes, good. Get more. A bigger group this time. Okay, look at this question. Is there agreement? Is there agreement? Really? How many have disagreements? Some disagreements? Yeah, there will be some. People might have some different ideas than you. Okay, now what I want to do now is, before I tell you what I discovered when I was looking at what has happened, what I want to do now is ask you what is not ER. I'm serious. If something is called ER and you look at it and you say, that's not extensive reading, what is it? What criteria or what criterion might you be using to say, that's not ER? Okay, go. Another way of looking at it, what must be there for it to be ER? Okay. Now, what I'm going to do now is take you down the road that my colleague Julian and I traveled a number of years ago, and see where you are in relation to what Julian and I said are the top 10 characteristics, or we changed it later to principles of extensive reading. But if someone said to me, what in the world is ER, I'd offer this. This is just a quick, what I would say is, it involves students reading a lot of easy, interesting books that they select themselves. Now, in my mind, if something doesn't involve this, it ain't ER. I don't care what they call it, but I'm going to explain a little bit more about this, because when I had to send in an abstract and I gave a title, Extending ER, actually that term had different meaning. It now has a different meaning to me. Before I was looking ahead, extending ER. But when I looked at the past 15 years, I said, man, ER has extended. And you'll see what I mean by that. Okay, now, we had what we called our top 10, and this was the first one that we started with. What we did was look at a lot of extensive reading programs that had been in existence, and then what we did was try to distill from these successful effective ER programs what made them successful. And then we would look at other programs that weren't going so well and we would try to compare. And that's where we came up with this. And then there's that I-1 business, that's got to be easy. And I remember that one of the first lectures I gave on this, I was in Kuala Lumpur, KL, and giving a lecture. And I introduced this and I talked about I-1 and I+1, Krashen's input and all this stuff. Handouts are coming around. Raise your hand if you need a handout. Okay, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, we'll try to do this.
Okay, and so I remember after my lecture, a teacher came up to me and said, oh, Dr. Day, I know what's wrong with my extensive reading program. And I said, what is that? And she said, the students are reading at I+85. So that just sort of sticks in my mind, Okay, now, in addition, there should be a lot of different types of material because students are going to, in order to do extensive reading, they've got to be doing the reading. And if you have a wide variety of materials on different topics, etc., that will entice students to do the reading that they need to do. We need a handout down here if we have any left. Okay, over here.
You're going into your third printing.
Okay. Okay, now, related to number 2 is number 3. 2 and 3 sort of go together. Self-selection from the wide variety of materials. If you don't have number 2, it's going to be hard to have number 3. And if you don't have number 3, why do you have number 2? If you see what I mean. If the student's not going to select and you're just going to give it to them, you don't need a wide variety. Doesn't matter. So these sort of go together. Now, number 4 is the big one. Okay? This is the extensive of extensive reading. We know from research, it doesn't matter if it's your L1 or your L10, the more reading you do, the better reader you become. It's just so clear. The research is just overwhelming on that. Now, in addition, we should be reading for pleasure, information, enjoyment, general understanding. Okay? Now, this is what sort of sets ER, among other things, apart from intensive reading, IR. Generally, in the usual classroom practices of reading, students read for academic purposes. They read because the teacher tells them to read. And they know they're going to be followed by comprehension questions or quizzes. So they wouldn't be reading for these three things. But in ER, that's what they're doing. Now, the number 6 is controversial. Reading is its own reward. When we looked at that, we found that the programs that really did work, they weren't followed up by book reports. And in my own experience, students hate to write book reports. And you know what? Teachers hate to read them too, right? Right? So this idea that reading is its own reward. We don't give tests. And if this happens, what I've often said to teachers is it's death by comprehension questions. You know, it kills the joy of reading, but not everybody agrees. But I think that if we want to have activities that are based on the reading that the students do, in other words, we use the extensive reading as a jumping off point for other types of things that we could do with the books, then it's to me it's okay. Well, I'll talk about that in a minute or two. But I think that following up with extensive reading activities is very different from following up with comprehension questions or book reports or quizzes, that sort of thing. Okay? Now, number 7, because the reading is easy, because the students are choosing it, generally reading speed is faster rather than slower. And some of you may have heard Paul Nation's talk a little while ago, whatnot. We know from research that when reading rate improves, fluency goes up. And when fluency goes up, what happens with comprehension? Generally increases. Slow readers are poor readers. More fluent readers read better, higher comprehension. Again, the research is clear on that. Okay, and so this is what happens in ER. Okay, reading is individual and silent. This was almost in response to grammar translations where students go around the room, stand up, read a sentence, translate it, sit down, next student, next student, next student. So we were saying reading is individual and silence. In other words, it's real reading. It's not pretend reading. And number 9, orientation and guidance is very, very important. As Julian and I wrote in our book, students accustomed to wading through difficult foreign language texts might drown when suddenly plunged into a sea of simple and stimulating materials. Don't you love the alliteration there, right? Okay, and the last one is the teacher is a role model, and we quoted from Christine Nuttall from the British Council then, reading is caught, not taught. Okay? And actually, when I'm teaching reading in the University of Hawaii, we have a course called Teaching Reading. I ask my students for a metaphor. A reading teacher is a something, something, something. Right, Aurora? Yeah, okay. And my metaphor for a reading teacher, based on extensive reading, is a reading teacher is a cheerleader. Go, you can read. Read, you read, way to go, read another book. Read. I have a PhD student at UH, and his metaphor for a reading teacher is this. A reading teacher is a drug dealer. Gets you hooked on books, right? Isn't that cool? Right? Okay, anyway, so those are our top 10, those are our principles, our top 10 principles that we found out. And To what extent did the discussion that you had before I introduced or reintroduced to some of you the top 10 principles, were you guys pretty close? Sort of around the barn a little bit? I see some people saying yes, more or less. Okay, okay, good. Now, what do you think? Haley's shaking your head. You don't think so? Yeah, okay. If we were to look at a report of an extensive reading program and the students didn't do this, would it be ER? How about these ones? What do you think? Charlie, you're... Yeah, you got you sort of things we sort of need, right? Extending ER. Guess what's going on? Guess what's going on? Or how is ER actually practiced? Okay? So this is what happened. I looked at as many research or publications as I could with ER in the title. It had to say something extensive reading, or this is extensive reading. So then what I did was I then made sure that I wanted to get ones that were published in scholarly refereed journals. So I had to cut a bunch of stuff out. But I ended up with 38, and there's more. There's a bigger database, but I actually just ran out of time. Okay, so I've got 38 articles. Okay, and what I did was try to figure out from them what characteristics or what principles, according to what Julian and I said, were actually followed. Now remember, the N is 38. Okay, and the top one is this one. Learners read as much as possible. 25 of the 38 either explicitly said that, like Day and Banford's number 4, it's sort of something like that, or it was obvious from the report that students read a lot. Is this good or bad? How about the other 13 that called themselves ER? I'm serious. They didn't do this. They did not do this. One of them might have said they read a chapter a week in a book. And that was an extensive reading was in the title. Is that extensive reading? Okay. Oop, how did that go there? Gee whiz. Oh, I know. I prepared this on a Mac, and we're doing a Windows program. Okay, so I got to get up here. Okay. Okay. So the second one, remember the N is 38, 24 said learners choose, this self-selection. Okay, so we got our top 2 is reading a lot and self-selection. But remember, there are 14 more in which the students were not allowed to choose what to read. Is that extensive reading? But who are we to say? Well, we paid our money for the conference. Maybe I don't know. Now, the next one and the next one. So these were the top, actually there are 6 of them that came in close here for 20. 3 were tied at 21. Okay, the material is easy, the purpose is this, and reading is individual and silent. So we could say that from the 38 studies, we have this showing up 21 to 25 times. 21 out of 38, 17, almost half, don't even mention these things. They don't have them, they don't follow them. Remember when I said I got a little bit excited when I was going extensive reading? I think the term has been extended. It didn't worry for a feature speak for me to extend extensive reading. And to tell the truth, I was really appalled at this, that these things are extensive reading. I thought, how can they call it extensive reading? Okay, now, we've got some more left over here, and these are where we end up with. Remember 21 was the last figure? Drops to 17, 12, 11, 5. And I really like number 10. And there are only 5 studies actually discussed it and followed it. 5 out of 38. And to me, it's really, really important. But this was eye-opening. Here, this stuff here. And I would get things like, sometimes they would say, Day and Bamford do, and then they say, however, in this program we had comprehension questions. We had this, we had that. It was interesting. Now, number 3, learners choose what they want was, as I said, it was number 24, and it was frequently discussed, but I think there was 8 studies, 8 studies in which they said this, and then they would say, but, or however, the teacher did this, and the students were not allowed to select. So they recognized the importance in an extensive reading program of student self-selection, but they didn't do it. But they still called it extensive reading. Was it extensive reading? Okay, now, got it. Yeah, it was just something that I just couldn't get over it, okay? Book reports were very common. Comprehension questions were also very common, okay? Now, these I had to infer, okay? They didn't come right out and state it very frequently, but from the report, it was quite obvious that this was going on. So these didn't get as mentioned specifically, but when the authors described the programs, it was obvious to me that these principles were being met, and particularly this one here. Okay, now, here we go again. Hard for me to understand, okay? But when it was mentioned the 5 times, it was followed. So that one actually was, but still it's 5 out of 38. 33 didn't even mention this or didn't follow it. Okay, now, I'm going to give you some quotes just to see if they're eye-opening. I've got some good ones and some bad ones, what I would call in here. The features of the Guided Extensive Reading Program, actually that's what it's called, GER. This was in Malaysia. Seem to correspond with most of the principles. These include, and then they go through it here, basically like this. So I thought, okay, good. Okay, now it continues. We share their view that reading is its own reward. We didn't include comprehension questions. We also share, etc., etc., etc. Kind of cool, okay? Good. Now, isn't this nice? Look at this sucker, right? All the teachers, and remember the title of the articles always had extensive reading in it. But later on it got changed to the ex-Soviet Union, USSR, right? And which means uninterrupted, sustained, silent reading is USSR, what that means, okay? They started USSR. The reading program started at here to here. The students assembled at the courtyard at their designated class assembly areas by 7:10. They began their silent reading at the sound of a pre-programmed chime at 7:10 hours. Usually the disciplinary mistress, the DM, would be present to verbally remind the students to read if they did not heed the chime. The close of the USSR period was indicated by the DM telling the school to close your books. That's ER. Can you... I did this, but I don't want to identify. I got embarrassed about some of this stuff. I mean, golly. Oh, where is this? What country? Anyone want to make a guess? I'll give you the country. Singapore. This is Singapore. Okay, this is a good one here. The students in the study, this was ER. The students in this study read 3 chapter books. They were assigned chapters to read out of the books. And in this ER program, they read 3 chapter books over the course of 5 books. And here are the books, 1, 2, 3. In all of these books containing this, and this, okay? No choice, easy, nothing, assigned readings, okay? Now, guess what happened when they finished reading the text in this extensive reading program? They were required to take detailed comprehension quiz at the beginning of the following class. This is extensive reading? Oh, my goodness. Okay, here's another one. Maybe not as egregious, but okay. Here's one, 2011. Maybe, you know, maybe. It's okay. Okay, good. Okay, this. Okay, this is a really cool one here, I think. Okay, we're going to be talking a bit about this kind of work. Okay, so, you know, this looks good. This looks good to me. Now, here was a book that was with the title Extensive Reading in English Language Teaching. I got my copy and I was a happy camper. I thought, this is cool. Now the B word. But there were 5 chapters that had absolutely nothing to do with extensive reading in a book entitled Extensive Reading. I mean, seriously, they had nothing to do with extensive reading, period. There's no way you could even begin to stretch your imagination. This was extensive reading? Okay. Now, that was a little bit sort of, I don't know if it was depressing. At one point I got really depressed, but then I thought, well, you know, 25 out of 38, 24 out of 38, well, okay, now let's look at the research. Now, I think what I found was that the major thrust of the research in the past 15 years looked at the affective side of extensive reading. And all of the reports that I was able to get my hands on showed this positive stuff. Positive attitudes, increase in motivation. There wasn't a study that I looked at that didn't report this, and that was kind of neat. Okay? In addition, we noted that, as we might expect, extensive reading had an influence on both reading comprehension and strategy development. While the studies that I read on strategy and ER didn't teach strategies, students actually were using strategies in extensive reading. Okay? It's another one. But there hasn't been much recently. In other words, this was really early on in the, like 1998 to about 2004. And since then, in the last maybe 9 to 10 years, there hasn't been much on this at all. And I was a bit surprised, but maybe people are unwilling to do it because it's been done already, enough already. We don't need to continue to do this kind of research because it's been substantially demonstrated. Okay? Reading fluency, there's a lot of good work on that. Here is also the second area besides the affective domain in which a lot of the work has been done in vocab. Okay, a lot of vocab. Now, we know that they increase their knowledge of vocabulary. The studies are clear. Another but, the increases generally are small. Now, statistically, they could be significant, but the effect size is small on them. It's interesting how, when the control group and the treatment group are compared, there will be a significant difference between the treatment and the control, but they don't learn that many more words. In addition, the research focused on the learning of new words and didn't get into new meanings of words they already know. You got that? Okay. Think about how we would do that, though. How would you research words they already know that get more meanings? I don't know exactly how that could be done, but if any one of you could do this, this would be a major contribution. I'm convinced it occurs, but we don't have the evidence at this point. How could we do that? Okay? Now, limited studies on listening and speaking and writing. Limited studies. There have been some studies, but they've been limited. And also with just what I call foreign language competence, but we could call it grammar. One of the most recent ones was done in Germany with an immigrant student from Turkey, showing how he picked up some German grammar by just doing extensive reading. It was a case study, kind of nice study, but the studies have been fairly limited on this idea. Now, so there is some consistency. Note what I said here. Some consistency about what ER is. But I think the term is used loosely. loosely. I keep coming back to remember we had 21, 21, 21, 24, 25 out of 38. I'd love to see like 35, 34, not the other figures. But anyway, okay? The term is loosely used. Now, then I asked myself this question. Are there core principles? Sort of what I ask you to do. Is there something that you would say, if a program isn't doing these things, it cannot be called extensive reading? Not all of Day and Bamford's 10, that's not important. But are there ones that are just so important that set extensive reading apart that without it, it's not ER? Okay, now if so, what might they be? Could we agree on it? I'm going to come back to this point in a second. Okay, now, what I did then was set up what I'm calling the foreign language reading continuum, instruction continuum, pedagogic continuum. So what I did was say, on this side over here, where a program has all 10 principles, I call it pure ER. Anyone got a better word than pure? Real ER? I've gone through a number of different terms on this, the real deal, they got them. Then there's this term here that I would call modified ER, where there are many of the extensive reading principles, but not all of them. Some of them might be in violation, like this idea there may be some assignment afterward, or the selection may be somewhat limited, but they still do have some choice. And then I went to this idea what I'm calling some ER principles, and I'm calling it ER light. ER light. Okay? And then ER in name only, and I'm calling it fringe ER. And actually, I had one more word before fringe. Mark, can you remember what I would put before that?
I shouldn't say that.
Lunatic fringe. I played with that word. I called it the lunatic fringe. That they're out there somewhere and they're saying this is ER, but it doesn't have anything to do with ER. They're kind of loony, in that sense. But I took it off for here. It's on your handout, so it's ER in name only. And then at the other end of the foreign language reading continuum is intensive reading, and it's not even pretending to be ER. I mean, it is intensive reading. A lot of the material that we would buy from publishers, the main publishers, they're doing with strategies or skill building or stuff like that. That's over here. They're not even parading around as ER. Okay, now, what I want to do now is look ahead to the future and sort of gaze into a crystal ball and say, 15 years from now, wherever we are, we're gathered here again. What is ER going to look like, both in the research and in the practice? Okay? Now, this is kind of fun to do. Blended extensive reading. Blended extensive reading. I used the term hybrid for a while, but then I like blended better. What does blended mean to you? Think for a minute. When I say blended ER. Jane, you got an idea? Yeah, okay, a little bit of each, and it's not pretending to be, but, okay, now let me go back here. Blended EIR. Oh, I know what I had. This was a lot of fun. At one point I had blended IER, then I had blended EIR, and then I said, I don't want to have I before E, I want to have E before I. So I came up with blended EIR, in which we get some of each. Now there actually, and I can't remember, there's a couple of abstracts I read here which may be doing blended ER now. Now let me tell you about something that I have been doing that I think is kind of blended EIR. And let's say, for example, that you have a writing activity dealing with a strategy, a reading strategy that is taught, and the students use the books, the graded readers, to use the strategy, to learn the strategy. I think we're blending it. We're not pretending it's ER alone. It's a blend. For example, once an activity that I've done, and I didn't call it blended EIR then, but I think I'm looking back on it, is what I've done is after students have read a book, I ask them to Everyone's got their book in front of them. They've read it, and then I'll tell them. I'll give them an introduction to skimming. And I'll say skimming is overall fast reading. Just quickly do this, and I demonstrate it. We talk about it, and then I have them skim their books for a limited period of time. Usually it's 1 minute or 2 minutes. And then I say stop, close the book, and write for 1 minute. Write about the book. They write for 1 minute. I say stop, pick up your book, skim again, stop, start again, write, stop, go back. We do it 3 times. So to me, this is blended EIR. And we could have different strategy activities that would take advantage of that. Okay, using ER and IR together. Okay, so it would be blended EIR. Okay? Then I think we're going to see a split in extensive reading, a split. And I'm calling it supervised and independent ER. Okay? Now, by supervised, I don't think it's instructed with a teacher in a classroom. It could be that, but it also could be like, just before this, there was a presentation by Aurora Sai on Japanese, learning Japanese, and she had a summer club, Japanese club, where 6 students you ended up with, or no, you started with 10, 6 were there, and it was, she supervised. She didn't teach them, she supervised the extensive reading. Okay? Supervised. Now that could include the traditional extensive teacher-fronted class, but I think we might see more of this kind of supervised, non-classroom. I almost thought about beyond the classroom sort of thing. Okay? There was a study that was done a number of years ago on a diary study in Japanese. It appeared in Reading in a Foreign Language. She was from Hong Kong. She had some Japanese formal instruction, but she wanted to learn on her own, so she began her own program, and this would be called independent extensive reading. On your own, you engage in extensive reading, totally on your own. Okay? And my guess is that we're going to see quite a bit of this. And we're going to see quite a bit of independent extensive reading because of the internet. You don't have to have the library in the school. You got the internet, you got resources. Now, for a minute, think what this would mean for the definition of extensive reading. The teacher is a role model. 3 minutes? Impossible. I better wind up quickly. Now, if this is true, would there be core principles that are uniting, or would be independent and supervised be different things? But I've been given this a lot of thought, and I believe that these 3 principles would be common to supervised history. I think so. I know, but if you are motivated and you're independent and you're doing your own selecting, we don't particularly care if it's easy. And just think what the internet can do for glossing words. You don't necessarily have to worry about 5 words a page or so much like that. I think this is going to change. I really think this idea of easy is not going to be as viable as it has been. Oh boy, dagger to my heart to say that, but I'm serious. I don't think this is really going to happen because of what's going to happen with extensive reading. Okay? Now, I think that maybe these are going to hang around, but they're not going to be as vital as the other 3 that I presented. Okay? Now, this again is my guess, it's just total speculation on my work. Okay? Thank you. And maybe it's going to be there, probably. So there might be some principles. Now, very quickly, I think that we need to have more extensive reading and looking at listening, speaking, and writing. These are gaps in the research. And I know that I've got a good feeling. There's been some stuff, but not a lot. In addition, this idea of new meanings of known words, boy, I wish someone could do that. Grammar. Now, also, I would love to see research done in languages other than English. Boy, there's not much. Jane, you're going to do something with Spanish, right?
Yes, in 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes, where are you going to be, Jane?
FLI 207, I think.
FLI 207, James from Wabash College is going to be doing something on Spanish. Yes, okay, cool, good. Now, long-term effects. Does it hang on 2 years later? Is it really long-term? Is the teacher a drug dealer? You know, is it really going to happen? Okay? Now, I think we want to look at extensive reading and young learners in foreign language context. We need the young learner stuff. We don't have it in foreign language context. And also, I think we're going to need to look at the internet. This is going to be so big now, just huge. Okay, I've got to stop. I'm done. The variability of the 10 principles. Okay, now, my goals were to do this. Oop. Okay, did we get there? I don't know. You sure your watch wasn't fast? Okay. Okay, now what I was going to do was have you think about what happened here and discuss with a neighbor. Okay, but I think we're out of time. Okay, good. Okay, good.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Since we spent a lot of the time giving us, but
Yeah. What time did your presentation start?
we will have one.
3. Okay, I've got. Do we have to vacate the room?
We have a 15-minute break after this.
Okay.
Could we take for more?
Let's do some quick Q&A here. Quick Q&A. Yes, Joe.
What makes you think that easy is going to be less important?
Okay, because I think with the notion of like the supervised can take many different forms. It doesn't have to be a traditional classroom. Like Aurora, when you were talking with your stuff, that one student from, what was her name? May, yeah. She was reading I+5, I+6, and she was doing a lot of reading. She was highly motivated. She was self-selecting, but she didn't want to read the easy stuff, and she read a lot, and she really liked extensive reading, but no way was it easy. Yeah, so I'm thinking, of course it will still hang around, but I don't think it's going to be as important as I thought it was before. Yes, Mark.
In that sense, easy will go the way of readability in the sense that it was always confounded by motivation,
Yeah.
interest, compelling nature, etc.
Yeah. So, yeah, good. Yes.
I'm just curious because I've heard, of course I know about extensive reading, but I've also heard another term, FVR.
Again?
Free voluntary
reading.
And I'm just curious, do you see a difference between extensive reading and free voluntary reading?
Free voluntary reading is often looked at as an activity that might be done in a classroom. Okay? And also it could go by the name of DEAR. Have you heard of DEAR? Drop everything and read. Okay? And what I do in Hawaii when I'm doing this, I call it SURF. SURF. Silent, uninterrupted reading for fun. Okay, SURF. Yeah, good question. Thank you. Good. Yes?
In the 14 studies where students weren't given choice,
Yes.
was it no choice at all?
Yes, completely no, just like intensive reading. Exactly. Here it is, read it. Yeah, and it could be from a book, it could be photocopied stuff, but they had absolutely no choice. And it was an extensive reading program. I know, I had to read these things several times to make sure I was reading it right, you know? Yeah. Yes, Charlie.
Just maybe to follow up on Joe's point, and I
Okay.
think this topic of easy.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, we heard Paul Nation talking about 98, 99% level being so important. And I think to a certain extent agree that online reading with the help of glosses and dictionaries
Yep.
might change the percentage a little bit because there's a little bit more scaffolding. But I think it's really clear that you know, when a text is too far above the level, they can't read quickly, they can't read fluently, and a lot of negative, you know, things happen.
But what if that's what they want to do?
In some cases, I mean, and like you said before, you said there was a very motivated
Yeah,
student.
Aurora student,
very
yeah.
motivated, and they're focused focused on a certain topic, they might read above level. But for average students, I think the ease of the text is really important.
Okay. Good.
It's
Good.
just that the scaffolding can maybe change that percentage.
It might, yeah.
But
Mark?
Don't we end up kind of with Harry Potter syndrome? That, they love Harry Potter so much
That they're going to tackle it, regardless, exactly. Yeah. Okay, we got to quit. It's, okay.
Hi, Jesse.
Oh, yes, that's right, yeah.
In Korean society these days, professors are using literature-based reading.
Yeah.
Because they are trying to teach English with some chapter books and literature, right?
Yeah, go ahead. She's gonna molest me here. Go.
So we have to. So in that case, the literature-based reading would be the proper term.
Yes, that would be. Yes. Now, extensive reading, literature-based doesn't mean it's extensive reading. It means
The focus of this colloquium, as you can see, we have a panel of gentlemen only today. And these gentlemen are all people who have been involved with online reading, graded reading, extensive reading, and listening. And the focus of the colloquium is to try and discuss some of the issues, raise some of the problems that they have faced and we're facing. From the teacher's perspective, from the author's perspective, from the publisher's perspective, and just sort of try and find a way how we're moving forward and what we're trying to be doing in the online environment. Yesterday I gave a talk about the future of extensive reading, and one of the things I said was that traditionally extensive reading has been a paper-based focus. We've had graded readers or various other texts that are being put forward, but moving forward we're now adding to that digital texts. Reading materials, listening materials, video materials are coming available. So there's a much, much wider range of materials which are becoming available for everybody to use. This creates challenges and creates opportunities. Challenges, of course, are to do with the technology itself, making sure people have the technology, have access to it. There are issues to do with pedagogy, in terms of making sure students have compatibility of devices, they know what to do. And there are many other things. There are many opportunities for publishers who can obviously provide more materials for people, generate more revenue for them. Opportunities for students and teachers to have lots more and wider variety of types of text that students can access with, which mirror the types of text they're dealing with in real life. So we're going to have the 5 panelists talk for about maybe 8 minutes, 9 minutes each, something like that. And then we're going to have quite a bit of time for questions, discussions, chance for you to have your own thoughts. You want to have something you want to say, please feel free to do so. We'll have, at the end of each session, we'll have maybe 1 or 2 questions just to clarify something that each person has said. So focused individually on that particular person. When we've finished, what we'll go through and you can ask questions of any of the panelists. Okay? So that's the sort of format we have today. Let's just find out who these people are. On the far left is Paul Goldberg. He's developing an online reading environment for teachers and students using pre-published materials. Many graded readers are now being made available digitally. What many publishers do is they try to have students and teachers go to their own site to download and look at and review, maybe write maybe reviews or that kind of things. There are things that you'd have to do on the publisher's site. What Paul's X-Reading is doing is he's taking readers from various publishers and having them under one system. So teachers only need to go to one place, they don't need to go to this publisher, this publisher, this publisher, this publisher to get access. So that's a revolution in change in the way that we deal with pre-published materials. Next to him is Charlie Brown. Charlie's involved with ER Central, which has been mentioned a few times in the sessions today, which is a free website that's got online student tools for reading texts. There'll be some listening texts. There are speed reading activities. There are vocabulary learning activities and various other things. And probably Charlie will talk a little bit more about that as well. Sitting next to him in the middle is Paul Riley, who's from Oxford University Press, who'll give us the publisher's perspective on the type of materials that they're producing, the kind of directions that he feels publishing will be going in the future, and that will be interesting to have a listen to. Next to him is Casey Kang, who is the president of Compass Publishing, who's one of the major sponsors here today. And Compass have been very heavily involved with digitally created texts. They have a new Reading Oceans series and maybe one or two other things that I don't even yet know about that they're producing. And Casey will share his experience, particularly here in Korea, and the kind of challenges that you face with perceptions of teachers and students and parents and so on. Finally, on the end here on the left is, on the right here from you, is Todd Buchans, who runs the LO.org website, which is about online listening. He has, I'm not sure how many is it now, over 1,200?
2,000.
2,000 listening texts available for free online with transcripts for you to have a look at. He's been very generous to allow ER Central to have access to some of those. And so we have a listening expert here as well who can tell us something about that. So shall we start with Paul Riley in the middle, if you wouldn't mind. Go ahead and give us your 8-minute speech.
Okay.
Well, you can either sit there or you can stand, or what do you want to do?
I think I'll sit.
Okay.
Can everyone hear me? Do I need the mic? Or
Mic.
Mic. Okay. Hello. Yep. Okay. So it's on. So Rob asked me to talk about the big picture of where online ER is going globally, and to give a publisher's view of digital technology. And really, I thought what I would do is spend a couple of minutes just looking at what the historical issues were, and then kind of translate that into what the present day issues are, and maybe ask a couple of questions for the future. I think historically the issues for publishers, particularly with graded readers, is you have to build the books in the series, and there's an issue with it's kind of quantity versus quality. And I think when you look at the number and the range of series out there, and every publisher kind of went out and did it on their own, and so the grading systems they're not uniform across the various publishers, so you have a real issue there, and that was just something that probably came up because when extensive reading or graded readers started, there wasn't that much science there. It was really just a couple of people who started to put it together, and they said, yeah, this is about right, and they would start to do vocabulary counts, and I can, even our own reader series, we've got vocabulary counts, but those of you who have put them through engines, I think realize or understand that those are very generous approximations. But one thing that I think has borne out from the Oxford experience, and Paul mentioned that this morning, was just a quality story is going to be so much better as a learning tool than something that's computer generated and has the vocabulary down to the words. So I think one of the things that we've done in the past is try to create quality books and quality series, and typically that's done with small teams. Once you have a really big team, it's quite difficult to get the consistency across the readers. And even today, one of the champions or the winners was Jenny Bassett, and Jenny Bassett was one of the first editors of the Bookworm series, and she and Nick Bullard, two people, basically built that series. And it was those two people and the fact that you didn't have too many cooks, and they really had a vision, and they kept it consistent. And I think that no matter what happens in the future, that's going to be really key, is having a core of quality texts that people, and stories that people like. The second issue, I think, historically, is just about stock and distribution. As a publisher, these are little books. There are lots of them, and you've got a big contract that's almost as big as the book on the back end of every single one of these things. So just setting it up and managing the royalties and the rights issues and the print runs and the movement of stock from here to here, and making sure that when the order comes in, there are 238 of these, or there's, our bookworm series has about 275 titles in it. You might get an order where you've got 273 in stock and 2 not in stock, and someone's got to sit there, and historically, you're writing out these orders, or they're faxes, and every one of those numbers, there's, an ISBN has 13 digits times 200, and, just think about the math of trying to manage these, and it's a real issue. And knowing where, which titles are going to hit and which not. You don't, when you have 275 books, you can't just say, I'm going to print 20,000 of each and just hope they all sell equally. They don't sell equally, Sherlock Holmes will sell worldwide much better than other things, just because people like Sherlock Holmes. So you print more of that and less of something else. I think the third issue, and it wasn't one so much of ours, it's just setting up and managing the library, but it's the same general thing. There's lots of little pieces of paper and numbers, and how do you do that? And so, historically, those were the issues that publishers face. It's, how many series? What's the difference between each one? Too many books and your quality kind of declines. Not enough, and you don't have enough content. And then managing the stock. Once you get far north of 100 books, it becomes quite difficult. I think present day, we were talking about digital. Digital has leveled the playing field, and I think we'll hear different perspectives here about that. And it's taken some of the issues away from publishers. In digital, you don't have to worry about moving stock around the world. You print the books in China, you sell them in Spain, you do this, do that, and you've got these logistic exercises of moving paper around the globe. That disappears, which is a great thing. But what you then have, what we now face, is things like digital rights, and what formats and how you distribute those, and how you're allowed to distribute those. I think one of the things that has happened in recent years, you see a lot of movie tie-ins, and you see a lot of, the students love Leonardo DiCaprio or Johnny Depp, or they want to read Pirates of the Caribbean or the latest movie, and that's great and it's motivational, but you will not see those as digital ebooks and graded readers, because we cannot get the rights to those. Once you have a film still or some sort of a movie tie-in, or it's a licensed book, it just becomes extremely difficult to have anything that's popular in the digital space, because the rights are, you can get the print rights pretty easily, you're not going to get them for digital. And so I think what you're finding is that quality issue and the stock problems are now moving into making sure that you've got the right kind of intellectual property and royalty set up with your contracts, so that you can actually distribute it digitally. And I think there are certain reading series, and I think Paul can actually comment on that, where some are easy to do and some are really difficult to do, just because of the movie tie-ins and the fact that the authors are still alive and that kind of thing. And I think from a purely practical and kind of managing your intellectual property, the second thing in digital is just there are so many formats out there. And we say, okay, EPUB, EPUB is a standard format for e-readers, and that's great. But Paul will probably tell you, yeah, EPUB is great, but you've got to do something to it. And there are more platforms and systems out there than a publisher wants to deal with. You've got, as a publisher, we need to make back our investment. We also have the right, we owe it to our authors to protect that intellectual property. You don't want it to go out into the wild. There's only so many different platforms and distribution models and methods. You trust Amazon because they do it. Yeah, you trust Google maybe, but how many different places do you want to distribute, and how many different formats do you want to put your content in? Putting something in EPUB, once it's there, it's pretty good. But actually, EPUB, to put a book into EPUB, there are errors in, so you've got to then check every single one of these. So it's not just press a button and it happens. It's press a button, then proofread, and make sure that everything links up, and then it says what it says. So I think from that paper and number crunching, some of those issues have been solved, but new issues have been introduced, and I think that's where publishers are struggling a little bit now. It's just kind of which platforms to put it on, how to manage that IP when you've got tons of little royalty statements coming in. I mean, one of the ideas that Paul will talk about is this, pool of dip in, dip out from a lot of different publishers. Well, what that creates for a publisher's, from a publisher's perspective, is that's great. They have access to our content, but you've got potentially hundreds of books in there, and each one of those is attracting 3 cents or 5 cents times there, and you've got to create, you've got to actually manage those royalty payments to all the different authors. Some publishers are now saying, well, we're not going to give royalties. Okay, that is one way to control, make sure you have all the rights, and that's great. But I would argue that you're probably going to get, it's quality in, quality out. If you're not going to pay royalties, my guess is that most of the good authors are going to say, well, if I write for a fee, I'm not going to put a whole lot of energy into it.
Unless the fee's very high. Unless the fee's very high.
Yeah, unless the fee's very high, yeah. So I think that's what the current reality is. And, going forward, certainly I think the idea of these big libraries, things that Paul is going to talk about, and Charlie's going to talk about, and Casey is doing, and Todd's maybe doing in more of an audio way, are certainly the future. But I think we're probably looking at how to use metadata and analytics to maybe have more adaptive readers, or the ability to see what a reader might, they liked this book or they did well in this book, and like Amazon does with recommendations, well, if they like this and you did this and the reader has done this and this and this, you should be looking at this book or this book. Other readers who have done this have said that this might be good, and trying to help the reader's path through the content rather than, most young people, they may be interested in something there, but, we were talking earlier, Paul was talking about Akio Furukawa. The teacher who sits in the front of the room, what you don't know is that they have something like 12,000 books or something in this room. I mean, there are books floor to ceiling, and that teacher is a guide. He's a Sherpa to those kids. If you've read this, that teacher has read every single book in there and then says, you would really like this, or if you like that, then this. Oh, you didn't like that? Well, maybe try something like this. And they they're almost like a concierge of extensive reading, and that is a really powerful, type of position. And if we can do that automatically using, the data and the analytics of that data, I think that would really help. I think another thing that we're looking in, and it's still early days, is using game mechanics to help the experience. Anyone who's got kids, and I have an 18-year-old who has taken a look at every extensive reading book or, graded reader and everything in the world, and if you put a device in front of him that's got rich media on it, he will he won't open a book. So how can we as publishers actually marry that, where we actually can draw the kids in and potentially keep them engaged with reading, but also understand the fact that they've got this nice device in their hands that does other things, and maybe give them the ability to play as well. So, the idea is of maybe you have a path through a book or a series of books where you read, and we did Whodunit was one that Abex published. It was quite nice, where it was kind of a riddle, and you're solving the crime going through. But, reading a chapter, answering a couple of questions that prove that you've actually read it and understand it, and then maybe unlocking a couple levels of a game that you play that reviews the vocabulary, does something in a fun way, then it locks back down to read a second level, to a second unit or third unit or something, and you keep track of what's going on there, and that gives the kids some potential reward for getting through it, but also you can add those kind of game elements or social elements, a leaderboard, or I've done this or I've done that. So I think those are some things in the future, and I would say, unless we're doing those things, I think the future is probably, will there be books? I mean, I have an 18-year-old who he'll read manga comics, and he's pretty well educated, but if you got a multimedia device like this in front of him, he's not going to open the book. He will look at YouTube or do something else. And I think as publishers, as content creators, that's the reality. We grew up with books, so we love it. But I think, as Paul was suggesting, the idea of sit them in a classroom, for an hour and make them read. You've almost got to do that, because otherwise, if left to their own devices, there's just too much distraction and other stuff going on. So,
yeah, great.
Right.
So, do we have any particular single question for Paul Riley about what he was been saying? Some clarifications. You talked about a couple of terms like IP. Maybe some of you are not familiar with IP. Could you explain?
Intellectual property.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah. My question relates my question. My name's Greg. I'm a Yonsei professor, and my question relates specifically to enhancing our extensive reading library here on campus as part of our library, and how the library would set up licensing fees with publishing companies to actually provide books that they now provide in hard copy online. And how would they buy into, say, Oxford, Cambridge, Compass, and I'm really excited because I don't know how it's going to work. I don't think there's any one unified agreement among publishers about how they're going to distribute their books online to libraries versus Kyoto or a mainstream secondary seller. Would you care to comment?
Well, again, I think that there are numerous platforms emerging where you will have the opportunity to, it's typically a subscription model. It would be a per student per year cost, and you get access to that content. I think it's much easier when you've got something like Reading Ocean, where you've got a single publisher who's controlling all of that, because then that payment, they control all the royalties and all. When you've got something like Paul's model and all, there's just a pool of various publishers, then it just becomes a very logistical issue. As far as dealing with individual universities, I don't think that many publishers would be all that excited about opening up hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of individual contracts with a university. I think you'll see a lot of publishers, and you already see publishers with their own LMS or their own platform where they're serving this up. And I think the question really is, does the publisher have enough content for you to be satisfied with that publisher, or would you want to do Paul's model, which is a lot of publishers, or subscribe to a number of different publishers' platforms, and the student would have to log into the Oxford or the Cambridge or the Pearson or the Compass or whatever it was. So.
As a follow-up to that question, it would seem that with technology today, it would be really possible to manage those flows, that content flow. With the complexity, complex algorithms, it would seem to me that it would be entirely possible on one platform to manage those royalty flows. I mean, this is my gut intuition.
Yeah, no, I think it is, but no one's done it yet.
The question is whether the willpower is there on the part of everybody.
Yeah.
There's a lot of vested interests, and people want to protect their little space. They want to keep hold of things. If you're a big publisher, say like Penguin, for example, who's got like tens of thousands of all kinds of stuff they've got much greater chance to sort of offer everything to everyone in one area. They can sell Penguin only to, Longman only to a certain institution. Smaller publishers can't do that. So it's in their interest, the massive publishers, your Oxfords too, for example, have the opportunity to ring fence certain institutions and just choose those things, but that's not available to everybody. So let's move on. Let's move on to our next presenter, who's Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown.
Yeah, Charlie
Somebody
Brown.
has to be.
Yeah, Charlie Brown, who's going to be talking right now for about 10 minutes or so. Off you go, Charlie.
Okay. Well, Charlie Brown, easy name to remember. I have been working in Asia for about 25 years now, and I think for a large portion of that time, as a teacher trainer, I've really done my best to try and be an advocate for extensive reading in Japan, and as many of you know, also in terms of the teaching of high-frequency vocabulary. I'm sort of a vocabulary researcher as well, so I think both of these activities are actually quite complementary, even though they're quite different. But my comments the reason I think I was invited onto this panel is that for many, many years I've also been very interested in the use of technology and language learning, and I've been associated with several different companies in terms of trying to help them to bring online tools for things like the teaching of high-frequency vocabulary, or the extensive reading or extensive listening. And I think the topic I was asked to speak on was my experience of planning and building online environments and communities. But I sort of rather felt that the title should actually be my experience of unsuccessfully planning and building online environments and communities. I've been doing this for about, really just putting every bit of energy I've had into trying to do this for about 8 or 9 years now. Some of the companies, Lexica, English Central, GoFluent, there's a couple of others. What I'd like to talk about is just maybe some of those, I don't want to say negative experiences, but maybe unsuccessful experiences, reasons why I think I wasn't able to sort of be successful in bringing online learning, bringing extensive reading on successfully to the digital platform. And I think some of the people at this panel are actually the ones that are doing it successfully. So I'm not exactly sure if it's good that I'll tell you how not to do it. They'll tell you how to do it. But this story of some of the problems I've encountered actually is a good explanation or good background as to why Rob Waring and I have worked together to try and create this platform called ER Central, Extensive Reading Central, which is a free platform for bringing a very different kind of experience to digital extensive reading. And so sort of first I'd like to just talk a bit about some of the problems I faced. And some of those problems I would say had to do with the fact that I was trying to do this 8 or 9 years ago when we were just really getting started. And I think one or two of your comments actually speaks to that. Because where I was is I realized that there was so much that was possible in terms of digital devices. This is before iPhones and before iPads, but even some of the other kinds of devices that we had out there, there really just seemed to me to be tremendous potential for enhancing the learning experience in EFL environments where I was, by adding digital tools. And immediately I started talking with some people at the different publishing houses, Longman and Pearson, Oxford, and Cambridge, and saying, well, gee, why don't we try and deliver some of these materials digitally? I think the students would eat it up. And 7 or 8 or 9 years ago, I think the big problem was the rights issue. And I think that if you go back 10 or 15 years ago, or even more, when a lot of these textbooks were written, rights were cleared with authors for delivering paper-based graded readers, and the rights were not cleared for digital delivery. So I think a lot of the older readers, those are still issues that we're facing. The things that you're seeing delivered digitally right now most of them are actually the newer series, because those were right before the contracts were signed. I mean, they were able to think about the different ways that we might deliver things digitally. So I think that was more of an issue 8 or 9 years ago, less of an issue now. But I think in terms of trying to go back to the older readers and get them delivered digitally, I think it's still something that we're dealing with. I think another issue is something that you were referring to, and that's the problem of trying to figure out a way to get all the different publishers to be able to work together, right? So this is when you create an extensive reading library at your school, if you're creating a library of any size, you're working with 10, 15, 20 different publishers, and if you're trying to do that digitally, I mean that's a real issue. And I think that's why so many of us are real excited about what Paul is doing, because I think he might have figured out how to thread that needle, and that's a big, tremendous help to all of us. I think going back even not 8 or 9 years ago, even still 3, 4 years ago, one of the other problems we faced was that digital technology was not really widely adopted and used by our students. Yes, every student in Japan has a telephone, has a cell phone, but even until 3 or 4 years ago, it was still a very low percentage of those were smartphones, and even lower percentage was tablets or reading devices like Kindles. It's changing very, very quickly, but I think that was always an issue that we were facing, how to get the students to use this. And again, I think another problem, correlated problem, is that a lot of our students, at least in Japan, look at their smartphones more as communication devices and gaming devices, not as learning devices. So there's a bit of a learning curve there as well. Another problem again related to the fact that different publishers are creating their own series, and that's that there was no real universal yardstick. That every publisher was using a sort of a different word list and a different way of grading. Even some would be level A, B, C. Another one would be 1, 2, 3. This makes it quite problematic just in setting up a physical graded library, but it's also the same for a digital library. We needed some kind of a yardstick. I think one of the problems that I particularly experienced when I was working with, and I'll call them commercial ventures, not publishers, but companies who wanted to get into the digital space and wanted to do something, out there. I think one of the problems that I just constantly came across was that, upon first meeting, they'll say, "Oh, wow, extensive reading, that's a really great idea. Delivering materials digitally, that's really good." But when we sat down and tried to create learning environments, a lot of them really didn't seem to get what extensive reading was supposed to mean, what it was supposed to be. And what I mean by that is that Richard Day was talking about the 10 sort of principles of extensive reading, and some of the core ones are that the material is graded and that students are reading at level and that the content is interesting and it's varied and there's a lot of it. And I think that a lot of commercial ventures are not willing to go the extra couple of yards to make sure that the material is graded carefully, or that there's enough of it, or that it represents a wide enough range of topics. And that sometimes got a little bit frustrating. I mean, they weren't getting especially the E part, the extensive part of ER, and I think it's like, okay, well let's take the first chapter from a Scholastic novel and put it from one of the Scholastic graded readers and put it up there. That's graded reading. That's extensive reading. No, one chapter is not extensive reading. We need to get them to be reading consistently every day, lots and lots. The more, the better. And I think that was an issue as well. And I think, I was starting to talk about, perception problems, and that's one of the perception problems is getting students to sort of evolve in the way they look at their electronic devices, to begin to look at the potential for, their smartphones and their tablets as learning tools. I think that this is something that's really still lagging in Japan. I mean, there's games, there's learning environments galore, but actually, getting the students to use these and to get excited about using these, we still have a ways to go for that, and that's definitely an obstacle for doing digital extensive reading. I think another perception problem, I think all of us, maybe, I don't know, I think all of us have at one time or not thought about this, and that is that online content, there is a perception that it should be free. And it's very difficult, with published materials, to say, if one Oxford book goes for 600 yen, and we need 100 of them to get all of the students to buy all of those books. It's a lot of money, and I think there is I think there is an expectation when materials are delivered digitally that they be very cheap or free, and that really creates its own set of problems. In terms of pedagogy, I think one of the other problems that I think we're all dealing with is Krashen's idea of I+1, or we often talk about I-1 with extensive reading, and that's the need to have easy ways to really peg what our students' level is, and then to be able to deliver materials at that level, and then to actually guide them forward. So if they start at, let's just call it level 7, let's call it 700 head words. If they read a whole bunch of stories at level 7, at what point are they going to go up to level 8? We need to be able to have a digital tool to figure out they're level 7. We need content at level 7 so that they read enough that they go up to level 8, and we need to sort of know how they become level 8 and move them up. One of the digital solutions I've been very interested and impressed with is one called Engaging English, which is sort of associated with metametrics. And that's a very interesting platform because it's sort of, behind the scenes while they're reading, sort of tracks how the students are interacting with the text, how many words they're clicking on, and sort of invisibly is tracking their progress and pushing them up levels. I thought that was kind of an interesting platform. I think another problem, I'm running out of time, is that there's a gravitation towards, as we go digital, a gravitation towards shorter text, the need for shorter text. Students are, yes, novels are great, but students who are doing things online, are doing it for 5 minutes at a time or 10 minutes at a time. And so having complete texts that are very short, that's also been an issue. And I think if you put sort of all of these issues together, that's sort of the reasons behind, where, Rob and I trying to create a free site for extensive reading called ER Central. And that's a, this is a site which meets that expectation that the material is free, which sort of meets the expectation that there's sort of a universal yardstick because we're using the ERF scale, which puts all of the graded readers on the same scale. And we're doing things like making online tests to find their level and sort of tracking their progress and so on. But basically, this is maybe my fourth or fifth attempt to try and figure out how to do online reading digitally, and doing digital extensive reading. And hopefully this will be a little bit more successful. But that's sort of where we are right now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So everybody have a question for Charlie? So explained everything very well. Well done. Great. So let's move on. Casey, do you want to go next, or Paul, do you want to go next?
Yeah.
Casey? Yeah, Casey Kang from Campus Media is going to talk to you about you using PowerPoint here. Yeah. Do you want to click on it? Let's hope it works out. We can make sure the tech works. Oh, wow, clicker. I didn't know I was going to use a clicker.
Yeah, we better move.
All right. You got the floor.
No. I can.
Okay. You want to sit down, guys? Casey wants us to sit down. Just make sure the clicker works.
Oh,
okay. Come on over this side here. Here, Casey. You want to sit? Here's the clicker. Right.
Hi. I was asked to talk about the building on online ER environment in Asia, but I changed the word to digital because online and mobile together, because we have developed our contents to be available on online and digital together. Because this is a lot of people carry devices, iPad or Galaxy Tab. So we also make the program available for devices. So that's why I changed that. And two speakers mentioned about the copyright, but I think it's not an issue of copyright, issue of trust, because the authors do not trust the publisher much, and also the publishers do not trust other distributors much. If they can trust each other, I'm sure they'll share the distribution channel together to improve their sales. Luckily, Compass, in case of Compass, we have prepared all the books on our own. The beginning, I started business about 13, 14 years ago. Then I think maybe in 10 years' time, all the contents will go digital. Then what should I do? Maybe then the students and the teachers might want to mix contents together. And then if the contract doesn't cover the digital rights, there'll be a big problem. So back then, we start getting all the copyrights under the company. So we have no problem. As you said, there's some problem, quality issues. We cannot hire best writing, the best writers who has produced good materials. But in that case, we have the filling the gaps in two ways. One is the vocabulary and some readability level. The second thing is we try to cover the topics that interest the teachers or the market. So so far we haven't had a big complaint. Even though I'm sure a lot of people want to read the books from other publishers that are quite known to the market, but they can go and pick those books on their own. Or, if possible, we are contacting some other publishers to bring in their contents on our program. It's the future. Okay, then. Okay, you're done. Okay. Here I listed the principles of intensive reading. Well, there are 10, but as you know, I list them here not to argue about those. Just I need start from rather than starting from in the middle of nowhere. I have something to compare what the principles and what we have done, we're doing. The first one is, as you know, okay, then can you move on? Because they're all listed on the second page. The first one is reading materials. It's easy. What is easy and what is the right level? According to Rob and Paul, the 98% is vocab coverage is the optimal. Like 2 unknown words every 100 words. I will mention it later, but when these readers are given to the students and the students take the books or the contents home, the parents will complain a lot because they think the readers are too easy. My child's English level is much higher than this. Are you underestimating my kids' English level? Right? So there is a problem. So what we did in our reading program is first we get them to take the level test and assign their level, and but still we provide more than 2% unknown the vocabulary. So instead we also provide the vocab practice. That way they can learn this vocabulary as a kind of deliberate learning. Second one is reading is individual and silent. I just caught a line. The silent reading is the most beautiful. The most beautiful silence on the earth. Yeah, I agree. But the teachers agree that the reading is the most important skill. The learners, however, also need some practice listening and speaking skills. Because this is, especially in Korea, the Ministry of Education focus more on speaking and listening as well. So the parents ask for those skills as well. So what we've done is we put EPUB 3 readers. They can just flip through to read, as fast as can. And also we also put animated stories, like it's like watching a movie, very short movie. They can listen to the stories, enjoying. And also we added the recording function for speaking practice. In our case, we have hired some, we have 2 programs, one for the schools. In this case, we don't need to provide the reading managers, but for B2C market, we have hired and trained them to be, we call it dasen, and kind of extensive reading teachers, but they don't teach. They just help the students if they're doing the work properly. And they call them and check if they have done properly every week. Because the learners need some guidance, and their parents don't know how to manage that. And also, as you know, the kids need some sort of pressure to carry on reading. So the teachers call them and check if they have done their work properly, and also talk to them and encourage them to read more and more. The third one is the learners choose what they want to read. Of course, if the learners choose what they want to read, they will increase their enthusiasm and interest. But if we let the kids choose what they want to read, the boys will choose the books about robots or planes, or girls will choose something about fashion or this and that. Kind of the biased. So the teachers and parents said our kids need to read with a wide range of topics. They need to build up the background knowledge. From a public point of view, as the two speakers mentioned, if we want to put a lot more materials, then it just it costs a lot of money, and it's very difficult to clear the copyright. So it's a big problem for us. So what we have done is after the students take the level test, they can read the readers at a lower level. If you are assigned to level 10, for example, then you can read all the books lower than level, up to from 1 to 9, as many as you want. But those are easy, but you can choose the topics you like. But to read the readers at a higher level, you have to read all the levels at the designated levels and pass the achievement test with about 90% right. Then otherwise you cannot read the books at a higher level. Number 4 is that the purpose of reading is usually related to pleasure, information, and general understanding. The learners always pursue fun or interesting readers. Yeah, that's right. But the parents' point of view or teacher's point of view, the purpose of reading is just learning. It's not pleasure or to get information all the time. Our kids, should read to get higher score in tests. I mean, it's a big thing because they pay for the courses. And also, that 2% of unknown words is not enough. Our kids should acquire a lot more new vocabulary, and they have to improve test taking skills. So there's some gap, between the principles and the reality. So what we did in our program is we put a lot of vocab practice tests and reading comprehension questions there. So they read, and also they can check the reading, the comprehension. Okay, this time I will just a little talk about the perspectives of the students, teachers, parents, and the publishers. I just add that. No, the one. No, back. from children's point of view, they always ask, is the online, or digital extensive reading program fun enough? As you know, kids always like something fun. They love games. If you can make the extensive reading into games, I think there's no doubt about the success. From parents' perspective, will this program help our kids get higher score or less? They worry about the test. And why do we have to pay extra fee for the program? We're already paying a lot of money for the school program. Do you have to pay extra? Why? It's a lot of things online free. This, as Charlie mentioned, there tons of stuff free online. So they don't compare, don't care about the quality. I mean, they already think anything online is free. It's a big barrier in the future. Okay, teachers would say, how do you manage the program? They don't know much about the program. No, I didn't mean, you are not, the people who don't know about this, but the teachers' language schools, even the public schools, they don't know much about the ER. So they don't know how to, use this program. They don't know anything about, some people know, but the majority of people wouldn't know about the extensive reading itself. And said their curriculum is already very tight. It's very difficult to introduce some new program into their curriculum. From public point of view, is it worth investing? Yes and no. It's very difficult to make profit in the short term. We have invested a couple of $million to get the program done, and the people don't want to pay much. Some schools they pay like $2 per month. Then it's very difficult to cover up the cost unless we get a lot more subscribers and in the long term. But the publishers do not invest just for money. Often we try to explore the market, and also we invest for education. So for that reason, as you guys all said, the future is very bright, I think. Thank you.
Do you have any specific questions for Casey Cannon? No? Okay, fine. Paul Gobber, can you come up next, please?
I'm going to ask you just for a moment, imagine something, okay? Imagine an online library that had hundreds or even 1,000 graded readers, the same graded readers that you're using right now from the big publishers, that students could access those graded readers anytime they want. They could get ratings for those, they could get information about them. When they read the books, they can listen to the audio, they could come to a word they don't know, they just tap on that word and get the meaning. Imagine as a teacher, you could see exactly which books your students are reading, what pace they're reading at, how much they're reading, and you can keep track of all this data. And it could all be done on the computer, and it could all be done on a phone. Okay, you imagine that? Now I'm just curious, how many of you would be interested in using a system like that? Oh, look at that. Oh, pretty good. Okay, good. So the question then is, if clearly there's a lot of demand. Why hasn't a system like that been put together yet? Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk about today, which are really some of the issues. No, so we'll go. Okay, I'll be talking about three. Can you hear me? I just realized I'm not using the microphone. Is it okay? Okay, good. Three issues are: one is going to be publisher concerns, another is financial concerns, and then format concerns. And I'm sure there's going to be others that I'm not going to mention. Some have actually already been mentioned. Okay, so I'll start with the publisher concerns, because obviously to build a system like this, you need agreement from publishers. Okay, so the first concern I found was brand issues. Okay, of course I had discussions with multiple publishers. I should say I've been working on this project, which hasn't really even been officially released yet for almost 2 years. So it's been a long process. And one of the first things I discovered was where initially I thought publishers simply produced books and sold books. I realized something else they do is that they protect their books and they protect their brand, okay, which is very important for them. So it's been a little bit challenging to get publishers to be willing to put their materials in a area where they don't have total control over it. They are nervous about sharing space with their competitors. Okay, so that's been an issue. That's been kind of interesting because it's actually the kind of competitor they want to be careful of. I've discovered it's kind of interesting. I'll use some publishers who are not in this room right now. I'll change names to protect publishers, but no, it's very interesting. For my system, 2 publishers I've already created licenses with are Cengage and Macmillan. But it was interesting when I was talking to Cengage, and I've talked to other publishers. When I talked to Cengage, and again, this negotiation went on for quite a while, I told them at one point that I was working with a small publisher called MPI, and they were thoroughly unimpressed. They actually said, well, if MPI is involved, we don't really want to share space with other publishers. Later, I was able to make an agreement with Macmillan, and I reported back to Cengage, who suddenly said, oh, we're going to share with Macmillan? Okay, well, I think we can work with that. So I think it depends who exactly you're sharing with. I think companies want to be associated with a successful or a bigger company than they are. Okay? So that's one issue. Another issue is security issues. Publishers, again, are very wary in the digital age what's going to happen with their materials. The differences between different publishers and what they require, but they really want to make sure that, that where before you could still photocopy a book, it was timely and it would be difficult to transfer. In digital, which is what I'm trying to do with online, it could be extremely easy to transfer a book or even hundreds of books in just a matter of seconds. So I've had to take into consideration security issues. Okay, revenue. Obviously, publishers, even in education, do need to make revenue, otherwise they wouldn't be publishers anymore. So they need to see a system that they believe has the potential to earn revenue. Because the bottom line is they need to stay in business. Similar to that, they have to be able to make revenue in a way that they can then share royalties with their authors if they have those kind of agreements. It's already been mentioned a couple of times. That could be a big issue, and it's also, I should have written royalty and rights issues, because as I've discovered is that just because a publisher has put out a book under their name, they may not actually have the rights. Sometimes they have the rights to certain aspects of the book. They might have had rights to the text, but not the images, or they might have rights to the text and the images, but not the cover. So it makes things a little bit challenging, again, sharing with a third party. Next is the cannibalization issues. Publishers are concerned that online sales, which almost by nature are going to earn smaller margins than physical books, will cannibalize from the physical books that are being sold. So what they're looking at, what they're hoping is that digital sales will be on top of physical book sales, not at the cost of physical books. Okay. Next are financial concerns. profit orientation, and of course I already talked about publishers need to be making their profit. At the same time, I need to make a profit for the organization the business I'm running, because if my business is not successful, then the whole thing falls apart. So it's something I need to, when I talk with the publishers, I want to assure them that they will get a certain amount of revenue, but I also have to make sure there's going to be enough revenue for me, and not only me. I don't mean to enrich myself necessarily, to continue to grow the business, to pay people who are going to work for me, to build the site, to maintain the site, to pay for servers, to pay for representatives and things like that. There's the idea in order for something like this to work, it really needs to reach enough people. It needs to have what I call critical mass. It can't just be at a few schools, again, because of the financial issues. And similar to the next point, is that means I have to persuade teachers, students, and schools, or especially teachers and students, to pay for something that has traditionally been free. What I mean for free is, in the universities, at least in Japan, most students at the university level get their books from the university library. And of course, the university is paid for those books. So the idea of having a paid system where students are actually paying or teachers are paying is going to be a challenge to making a system like this work. And really the only way to overcome that is to be offering features and functions that they can't get from a traditional library, things that would make it worthwhile. And of course, it also means the price can't be too high, but even if you're just charging for something that they never paid for before, you have to give them a lot of different features that they'll find attractive. Format concerns, just in the very basic, multiple book types. For example, I think Casey talked about how his system, which is a similar system to what I'm doing, because it's one publisher, he has control over what all the books look like. Okay, when I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with all the different series. Imagine something like an Oxford Bookworm or a Cambridge English Reader, reasonably similar, but they need to fit in the same system as Black Cat or some other, or ELI book that has a lot of graphics, and even manga style books from different publishers. They all have to fit into the same system that I'm building. So there's a certain issue with book format types, and also with exercises and activities. They all have very different exercises and activities. So if we're going to make something interactive, we have to make something that is adaptable and can fit all the different kinds of publishers. And finally, it's just a very small point, but it's already been brought up, is multiple file types. That there's EPUB 2, EPUB 3, PDF. One publisher just said, can't we just give you the books, the physical books, which we would work with, but it's an issue we have to deal with. So those are really all the concerns that are involved with building a system that can be used by multiple publishers and hopefully accessed by students anywhere in the world. Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have any questions for Robert? Yes, Ellen.
How much would this cost?
Which currency? In US dollars, about Korean. Oh, that's not. 1,200 plus 12,000. 12,000? Yeah.
Korean won.
Yeah, Korean won. 12,000. Approximately $12 for a 6-month period is what we're estimating. It depends on the size of the institution. It depends how they're paying. But our goal was to make it under $20. So I guess what was that, 20,000 won?
$11.
Okay.
So that's 20,000 per institution, per student?
Per student.
Classroom?
Yeah, per student. So we'd expect, our goal would be to have the same price as buying 2 readers, but you would have students would have unlimited use of all the readers in the library for that time.
Okay, great.
I'm going to pass for a second.
Okay, yeah, just one more question.
So how many graded readers do you have available online right now?
Currently, because the system hasn't been released yet, so when we release, hopefully, the end of next month, we expect about 150 And it could, depending, we're still negotiating with different publishers. Some were really wonderful. And and so it could be considerably more. A minimum would be 150 books.
So can I just leave that there, because we're starting to get into the commercial issues of his system, which is not a problem. These are legitimate questions. This is about online reading environments and that kind of thing. So can we leave that question maybe a bit later, and let's move on to Todd.
Yeah, so I'm presenting tomorrow, so they can ask.
Okay, that's fine, yes.
Yeah, I'll be presenting tomorrow, so if anybody wants questions particularly about my system, maybe that would be a more appropriate time.
Yes or no question. This is specifically for extensive reading.
Initially. Yeah, initially. Okay,
great.
Thank you.
Todd, great.
We go until 5. I can do mine.
5:50 with 5:50. We've got plenty of time.
Actually, just real quick, show of hands. How many people know of ELO? You know, not too many people. As you're going to see, I'm kind of the exact opposite of the publishers. And almost everything that they are, I'm like the opposite. So they're big, I'm small. I kind of just do everything on my own. I'm an English teacher. I'm not a researcher. I'm not an academic. I'm a designer. I'm a developer. And I made a site 10 years ago called ELO. It stands for English Listening Lesson Library Online. And I met Rob. And Rob, we were talking about creating an online environment. And ELO's kind of grown that it gets about 400,000 visitors a month, unique visitors. It gets a lot of visitors from Spain. It gets a lot of visitors from Brazil, Turkey, Korea. So today I just thought I would talk about how you create an environment and actually how ELO grew in size kind of by accident. It wasn't a planned thing at all. So anyway, try to use the analogy of a forest, right? So this is the teacher's perception of your ER forest. And the student's going to go in there and they're going to read and everything's going to be wonderful and they're going to soar and it's just this wonderful experience, and that's why we do ER. And that's actually a very accurate perception. Okay, next slide. This is what the students see of the ER course. So they're thinking, it's kind of dark and that looks scary back there. Where does that path go? I have no idea. Why are you making me go there? What's the point of this? So both perceptions are valid, and so we're just going to talk about some things that you can do with technology and production and things like that to make it accessible for both. Okay, so this is the site. This is ELO. Now actually ELO started out as a listening site. It's still a listening site, but actually it by accident morphed into an extensive reading site, and you'll see why in a minute. And basically everything that Professor Day said earlier applies. They have an ample supply of stuff that they can listen to. They can choose what they want. They listen for interest. They listen for fun or for amusement. The goal is for them to listen as much as possible. We have a huge index they can listen to, and these are just the videos. So we have over 700 videos, and we have over 1,500 audio lessons. So when they go to the site, there's just an endless supply. And there's a couple advantages actually doing a listening site and transforming it into a reading site, as I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, next. So this is a sample lesson. Now this is the video lesson. So they click on this, and let's say they want to listen to, this is Vela, she's from Indonesia, and her question was, what is your dream job? And she's just going to talk about what she wants to be. And as you can see over here, she says she wants to be an actress. And these are actually drop-down panels. So the students, if they want, they click and they can see the full transcript. They click if they want the quiz. And I'll come back to the quizzes in a minute, because a lot of times, I just explained this to another woman and she was like, there's a quiz, that's not extensive. But how we do quizzes is different than how schools do quizzes. The site, this is the thing that was it came about, I didn't plan it, but as it turns out, students love ELO for reading. They love it for reading. One of the main reasons is they can see the captions. So when the person talks in the video, they can read the captions, and actually they're reading, I try to make sure that the captions are in chunkable units. So they're in easy chunks that they can follow. So I did a survey on the site, and I asked the students, what percentage of you read the transcripts? Out of 2,000 people that did the survey, what percentage do you think of students said they read the transcript? 95. 95% of the students, over 2,000 people took the quiz, took the survey. 95% said they read the transcript. They won't listen only. They just won't do it. So then suddenly, Allo morphed into an extensive reading site. Now, so the more I got into it, the more research I did, it became clear why the students like not only to read for the information, but why it's so easy to read. First of all, when you do, let me go back. Allo is unique in that everything is unscripted. Everything is unscripted, which means it's unprompted. We put the recorder on, the people talk, and then we transcribe what they say. But by doing that, what you do is you narrow the level band. So I do have a problem with low levels because I can't get people to speak too low. But people never ever talk too high, almost never. So you get this nice meaty chunk in the middle between high beginner to high intermediate. And so what happens is the students, it's very, very easy to read. So they could read the transcripts, and it's not a taxing experience. Okay, next, sorry. So anyway, if you're going to create an online environment, the easy one here is there's three numerical rules. If you want to create a really big online environment that gets people going there on their own without forcing them to go. The first is the rule of 10. So if you look at these numbers, can you guess what the rule of 10 means? This is all I'm obsessed about as a producer. I don't care about levels. I don't care about how much they comprehend. I only care about the rule of 10. What do you think it is? The rule of 10 is that they go and they do it 10 times on their own. They go once, they like it, they go back again, they like it, they go back again, they go back again, they go back again. Personally, that's my definition of extensive. They do it again, they do it again and again and again. And to do that, what helps with Allo is we have short, frequent encounters, which means they can watch a video or they can listen to a text. Each one's about 1 minute to 3 minutes long, so they're short. There's not a big investment involved. Now, I'm not saying that people shouldn't read books, but I'm saying that as an alternative for a lot of learners, the short little things that they can do or listen or read, it's a very low time commitment. It's a low stakes commitment. If they don't like the video, they can bail out. It's very easy. Also, of course, they have information exchange. So when they watch the videos, like she's talking about becoming a famous actress, it's genuine. They're listening for messages. They're not listening for language. And the last is we try to make it episodic so they can remember, they have the video, they can see the person, etc. Okay, next. So the next one is the rule of 20. This is another huge one for online. So let's say imagine this is a classroom and you've got 20 students. What can you guess? What do you think the rule of 20 is? And this is the heartbreaking one. Breaks your heart. It means out of 20 kids, only one's going to like it. Right? So if I go and I show my students Allo, and I've done all this work, and I think it's really going to help you learn, only one kid is going to like it. Usually. That's just usually the general numbers. Everybody has a different learning style. Everybody wants to learn a different way. So when we develop these online environments, we need as many as possible. That's my message. I don't want everybody to go to Allo. I definitely don't want that. What I want is I want many competitors to Allo, so every student has their 1 in 20. So that's what I think the future is. The technology is there now that we can create anything quickly. My hosting costs, I get 300,000 people a month, different people to go to the site. My hosting cost is $40 a month. $40. Now, with servers, we have the capacity. I market for free. I have no marketing campaign. My marketing budget is free. It's Pinterest, Twitter, Facebook, MailChimp. I don't pay anything. So the thing is now teachers, we have to switch from we have extensive reading, we have extensive listening. What we need is extensive content creation. It's so easy for teachers to create their own content. Actually, we'll go to that in a minute. Anyway, one more thing. So when you create content, you have to remember, some like it, not all. Niche market and long tail. Niche market just means you're going to create a site. Only 1 in 20 is going to like it, but there's one student in every class. Think about how many English classes there are. So there's a huge market. If you just get 1 in 20, that's a massive, massive market. That means in every class there's one kid that likes it. It's like, I don't know if you ever heard the math joke, but the math joke is, if somebody tells you that you're 1 in a million, just remember there's 1,000 people in China just like you. So it's the same thing with our students, right? Like students all kind of fit, like there's always one type of student. The long tail, so this means that now if a student wants something on the internet, they can type it in, and the long tail is the long description that they search for. So when we have a niche market, if you have, for example, extensive reading, that's a short tail. But let's go extensive reading for intermediate students. Let's go longer. Extensive reading for intermediate students in Korea. Let's go longer. Extensive reading for intermediate students in Korea who study business. That's the long tail. That's what Google provides for everybody. And so that means you can get a market, you could create a specific niche site, and you could bring it down and have a big audience. Okay, so anyway, next. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so just to show that I've done this in another site. So this is the rule of 2. This is the listening site. For Spanish, I don't speak Spanish. Not a word. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? That's it. So I wanted to be my own guinea pig. I figured, rather than read research, I'm going to test this extensive stuff on my own. So I made 2 sites, one in Spanish and one in Japanese. And I'm using it as a guinea pig. So basically, I do it exactly how the students do it, because I want to see what that user interaction is like. But when I made it, I used what's called the rule of 2. The rule of 2. The rule of 2 is, first, if you want to create a massive online environment, you want 100 ESL readers. If you do 2 hours a day for 2 months, you'll get all you need to get started. That's probably about 100 readings. Then all you have to do is, once you promote it, do something new every 2 weeks, and then within 2 years, you'll have a very big audience. That's usually how it works. Anyway, so this is the Spanish side, just to see that we've done it. Again, notice we have this, you can read the text, so just so you can see if anybody wants to learn Spanish. The next thing is, when you make a site, if you want to make it big, you want to make it strong, have a big following, these are the golden rules. Bigger, better, effective, free. So bigger just means you're always making new content. So unlike I don't know, maybe the publishers, maybe they're not this way, but I'm not product oriented. I never look at the final product. I just follow the process. I'm always interviewing people. I'm always recording people. So you just keep the pipeline going. Better just means you follow the basic iteration process. So you put the content out there, it's the minimal viable product, then over time, you make adjustments, you improve it, you see what people want to use, how they use it. So when I first started out with Elo, all I had was a transcript and the audio file. And then through interactions with students, then they said, we want a quiz. Now more about the quiz. Students love quizzes. Now the quiz doesn't have to be a comprehension quiz in the sense that you're assessing them. Students like quizzes just to kind of check that they're okay. It's like a navigation system in a car. They like to look at it and go, am I on the right road? Right? So it's very important. And a lot of times people say, no, the quizzes, yeah. They don't want somebody harping over them going, did you understand? They don't want that, but they do want something that they can check and go, yeah, okay, he was talking about money. I thought so. So quizzes are important. And then over time, I'm sorry, I have to hurry up. I added a slideshow. Now we have vocabulary. What we do on Elo is we look for the 5, usually figurative language, something they can't find, so we look for idea units. So rather than just one word, for example, rip the Band-Aid, we explain what that means. She's talking about breaking up with her boyfriend. She says it's not working out. We explain what working out means in that context. And then if they want, they can check and they can try to use the words on their own. Then as always, we try to have a related activity that they can shoot to. so they can continue on the extensive stuff. And here's a video related where they're talking about if they've ever had a bad breakup. Okay, so the last thing is just extensive reading for the future. Here's maybe some ways that technology is available today that people might use in the future. Okay, the first one? Yeah. Okay, the one is first, it's very easy, like I said, for teachers to create their own content. If you want to create an extensive reading site, you can use Blogger or WordPress. They're both free. Teachers can work together. They can create their own writings, their own, like let's say, readings about business or whatever, sports, etc. Okay, next. And this is really cool. This is actually the main thing. This is Scoop It. Who knows about Scoop It? Scoop It is actually, if you were to take an extensive reader teacher and say, can you please design the perfect assessment portfolio tool for ER, they would probably make Scoop It. What the student does is they make curated pages. They put in the URL. They get the article. They can comment on it. They can share it. It collects all their readings. Scoop It then finds articles that are related to it and says, would you like these? I chose the 49ers from San Francisco because if a student has a very niche interest, let's say football, soccer, Johnny Depp movies, Scoop It allows them to collate them, collect them, and then they have their own reading thing. And for a teacher, if you're going to market, you just have to go to their Scoop It page. You've got all their readings, all their comments on it, etc. Another great thing is Feedly. You guys know Feedly? Feedly is a replacement for Google Reader. It's actually better in many ways. But this is RSS syndication. With this, you can push out content. Also, you can type in what you want, and it will collect all the topics that you might be of interest. Then the student can get it in their reader. Okay, next, the WooFoo forms. WooFoo forms are great if you're going to do assessment for ER. We're moving towards maybe just reading on cell phones. You can make a form. It's like, what did you read? What were your comments on it, etc. Next. Then as the teacher, when you have to assess, let's say, 100 students, you'll get all the forms backed in a row. Boom, 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 boom. So it'd be very easy for a teacher to read, see what they wrote, assess, click to the next one, see what they wrote. So for assessment and evaluation of extensive reading that like you had 50 students and they all did it, WooFoo is a very easy tool. Okay, this is the last couple things. One is MailChimp. Who knows MailChimp? So MailChimp makes it possible, this is all syndication stuff, you could push out the text to the students. So let's say you're a publisher, right? This is what I would do. Okay, if I was a publisher, this is what I would do. You get a really good writer, you ask them to write one book for free. One book you're going to give away for free. You get them on a 3-book contract. Then the next 2 books you have to buy. You get an email marketing campaign. The students get the readings like every 2 days. They can read it on their smartphone. They can read it wherever they want. They can read it on their iPad. At the bottom, did you like this? You get them hooked. It's habit forming. Then you can get the people maybe to buy more books. That's how Google does it. That's how everybody does it, right? That's how Facebook does it. You get the audience, you hook them in, you sell to a small minority. And the last thing is throwing in kind of the crazy thing. Actually, you could use extensive reading for podcasts. There's also syndication. So if you want to have audio books, you could put all the text, right? This again pushes it out to the student. They get it on their phone. They have the option to read and listen, or just listen. So they have more options. But the thing with all of these technologies is with syndication is the days of having the student come in the library, they should be over. You should send it out to them, right? Like as all the professors have said, the main goal is to increase the amount that they read, increase the amount that they listen to. You could push it out to them. They could do it on smartphones while they're waiting for the bus, while they're on the train, etc. So that's sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a specific question for Todd.
What's the URL for Ella?
It's just ello.org. O-R-G.
2 L's or 3?
3, it stands for English Listening Lesson Library Online. Yeah.
Great.
Blended learning with Ello. So how, as a teacher, are you interacting with students in the classroom using that material, or are you?
Oh, I do. Actually, it is blended. Usually what I do is I do some type of speaking activity or writing activity, and then I do the site. Actually, the goal of Ella, real quick, is that it's not, I don't consider it extensive. I don't call it intensive. It's like the blended, like you said, and teachers can use it any way that they like. Also, one thing I didn't just remember, all the audio is free. You can download it for free.
Okay, great. So can we get the panelists back sort of together in the middle? We have 7 minutes. Maybe we have a question to the panelists, if you could all come back up for a second or two. Right, we don't have that long. Great, so if we have questions to the panel, if anyone has questions, or general questions rather than specific questions, we have probably time for 3 or 4 questions. Anybody? Specific questions? Please. General questions? Yeah, great.
Are textbooks dead? I mean, I gotta ask the question. I mean,
Are textbooks dead is the question.
Are textbooks dead?
If you want me to answer,
you're a textbook publisher, yes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I mean, we've sold more books in the last year than we did in any year previously. It's changing, and I think that from my perspective, and I think from probably everyone's perspective, that the answer is probably blended. I think particularly for language learning, you are not. Well, I mean, at least right now, I don't think there's a solution that's 100% online that doesn't, involve some sort of human interaction. I think if you're a teacher in this room, I wouldn't worry about your job anytime in the near future.
And I would say, although I agree, textbooks are not dead, of course, but I think that what digital offers is actually absolutely amazing and compelling. And I think it speaks to where our students are in terms of using online devices and that being a bigger part of their lives than even computers. I mean, the cell phones, the smartphones, the tablets. And I really like, especially as an extensive reading guy, the kind of scaffolding tools that are instantly available on these online devices. I mean, I even find myself with a Kindle, for the first time in my life, even though I'm a linguist, looking up words, because all it is touching the word, and it's right there. And I think that the instantaneous nature of these kind of leveling tools and scaffolding tools and kind of things that are available digitally that are not available in the paper form as easily, I think that's a really compelling argument for the increase in popularity. And I think the other side of that, the other thing is that what we want to do, especially in EFL environments, is it's really time on task, because outside of the classroom they're not exposed to English, and a big part of their life is these online devices. So we can increase their exposure to English if we make compelling reading and listening and video materials, for their devices. And so I think that it really is. I think you're just going to see a dramatic increase over the next 10 years in terms of digitally delivered materials.
Okay, great. Another question, please. Anyone? Yes. Okay.
We certainly see the conceptual direction that it's heading toward digitized format. And also lots of content users showed us was pretty much self-directed learning was assumed. Now, I think one thing we have to really shouldn't override is the teacher training. How the mediating teachers are going to utilize these contents, vast contents, and available, and can be used very effectively for classroom teaching and learning. And how we can get hold of these teachers and pick them up first, and get in touch with what's going on.
We'll just take an example. What we do. Recently, we have finished. I wouldn't say published. We have finished a extensive reading program with 350 titles. So we'll extend to 420 titles. We have no plan to print them because one, it's very difficult to control the stock. 350 titles. If we print a minimum 1,000 copies. That's going to be 350,000 copies. Where can we start all of them? And also, it's very difficult to sell, even number of the copies. Some might sell, 1,000 and we have to print it, then we'll have another 1,000. You know, it's very difficult. So, but some trade books will still sell. But depends how, you know, the government policy and the publisher's policy. For example, in Korea, from next year or the year after, the government is going to introduce smart learning system. That way, gradually, the print material might disappear from the classroom because they'll be all using the tablet instead. So that means, in a way, the textbook, the print material will be that eventually. But in terms of the sales figure, the U.S. I heard 16% of the sales is from digital material, digital books. But in Korea, it's a lot. This year it's like 1.5%. It's a long way to go. So I would say at least 5 to 10 years. You know, the digital and the print materials will.
Right, Charlie, you get just 30 seconds, Charlie.
Oh, just very quickly to speak to the teacher training issue. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons I do teacher training, and that's one of the ways that we can advocate for extensive reading. I think everybody in this room, everybody who comes to this Congress, are you know, we're preaching to the converted. I mean, but that's what we do, is we go out there and help people to understand how effective and useful extensive reading is. And I think one of the reasons Rob and I created the ER Central site is to gather all of those resources, so you can watch you know, Professor Day's lecture on what is extensive reading on that site. You can watch videos on how to set up an ER program. There's gathering those resources and making them available, and then just advocating and trying to get people to to get excited about it, and then there being resource centers for them to go to. And that's, I think all of us here are trying to do that in one way or another. But
Thanks. So just close. I'm just going to ask the panelists to give me one sentence. We just talked about teacher training. We've talked about maybe some resistance to extensive reading. We know it's coming online, digital materials. If you had a teacher in front of you who said, "Not for me, not going to use it, not very useful for me," what sort of response would you have? So start from maybe Paul. Maybe what would you say to a teacher who said, "No, not for me, never going to happen"?
I would say that as all the research proves, that basically it's contact hours on task. If you look at something like Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell's book about 10,000 hours to become an expert at something, there's no shortcut. So we have to figure out a way to increase our students' time in contact with the language, and they're not going to be doing it with a native speaker teacher unless they're on Skype all the time or doing that.
Right.
So it's,
cool. It's a long sentence. Casey, you have one sentence.
I kept to my
A lot of compounds.
Casey, you have one sentence for us?
Yeah, I agree.
Same, okay. Charlie?
Go digital.
Go digital. Paul?
I'd just be willing to try something. I mean, even if you think it might not work, try it and then find out. Don't judge too early.
All right. Todd, you get the final word.
Your students will thank you later.
Okay. That's a good way to end it. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Before we go, what are we talking tomorrow?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, what time?
너무 밝고 사람들 많이 모였네. 주여. 좀 연습을 좀 했어야 되는데.
안 맞아가지고 좀 약간 걱정이에요.
아, 이거랑 그죠? 그러니까 조금 왔다 갔다 해야 될 것 같긴 한데. 시간이 조금 더 있었으면 여기 좀 그냥 하죠 뭐. 이거 보고 해야 될 것 같아.
했는데 안 시작하네요.
어? 누가 시작하는 거예요?
시작하신 거 아니요.
누가?
마이크 뭐 해야 된다고.
누가요? 우리 외대를 이름 마크가 빛내네. 아유 주여.
이게 화면을 띄워놓으면 되게 멋져 보이지 않으세요, 교수님?
그러니까 그거 훨씬 낫네요. 깨끗하고.
해도 되나?
되는지 한번 확인해 볼까요, 교수님?
물어볼까? 해도 돼요? 시작할까요?
안 되는데요?
아직
안 되는데요?
아직 안 된대요.
아, 시간이 선생님 시간이 좀 짧을 것 같은데 질문을 많이 받지 마시고 질문하면 떨릴 것 같아요. 그냥 한 명 정도만 간단히 하고 그냥.
내가 확인했어. 지금 한번 넘겨보세요. 됐다.
자꾸 5분은 기다리래요.
5분요. 이거 되고 동영상 할 때가 동영상은 마우스로 거기 그냥 거기
화살표 나오잖아요, 교수님.
아니 화면을 클릭하면 되는 거 아니에요?
아니요, 화면에 마우스를 왼쪽 하단 모서리 딱 갖다 삼각형 버튼이 싹 나타나요.
나는 그냥 보통 화면을 뜨거든요. 클릭하거든요, 화면을.
화면이 그냥 지금 현재 사각형으로만 돼 있고 마우스를 갖다 대면 플레이 버튼이 떠요. 그때 그걸 누르면 되는데 상희 씨가
할게요.
그렇게
할게요.
예, 하래요?
교수님은 그냥 계세요.
Hello everyone, I'm coming out from Usong University. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Tak Young-ae for her presentation today. I always remember her as a passionate teacher and educator, really inspired her students learning about critical reading and the reading strategy, instructions, and learning process of our EFL students. Without further ado, give me a big hand to introduce Professor Ta for her presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm very, very much pleased and honored to have an opportunity to present in front of distinguished guests and scholars. It's a very, very great opportunity, I guess. And for this presentation, I read over 100 articles extensively. So I experienced personally extensive reading, and it worked. So I'm going to present the effect of extensive reading from strategic point of view. I just wanted to add strategy and strategy training in addition to the extensive reading, because so many studies have proved the positive effects of extensive reading, but I came to know that there should be at least one other factors, which is a strategy training. Okay, so let me start my presentation with the title, A Strategic Approach to Extensive Reading for Young EFL Korean Learners. It was a case study, and I guess it's the first case study with the combination of a quantitative and qualitative study, a longitudinal 1-year study. Okay, so the content was mainly on the strategic approach to extensive reading and analysis of extensive reading research, and my case study analysis and the results and the pedagogical implications. And for the past decade, there have been increasing interest in extensive reading programs that expose young learners to large quantities of reading materials. Reading, as you see, is regarded as a valuable skill, not only as a source of enjoyment, but also as a source of a good instructional tool. And before I start, let me ask you a question. Okay, what is the best way to learn a foreign language? What is the best way? Is there any best way to learn a foreign language? Someone said no. So there may be many other ways, and you have to consider many other factors, right? So from the learner's point of view, the cognitive factors or affective factors, and their linguistic proficiency. There has to be and individual differences that is covered in L2 learning areas. But one of the famous quote of Kristen Nutter in her book, Teaching Reading Skills in a Foreign Language, mentioned that the best way to improve your knowledge of a foreign language is to go and live among speakers. Everybody has to go overseas to learn a foreign language? So someone who doesn't go there may be frustrated, right? So she go ahead and presented the second best alternative. That is, the next best way is to read extensively in it. So she emphasized the importance of extensive reading. Okay, and when we think about extensive reading, we have to think about the role of extensive reading first of all. And a number of studies have emphasized the critical role of extensive reading in successful reading and natural acquisition of literacy. And the consensus from researchers concluded that extensive reading plays a really significant role and should be integrated into the second language curriculum. And those are cited by Day and Bamford and Renandia and you with so many scholars. And I just want to go ahead and explain the role of extensive reading. And in explaining the role of extensive reading, I just want to cite Bell's Bell's list. And among several components, I just want to emphasize and list four components. The role of extensive reading, first one, it can provide comprehensible input, which is supported by Krashen's input hypothesis, as you all know, right? And let me explain the number 3 first of all. It increases the student's exposure to the language. That is easier to understand. And then the one that I want to emphasize is the number 2 and number 4. It can enhance learners' general language competence. For example, word recognition, vocabulary knowledge, gain in other language skills such as reading, speaking, and written skills. And it can also motivate learners to read, and it can build confidence. So number 2 deals with cognitive factors, and number 4, affective factors. So other than the role mentioned, I guess number 2 and number 4, I guess you may have to note those kind of roles. And let me briefly define extensive reading. You all know what extensive reading is, right? And the difference between intensive reading, right? And I just wanted to cite several scholars who presented for this conference, for example, Nation and Dr. Day. So, Dr. Nation's definition is a form of learning from meaning-focused input rather than language-focused. So extensive reading, the main focus should be more on meaning rather than the language. So fluency over accuracy, I guess. And Day and Bamford in 1998, which is mentioned also in Nation, regarded reading as a large quantity of varied, self-selected, enjoyable reading at a reasonable fluent speed. And also Grabe and Stoller mentioned that as an approach to the teaching and learning of reading in which learners read large quantities of material that are within their linguistic competence. And the last one, in recent study, Renandia explained that extensive reading generally involves rapid reading of large quantities of material or longer reading for general understanding with the focus generally on the meaning of what is being read than on the language. Again, the focus is put on the meaning rather than language itself. Okay? And then let me, before I suggest the purpose and the other ones, let me briefly show you the two different cycles. So let us take a look at the two different cycles, which is called, the first one is called the cycle of frustration, and then the second one, the cycle of growth. You may have read the Noether's book on chapter on extensive reading part. I just want to explain that to help you understand my main thesis. Okay, so those are the cycle of frustration shows the vicious circle of the weak reader, whereas the cycle of the growth shows the virtuous cycle of the good reader. Can you read it easily? Okay, so let me briefly explain it. Okay, so usually less skilled or slow readers seldom have much interest in what they read. And since they do not enjoy reading, they don't read much. Okay? And then, deprived of practice, they continue to find it hard to understand. So their reading rate and their reading competence does not improve. They remain slow readers or weak readers. That shows the vicious circle. Okay? So we don't know where we should start, but I guess affective part should be the beginning. So affective, when they have low affective factors, they influences their reading competence and other areas. And then the cycle of growth, in contrast, is the opposite. Okay? So, my student made this fantastic table. So it starts with low affective factors and then do not read much. And if they do not read much, they may have low understanding, and that may result in low competence. Is it clear? Okay, good. Okay, and then the cycle of growth is the opposite, and it is called the virtuous circle of the good reader. So, if they have high affective factors, for example, high interest or high motivation to read, it will let them to read more and give them higher understanding, and then that may result in higher competence or proficiency and fast reading rate. Okay, so it moves around cyclically. Okay. So, using Noether's two different cycles, I just wanted to show you that there's a difference between the good reader and the poor readers. Why is there a difference? Why do you think there are differences between the two types of readers? Maybe because of different motivation or attitudes or interests, different affective factors or cognitive factors, which already existed, right? Different language proficiency, but I guess there should be other factors that has to be considered. So I just wanted to show you that looking at extensive reading from a strategy point of view is necessary. Okay, all right. And then related to that, I just want to introduce common strategies used by skilled readers. Although there are many studies mentioned about that, I just want to quote Grab and Stoller's on page 83, 5 components that shows the difference between the skilled readers and the poor readers. Okay, specifying a purpose for reading, so they have a purpose before they read, and they plan what to do, what steps to take. Before they read, they just plan what they have to do. So they have a clear goal and the purpose before they read. Okay, and then they pay attention to text structure, and they are able to critique the text, and they use discourse markers to see relations, and they also reflect on what has been learned from the test. So, although there may be many other different characteristics, but yeah, I guess those 5 can clearly show us the difference between the two. Okay? And so, the purpose of my study was first to report the findings of the case study with 4 primary school students, and second to propose a new approach of ER from a strategic point of view. Okay, and what I mean by strategy or strategic perspective should be means that learners should be provided with effective strategies while reading extensively. Okay, since ER alone cannot guarantee the success in reading, despite of many abundant significant research, I guess if they can add the strategy part, I guess we can get a better results. Okay, this is the main thesis of my presentation. Okay, and the strategic reading, to make it clear, for this study includes the following components: raising awareness of patterns of rhetorical organization through visual displays, for example, graphic organizers, to enhance comprehension abilities, and number 2, training students to identify text structures by locating and using discourse markers to enhance discourse competence. So, what I mean by text structure, I cannot go into detail more, but anyway, text structures, you may be familiar with those text structures, right? So when I teach my students at our university, and when I train our students to read effectively, I always train them with those awareness of the text structure and different types of text structures. For example, comparison and contrast, problem and solution, cause and effect, issue and implication, those kind of collection or listing enumerations. So to be able to identify the structures, transition markers, or we usually call it discourse markers, right, plays a significant role. So for example, therefore, as a result, in contrast or contrary to, those kind of markers signal the text structure, which is very important. And the number 1, raising awareness. You all know what awareness is, right? So helping students notice certain features or structure, showing that every text, not all the text, but many texts, has their own different structures. Okay, so for example, when I train my students, with the reading materials, let me read the title: The American Family, Then and Now. What kind of text structure do you think they will have? Comparison and contrast, right? So the text, even before they read the text, they can be able to predict it that, this text may have contrasting views of American family system. Okay, and couples in crisis, negotiating their way to happy marriages. What kind of structures do you think it will have? The title sometimes itself shows the keyword and main idea, right? And then couples in crisis shows the problem, right? And then negotiating their way to happy marriages shows the solution, right? So before, without even taking a look at the text, you can predict or guess that, this text may have a problem and solution structure, okay? So by just helping them identify those structures, they can understand the text better. That was proved by many studies anyway, okay, which is usually part of a formal schemata, okay? All right. So this study presents a strategic approach to extensive reading for young EFL learners by helping them become more aware of text structures through graphic organizers and promote strategic reading behavior through ER in order to accomplish the ultimate goal of reading, which is helping them become strategic readers. I guess if we help, as your teachers, if you help your students to become strategic readers, I guess you can get success, I guess, yeah. Okay, all right, and then let us move on to the second part, the theoretical part, strategic approach to extensive reading. Okay, so I emphasize the role of strategic reading to ER, extensive reading. Okay, so I just want to mention about strategic approach. Okay, Koda, the presenter of our conference, in her book Insights into Second Language Reading, mentioned reasons why strategic reading is critical in school learning, and I just quoted her. Okay, it's really hard to see it on the screen, so I just have to, read. The simplest answer is that processing skills alone do not make readers proficient. Several factors explain why we must look beyond processing competence. This part I understood that when readers have difficulty, the fact that they just know the language, which means the grammar or vocabulary, does not help them to understand the difficult part. There should be certain other knowledge, which is called metacognitive knowledge. So, cognition about cognition. Usually, metacognitive knowledge is the knowledge that you are able to plan, monitor, evaluate, implement. Those kind of higher order cognitive skills are needed. So, especially when you have difficulty in understanding the text in EFL situation, not an L1 situation. So, I just wanted to prove that strategic approach is necessary. Okay, and what differentiates? Okay, what differentiates successful from unsuccessful readers when confronted with demanding content? That is the willingness to counter the challenge by finding ways to circumvent the impediments. So strategically savvy readers therefore consciously make efforts to sort and organize text information for later use. So they here strategically savvy readers consciously make efforts. So they have to willingly and consciously do something to arrive at meaning. Okay, all right. So and student awareness of text structure through graphic organizers. So I just, for the elementary school students, we used graphic organizers, which clearly shows the structure of a text. That demonstrates that students comprehend text better when they are presented visually how text information is organized. Okay, and the next one. The third part is the analysis of extensive reading research. As I mentioned, my doctoral student and I read and reviewed over 100 articles on extensive reading, conducted mainly in Korean context and other EFL context. And I just want to briefly report to you the result of a simple analysis. Okay, so 102 articles, Korean 43, they are all recent articles. And other studies in foreign context, 59 articles. And in Korean context, as you see, there were not much studies before 2000. And then after 2000 and until recently, although there are ups and downs, it is gradually increasing. So that shows the interest of Korean scholars on extensive reading. Okay, and in other foreign contexts, it started earlier, at 1985, and then even though there are ups and downs again, but it went high on 2010. And then it was decreasing a little, and then now it is resuming the interest. And if we combine those two, this one shows the difference between the two different contexts. Okay, so in Korean and in foreign context, you can see that there are two differences. The starting point is different, and then there's a big gap between in around 1910, right? That whereas the studies in the foreign context is decreasing, Korean context is increasing. So many Korean scholars are now interested in extensive reading. Yeah. Okay, and then we compared and analyzed the research methods in Korean context. This is a Korean context, and then this one is the other context. Okay, so as you see, mostly it is conducted in quantitative context, and in foreign context has more quantitative studies, 68%, whereas in Korean context there are around 32% of qualitative research. Okay, and mixed research shows mixing quantitative and qualitative, and we analyzed the number of participants. What were their subjects? Number of participants, the Korean context and the foreign context. Okay, so most of the participants, over 46% in Korean and 59% in other ESL, EFL context, were university students. And in Korean context, the order of high school teachers and middle school and primary school students consecutively. And in other foreign contexts, adults and high school students, and then similar number of studies were conducted with teachers and primary and middle school students. So there were not many done with the primary school students. Yeah, although in L1 context there are so many studies with young learners. So I thought I'd better study the effect of extensive reading in primary school setting. Fortunately, I had my master's student, the primary school teacher who's here, who helped me conduct a case study, a longitudinal one-year case study. Actually, we just analyzed the 6 months this semester, but he did his experiment last year, so it was easy to get generalization. And then the target languages are, those. Most of the commonly used target languages were, as you see, predominantly English. And 5% was in Japanese, and French and German follows. Okay, let me now turn to the effects or benefits of those researches. I just wanted to make a nice table, but because of the lack of time, I'm just going to, divided it into 3 categories. One study done by the president, Dr. Kim Jong-yeol, did a meta-analysis with Korean students, and Dr. Bamford and Day and Bamford in their book analyzed about 12 studies. Is that right? Yeah, 12 studies, and they tried to identify what kind of benefits did they get, and with so many studies, it is listed in here. But anyway, I just tried to categorize it into 3 parts. So first one, linguistic competence, and then the second one, cognitive domain and affective domain, attitude and motivation. And also when Dr. Day presented, he listed other factors, but I just wanted to summarize it and categorize it into 3. And let me, so linguistic competence in reading and writing and vocabulary. There are so many studies that shows that extensive reading has positive effects in vocabulary, and also, for example, anyway, in Ellie's study, for example, in his experimental study of the effects of book flaws, which is book flaws is also another type of extensive reading, on children's second language acquisition, argued that children received a lot of comprehensible input and they get many benefits, and those kind of benefits were bound to permeate and influence other subjects and languages too. Okay, and cognitive domain, reading comprehension and reading abilities and speed, those scholars are listed, and also affective domain in terms of attitude and motivation and interest. And the scholars are listed, and if you are interested in those articles, I can just email you my files. Okay, so throughout the analysis of over 102 articles, we just figure out those influences and effects. Okay, and then let me now present our case study, my students and my study, which was carried out in primary school. In private primary school, this case study was carried out by 최나길 선생님 and me in a private school setting located in Seoul, Korea. And the participants were 4 Korean primary school students whose level 2 higher students and 2 lower level students. They were already trained by the teacher the previous semester, and we just selected those two from each different levels. And what is typical to our study is that instead of controlling students by setting them in an experimental group and control group, we just let them select their own reading materials out of e-library and the library, and they just selected their own reading materials. So we didn't control anything. So naturally, for students, read their own different materials, and the number, I guess I presented it, the number of the reading, let me see, 4 students read, the numbers of the books read, high level, which is number of books read. High level student Y read 55 books over 6 months period. So we just give them guidelines, and then they were supposed to read, and after that they were supposed to write a book report. Okay, and Y read 55 books, and J read 34 books, and lower level student S read 8 books. And then SM, the only male student, read 17 books. Okay, and so we just wanted to see how they progress while they are reading extensively. Okay, and the research questions were 2. Does the strategy training enhance the learner's reading development? And then the second, does the strategy training influence the learner's motivation and self-confidence? So we just wanted to see if there's any improvement in their linguistic competence and also in their attitudinal or affective factors. And the procedures I mentioned briefly. So for 6th grade students from the last year's experiment, for 6 months with strategy training was selected. Students selected their own reading materials from a variety of sources and genres, and they regularly reported to the teacher. And the program included sustained silent reading and working with worksheets designed to practice a variety of organizational patterns that were trained the previous semester through graphic organizers and writing a book report. And the instrument was, it was anyway combination of quantitative and qualitative study, and then the reading strategies and motivation of the students were analyzed based on pre and post reading tests, although we cannot statistically get any significant, analyze it because of too small number of students, but anyway, we just try to see whether there is any difference in the beginning and at the end of the semester, and interviews and motivation questionnaires, and their writings were analyzed, and the interview were semi-structured and videotaped. I'm going to show you the interview part of our subjects. Okay, and then numbers of books they read. Let me present you the quantitative data analysis. Okay, and 4 students, 2 higher level and 2 lower level students read, and they were tested at the beginning and the end of the session. So this year, the April and July, the second test was conducted. Reading, grammar, and vocabulary, we just had a test, and then those are scores, and you can see it in the graph figure. Okay, the higher level students remain at the top part, and the lower level and the bottom part, and in general they have improved in their test scores. And what is notable is the male student, male student who was at the bottom of when we started the experiment, and then there was a drastic change and improvement in his scores from 44 to 60.5 out of 70. Last year, when my student did the experiment, almost all of them read already a lot, and they were at the top level. So it was really hard to discriminate them. So we just tried to give them a different test to see if there's any difference. Okay. And then qualitative data results. I just wanted to see whether there is any progress in language competence, and whether there is any differences or any changes in their motivation or confidence. Okay. So I don't know whether we have enough time, but anyway, the WISE writing, they wrote a book report after they read. Not all of them did it, so we just collected, and then I just wanted to show you WISE writing. Who read most? She did really well, but we noticed that toward the end, her score did not improve that much. So we just wanted to see why, and my student, the teacher said that, said that I forgot, but Chenagi 선생님, can you explain it again? Why she didn't progress much? Who read a lot? 55 books. She didn't progress at the end. Can you? Yuri. Yuna, sorry. Yeah, Yuna. Her mother, I heard from him that her mother didn't quit sending her to Hagwon and let her read as much as they read. And then, I guess she was already at the top. So anyway, okay, all right. So here's a sample. I'm sorry, I cannot explain more because of the lack of time anyway, and students writing. And although there are several grammatical mistakes, but their writing, they were able to express freely, and they summarized really well. And higher level students, in addition to just summarizing, they just reacted, how they feel about their writing or the topics. Okay, and in terms of strategy use, the students' response on the study and its effect was very positive. They reported this was mainly on the interviews, and they reported that they used reading strategies while reading extensively, and it helped them build wider vocabulary and reading comprehension. And we checked the frequencies in the use of discourse markers. That signal the coherence between sentences, and that shows a relationship between sentences. So just instead of listing simple sentences, they begin to think about the relationship between those sentences and try to use discourse markers. So the examples, so higher level students Y used 9 out of 10 writings and 3 out of 8, and lower level students used lots of discourse markers, 6 out of 7 writing, 8 out of 8 writings. Okay, and the examples on Y's writing, for example, although there are mistakes, but anyway, Bureau wanted to eat tortillas. Bureau started making his tortilla first, and then but, and second, but, third. So she begins to use those kind of discourse markers. Okay. And then there are more examples, but I'm going to just skip. And mostly used strategies after strategy training was they were able to identify discourse markers, and they tried to identify story structure using graphic organizers, and they used graphic discourse markers frequently in writing. And the final one, increased self-confidence and motivation. And let us show you the video part. Okay. Oops. About the benefits.
I have searched the words that I didn't know, so my word skill has improved. Before I did book reports, I didn't find about story structure, but now I can think story structure when I read books. I can learn many words so I can understand them better. Yes, before I started this, I think structure, but I only think beginning, middle, end. But now I think cause and effect, problem and solution, and other workflows. Graphic organizer helps me a lot, and details I can understand difficult part. I have to search the dictionary and memorize.
Right, for you.
I could understand the words. Before I started this, I didn't think structure, but now I think graphic organizer. I can know many words and grammar was improved. This coursework. So understand writing.
Okay, so the benefits are listed, and then strategy use. Strategy is part. Oops.
When I have difficult understanding, I find discourse markers and see sentences. I can understand stories very well when I use the graphic organizer. Discourse markers connect with sentences, so the meaning depends on it. Graphic organizer makes the story important part short, so when I have hard understanding the story, I could understand well by graphic organizer. Before I used it, I was having hard writing, but I could make the sentences softly when I read the book report where things I have to write. Yes, it helps me a lot. Discourse markers help sentence link to easy understanding. Yes, I can remember start the story again. Because this course markers help understanding the difficult passages. Graphic organizer helps us remember summary. First, I didn't know this course markers a lot, but now I can use them. It helped me a lot. First, it's too hard, and I don't know what it is. But now I know used to this course markers regularly.
Okay, and yeah, there are several other suggestion comments, and I'm gonna skip. And I just put general guidelines for planning ER programs as a pedagogical implication, but I guess I should skip. And you can just take a look. And practical suggestions on running extensive reading programs suggested by Bell. And yeah, you can just read it. Maximize learner involvement, the reader interview, regular conferencing between the teacher and student presentations. And written work based on the reading by students level. And they suggested the different levels, what they can do, what kind of activities they can use, okay, for different levels. Okay. And my final conclusion is extensive reading has a number of advantages. However, as I mentioned, ER alone cannot guarantee language and literacy development, especially for EFL learners. So, if strategies are appropriately incorporated into the ER process, we can gain better results. Okay, so it shows the importance of strategy training. Okay. So the strategy training helps students notice and aware of text structures and discourse organization. So the students comprehend text better when they are shown visually how text information is organized. Okay. So the final conclusion is the importance of strategy training in ER. Ren and Dia mentioned in her article, the ability to read fluently is best achieved through reading extensively in the language. And I just want to conclude that the ability to read fluently can be best achieved through strategic extensive reading. Thank you.
Please give her another hand for her wonderful insightful reading. We are delayed for technical issues, and then we'll save your question from the floor at the banquet that was coming next. In Crazy Brown, one of the restaurants you had lunch today, we will have a banquet there starting in 1 minute.
10 minutes.
Right, so you can just bring your name tag with you. It's for free for everyone. So please join us and then share your insight and then have a chance to ask Professor Ta the question. Thank you very much.
수고했습니다. 시간이 모자라서 공간 많이 잘랐는데도 아무리 그래도